messianic prophecies where it says that, the Messiah will get into Jerusalem. And in the original prophecy, I think it was Isaiah, it says that the Messiah will come into Jerusalem on a donkey. Actually, I'm gonna look it up. Because it's really really nice, right? Because Matthew just fucks it up. Like Matthew really fucks it up, and because he fucks it up,
he introduces.
Yeah. So no, it's from Zechariah 9:10. Okay, so it's like Zechariah 9:10. Okay, I'm even going to put it on in a stream so we can look at it, right? Nine, 10, and the other one was Matthew, because Matthew always fucks it up. Like when it comes to these things, it's Matthew 21, 4, 5. Yeah. 4, 5. Okay. So this is gonna be like you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. It's like, in case you've never seen this before, you're gonna absolutely love it. Okay, so this is wait, what? Why doesn't it find it? Oh my god, dude, I'm so dumb. Oh my god. 21. Well, I mean, anybody can code it. It's not a problem. Not a problem. But yeah, I found it, and now I'm going to put it in the thingy, and I'm going to stream it. So because I don't know if you ever saw it, Simp, but it's a great one. It's a great verse, right?
No, okay.
I'm going to share my screen. There you go. So you can see it straight.
It feels like my brain melted in sludge. Actually, feel like sludge.
So I'm going to read it to you, okay? I'm going to read it to you just so you can understand it, right? So this is from Zechariah 9:10. It says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, comma, on a colt, comma, the foal of a donkey," right? So it's very clear, right? It's like it says he's going to come into Jerusalem on a donkey, and he just describes the donkey, right? Because it's a colt of the foal of a donkey, right? But then we go to Matthew. Yeah, it's like we go over to Matthew, and let's just read what Matthew says, right? Because this is the important one. It says, "Tell the daughters of Zion, look, your king is coming to you, humble and mounted on a donkey, comma, and on a colt, comma, the foal of a donkey." So literally, Jesus walks into Jerusalem on 2 donkeys. Like he was riding 2 donkeys. It's like, what?
He was riding 2 donkeys?
2 donkeys. Yeah, that's according to Matthew.
He didn't ride 2 donkeys at once.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus apparently. That's a miracle. We can count it as a miracle. He was riding 2 donkeys at once. Just because Matthew didn't bother to actually spell check his prophecies. But yeah,
what does colt and foal mean? That sounds like coal and foal.
Colt is just I think it's just like a donkey, like a male donkey, and foal is just like the offspring of a donkey, I think.
I could turn the O in the word foal into Poland with like 3 different color swaps.
Maybe. Yeah, look, so it's like
Daniel,
says
AI
Colt
is I think it's like a bit overused and not super useful, but I did make something for you here.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
isn't it AI? Is it AI Jesus?
AI Jesus.
It is. It is an AI Jesus.
Isn't AI Jesus blasphemous? Wouldn't that just be blasphemous?
I think it's okay.
Maybe. Depends what type of Christian you are.
The safety.
Oh, there's even blue in the foal. There's blue. So I'm zooming really far into your screen right now.
So let's see
Here
what.
You go, Daniel, for the side chat for you.
Let's see. Oh, This is amazing. This is amazing. That's how Jesus did it. I mean, I'm not gonna play the Jean-Claude Van Damme
I like how
one
focused he
again.
looked.
Yes, but this is
It's hard
literally
riding those two dogs.
this is literally him walking into Jerusalem, humble, right? He was very. You look how humble he looks.
He looks very humble. He
Very
looks
humble.
very humble. In
He's
that
like the
photo.
most humble, right? It's just
He sounds
walking
like
into
Jason
Jerusalem.
Momoa.
Yeah, kind of.
That's kind of.
I mean, technically, he should have been like a bit more brown, so the similarities
Yeah,
would
I've
have
never
been
pictured-
greater.
I've never pictured Jesus as Jason Momoa, but why does he? He doesn't really look humble. He looks kind of angry, actually.
It's like
Why
motherfuckers
does he
made
look
me.
He's really focused.
He was really mad at Matthew, right? Because Matthew made him ride 2 fucking donkeys. He was like, dude, why 2? I don't know, because that's how I wrote it down. It's fine.
Yes, I guess so. Where does the colt and foal come in? Because those are cool words.
Yeah, so colt just means a young male horse. You know, and
so
in
one of them
particular,
is a
an
horse?
uncastrated one. Yes.
Why do
And-
they? Okay.
Yeah, and the foal just means again
it's
a young
clarifying
horse.
that a colt is the foal of a donkey, right? That's
Yes.
like those are synonyms right there.
Exactly,
Oh.
exactly. Because like donkeys, kind of like they're like small horses, right? They kind of like
So
horses,
that's
but not
why
really.
he's right.
But the only problem that he had
that-
was the fact that he wrote instead of like directly quoting from Zechariah, where he says, you know, just commas and no end, he just put the end. And because you put the end here, it just kind of fucks up the whole thing, which is not the best, right? He wasn't that great at like dictation, I guess. If somebody
Oh,
dictated
Jesus
it
looks
to
like
him.
riding on 3 donkeys. What about
Well-
3 donkeys? What if we put a donkey in the
Does-
middle?
That's
Isn't
the
that in the
Trinity.
intro of the KGB version though? It says dictated, not read, King James.
Maybe, I don't know.
When you're triune being, you need triune donkeys.
Actually, 3 donkeys would have made
Yes.
like much more sense, right?
Yeah.
Because it's the
Donkeys
Trinity.
I think
Yeah.
Jesus is the third one, right? He's like
He is a
the
donkey.
Third
point of
donkey?
the Trinity in there.
Yes, he's the Father.
Are you
right?
calling
It shows
Jesus
how
a
Jesus
donkey?
is like held. No. It's showing how he's like held up by the Father and the Holy Spirit, right? Like, but without the Father and the Spirit, where goes Jesus? Right? Nowhere. He'd just be sitting in the
Well,
mud.
kind of,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
kind of nowhere. That is
It's
true.
it's highly symbolic.
What about his
Yes.
legs, though? Wouldn't he just use his legs? Is that why he's like, are his legs non-functional? Is that why he's like spreading full
Hey, this-
eagle?
Hey, this
On
guy's a
the
heretic.
donkeys?
Okay, Simp, do you know the TV ad for, I think it was Volvo or something. So I
No,
don't
I
know
don't
if
usually
you
watch
know it
ads.
with Jean-Claude Van Damme, okay? But I'm going to show it to you. I'm not going to put any music because last time I got like a copyright strike.
Do you get
Uh,
copyrights on Discord?
No, because this is streamed.
No, we're live
on
streaming to
YouTube
YouTube as well.
Yes, this is YouTube.
Oh.
Yes, and
Does that mean
I
no
want.
swear word?
No, I mean you can do it. It's fine. And I want to
What
show
about
you the
slurs?
commercial.
No slurs, but-
FCC rules, all right.
Try not to do what you wouldn't normally do. Remember, I'm also a mod in here, so you know Christian is also a mod in here. So just saying, try to
I
just
found
follow
brown
the.
in the tea.
So look, I'm going to show you if you join my stream. Right, I'm going to show you.
Oh, no.
Oh, no music.
What?
Okay, my God. Okay, I think that's fine. Dude, what is happening?
That guy looks really calm.
Just block.
That's
And
what.
look at-
That's
this
what
is the
I think
Jean-Claude
humble
Van
looks
Damme.
like.
Yeah, this is pretty humble. I mean, it's more humble than
Yes.
the Jesus that Christian.
This
Actually
30
drew.
seconds is peak humility.
Yes, and look at this one, right? This is Jean-Claude Van Damme actually riding a truck and the fold
going
of a truck.
backwards?
And the cab.
He is
fold
going
of a
backwards.
truck.
Yes, he is like Jesus,
Oh,
but
okay. Why is he doing
real.
a split?
I mean, Jean-Claude Van Damme
Why
was
is he doing
actually
a
very
split?
well known for his splits, right? Like if you ever watch like a Jean-Claude Van Damme
Oh,
movie, you're gonna see he does like a lot of splits, right? And his style of like whatever.
If he falls, he's cracking his ball sack instantaneously.
Basically, yes. Obviously, this was
Like
most likely
instantly.
CGI, right? I don't think he ever did that stuff because that would be a bit too crazy for anybody to do. But yeah, that's how I imagined Jesus doing his Jesus-y things when he was coming into Jerusalem. So yeah, that is it is what it is, man. But yeah, anyway, we're still waiting
You know,
for.
if we ever make like a video intro to our show, Daniel, it's just got to be a bunch of mashup of like different clips, and like we got to show Jean-Claude Van Damme doing the splits. We got to show Ray Comfort giving the banana argument. Like, it'll be glorious when we make it one day.
Yeah, I mean, we probably could. I mean, I already had some ideas, but I needed time to actually focus on doing that thing. And like recently, I've had zero time. I don't know how I'm managing, but yeah.
Would Jesus presumably have curly hair?
Probably. I would assume
Or would
he
he
would.
just have straight hair?
He would probably have
I don't know.
curlier hair because he was a Middle Eastern Jew, right? In the whatever, like 6 BC, right? That's when he was born.
Yeah,
or
like
something.
whatever ancient Palestinians' hair used to look like. I guess that's what
Yeah,
he'd look like.
whenever he was born, and he was more likely to have like curly hair rather than straight hair, and also like be more brown than white.
I found dark brown in your picture.
You know, it's something interesting that, like, I saw pointed out one time, and it fucking lives rent free in my head, right? It's how like there's like some, especially like American Christian conservatives who will like make a really big deal out of the way that men should present themselves out in public, and they're saying like, oh, you got to be manly, you got to have short hair, cut your hair off, right? You got to look like a man, and then yet every time they depict Jesus, it's always like he's always depicted in a very feminine way, right? Where he's got this
Maybe
really
they
long
just, like,
hair,
like
looks
the
very
idea
beautiful,
of
which is like,
Jesus.
which is fine. Like I'm down with it, but it's just like a weird hypocrisy.
Well,
Maybe
yeah,
they just
obviously.
want like twin Jesus. Maybe.
But the thing we need to take into account is that people kind of wanted Jesus to look whatever they looked like. So obviously they're going to kind of portray Jesus. If you're white, Jesus is most likely going to be white. You have black Jesus, you have Korean Jesus. Yeah, because it's just what the people thought Jesus would look like. And even like the blue, white, blonde hair Jesus is kind of like very new, right? In the way it's being portrayed like that.
Yes, for sure.
It's kind of like 20th century, if I'm not mistaken. But it definitely helped with like more, racist white people, right? Because that's when it's like, oh, Jesus is just like us, and that makes it easier for you to be like even a bit anti-Semitic, right? Because obviously Jesus was white like you, not brown like the Jews in the Middle East. So just makes it like a lot easier. By the way, I just shorted a bit the name of the VC, and now it says original sin is Christian fiction, because I think it's just like a bit easier for like people to kind of understand it. But yeah, we're still waiting for Christians to kind of like pick up the mantle and try to defend their favorite deity. So Christian, let's try to have like a conversation, because you came up with this. So what's your opinion of original sin? Let's have a conversation between two atheists, because who better to talk about these things than the people that actually read the Bible, which are mostly atheists. What do you think about original sin?
I've always found original sin to be like one of the more troubling parts of Christianity to me, right? Like I think I've said before, like the most troubling thing is like the atrocities that the God of the Old Testament commands people to do, right, and having to carry those out. But I think that original sin is like it's up there with that problem, right? Like when God is depicted by people as being this like perfectly just, all loving being. Some people say that he is what goodness is, right? What is good and moral? It is what God is, right? And then suddenly we have this doctrine of other people bearing punishment for what someone else did, right? Like if what original sin was the first sin, right? Adam and Eve sinned, they fucked things up, and they got punished, right? That was the original sin. It's like, okay, I still think, by the way, we could set this aside. I'm sure we'll get to it, but like the situation in the Garden of Eden did not seem like paradise. It seemed like it was kind of a trap that was set up for them. And I have a lot of issues with that morally too, right? But even if we were to accept it, I think that the idea of the entire lineage of humanity stemming from Adam and Eve have like being corrupted or being doomed or punished, however you want to phrase it, because of what they did is like deeply corrupt to me. I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of issues with original sin. It doesn't really make that much sense. I don't even understand why it's a sin for the people, for humans, since I don't think that Adam and Eve had any way of actually knowing that they were sinning, because they didn't know good from evil, right? It's like that was the whole point. It's like, when God told them don't eat from the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, well, obviously we need to be able to make to tell apart good and evil, right, in order to make some like moral prescriptions, right? And I don't think they could have done it. So in essence, God's punishment was extremely unjust. So if there was any original sin happening there, it wasn't from Adam or Eve. It was more from God, right? I think it's more likely to say, oh, that's God's original sin. He put the tree there. It was unguarded. He told them not to eat. And by the way, it's like, I don't know, for people that actually have kids, whenever you're telling your kids don't touch that, right? And if it's in the middle of the thing, they're probably gonna touch that. They're gonna do the thing, right? Because they're kids. They don't really understand, what is good, what is bad. So I don't know. I think we should read a bit from Genesis 3, because that's where,
Sure.
Right?
Yeah,
So
no,
it
I thought you
says-
brought up a really good point. Like this was brought. We were talking about this yesterday for a bit.
Yeah.
And someone brought that up, right? It's like if the whole point of the sin was that they gained knowledge of good and evil. Like if they didn't have the knowledge of that before, then like what would it mean to be commanded not to do something, right? Like if I literally have no concept of good or evil, should or should not, right and wrong, what does it mean for you to tell me not to do something? And like you literally cannot explain what that means without appealing to the concepts of good and evil. It's gibberish without it.
Yeah, and by the way, it's like if you think about it, and if you actually read the text, you're gonna see that. And then the reason I say that God made the first sin is because He was actually the one that said the first lie.
Yes.
Okay, because-
That's the first thing I point of.
Yeah, because when you read, right, God said, "You shall not eat of the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden, nor shall you touch it, or you shall die." And the serpent, which by the way, he's not Satan, right? Because a lot of people say, a lot of Christians that never read the Bible, they think this is Satan. No, this is not Satan. It's just like the serpent, right? That's how it's being talked about. It's just the serpent. But the serpent said to the woman, "You will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." Which is precisely what happened, right? Because as soon as they ate from the tree, first of all, they didn't die, right? None of them died. They were still alive. And their eyes were open. They were like, holy moly, it's like, now we understand things. Now we understand, oh my God, it's like we're naked. And we understand that this thing is not good, right? It's like the fact that we are naked is not okay, right? So it's like they had an instant understanding of whatever morality they had back then, right? And before that, it's like they clearly didn't. So I don't even understand why God had to punish them for this. And not only that, he lies by omission too, because he says, if you touch it, you shall die. He didn't say, if you touch it, I shall punish you. He didn't say, well, if
Doesn't
you
even
touch
specify
it, there's
it's
gonna
like
be
the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die, like the very day.
Yeah. I mean, again, it depends on the translation that
Right.
you're having. I'm using the New Revised Standard Version, and in this one it just says, "Or you shall die." But again, it's like it doesn't specify anything else, right? Imagine if I tell you, well, if you touch that thing, I'm going to fine you $10, and then you touch it, and then, well, now I need to cut your hand. It's like, wait, what? It's like you just said, it's like, yeah, it's $10 and the hand. It's like, yeah, but you didn't say anything about the hand and cutting it. It's like, what's up with that, right? And as soon as
And when you have kids, I'm going to take their hands.
yeah, obviously, right? It's like, yeah, it's not, and it's just you, right? It's like, I'm gonna punish you like this, and also like all your descendants. And by the way, not just your descendants. I'm going to punish every living being on the planet because of this. Because one of the things that happened as a consequence
That's
of
true.
them eating the fruits were natural disasters, right? They're like a direct consequence. And those natural disasters affect every living being, right? And again, the question is, how is that just? How is that fair? And what did Jesus have to do with anything, right? Because technically, they say the Messiah is going to come to forgive us from the original sin. So doesn't that mean that we should also not have the punishment anymore? Why are there still
Yeah, that's
natural
what I think.
disasters? Why are people still dying? Right? Because apparently they
Yeah,
said, you wouldn't die in the Garden of Eden. So
I
it
had a
doesn't
little
make
side
sense.
thought from what you said, because yeah, is it immoral to walk around naked, right? And if morals are written on our heart, why did Adam and Eve not know that was bad until after eating from the fruit?
Well, that's a good question for God. Because apparently God is very contradictory when it comes to specifying exactly what he did in the universe that he created. He doesn't really have an idea, right? Of what happens there. So I don't know. I couldn't give you an answer because I think, it's a good question that nobody could give you an answer to. Because I don't know what it means. It's like, did we just all get? And by the way, it's like them eating from the tree also gave everybody else after them, all their descendants, like the understanding of good and evil. I don't know. It's like,
Yeah,
was it
what
only
weight was it
after
written
that?
on our hearts? It
Oh, I
seems to
mean,
be come from
maybe.
a tree.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's weird. Maybe God actually just decided after they ate, he decided to, actually, instead of a tree in the middle of a garden, I'm just gonna put it on their hearts, which is also kind of defeating the purpose at that point. Why is he allowing every descendant to understand the difference between good and evil, like they had eaten from the tree? Again, it makes no sense. I feel like this whole first sin and the punishment of the sin, which is absolutely atrocious, makes no sense and is actually extremely immoral. And yeah, I don't know what to tell you else other than that. Also, Jesus, I don't know. I don't see exactly how Jesus is actually fixing any of this because, one of the things that Christians constantly tell me is that Jesus came to forgive our sins. But which sins is he forgiving us from? Because I don't understand what sins is he forgiving. Is he forgiving the first sin? Imagine you're having somebody in prison, right? And then you say, you know what, we're gonna We're gonna
Punish
forgive your
this guy and let
sentence.
you out.
We're gonna forgive your sentence, right? We're gonna say, you know what? It's like you're not guilty anymore, right? It's like it's forgiven. Whatever you did is forgiven, but you're still staying in prison. It's like, how is that a thing? It's like you didn't forgive anything at that point, right? So it makes absolutely zero sense. But I was expecting more Christians to actually try to debate this with us. But maybe they're busy doing something else. Who knows? Who knows? They don't want to read the Bible with us, man. Where are Christians like this, Christian? What's happening with them? I barely catch Christians talking about this anymore. I don't know what's up with them.
I blame you. I think they're scared of you.
Dude, why? I didn't do anything to anybody. And
Denial
I'm actually
of
like
good
so
questions.
much calmer, It's like on this show than like.
Yeah, no, you've been chill, right? I want
any-
people to come up.
Yeah,
I usually tell people too, like, yo, like, come, you gotta come have this conversation with us on Wednesday,
Yeah.
and then they get busy, I think. But
Yeah, I mean, I'm
basically,
always posting like the link to this, and I would really wanted to have this conversation with people because
we gotta raise some funds so we can start giving out tacos or something.
Well, I mean, if we give tacos in the same way that Saint Preacher is giving up tacos by not giving out tacos,
We don't need much funds.
then I can give anybody as many tacos as they want. It's not a problem. I don't really mind giving up tacos that I will never give out. But yeah. Also, it's like I'm.
Okay, I got
I'm
another
so
question
tired.
about the original sin thing.
Yep.
Because,
Yeah,
like,
go ahead.
okay, so it's kind of showing that they don't have an idea of right or wrong before eating from the fruit of it. Now think about this. Would you want a person that doesn't know right from wrong or a person that does know right from wrong? Like who do you think's going to be making better moral decisions?
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly
Right,
why
like
God made
something
them
that's
without
super
knowing.
common.
Yeah, sorry.
Like something that's super common when you talk about the problem of evil. Like I think the most common theodicy that people will give is the free will defense, right? Saying that like, oh, actually, like what the only thing that God wants more than to create than his creation is for his creation to have free will and to freely choose God, right? So that is another question too. It's like, okay, I don't know what right and wrong is, and then God tells me not to do something. Am I to just, as they like to say, mindlessly follow him like a robot or an automaton? Like, yeah, how is God supposed to have this kind of rich, valuable relationship with his creation in the garden, right? Or did he just make them to be robots and then kind of just like messed up and programmed them wrong? And then like the Roomba started like eating the rug or something, right? Like, is that what original sin is like?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
Also, this is also like a very weird thing, especially when it comes to the problem of evil, because you are absolutely right. Like one of the biggest defenses, that Christians actually have is exactly this. They're saying it's like, well, I mean, you have to be free to choose good, to choose evil. But if you don't know what good and evil are, how can you choose anything? Right? So it's like did God interfere in the free will of Adam and Eve by not giving them this very valuable information? Because I kind of think he did, right? There's also like there's no telling in before the first sin and before Genesis 3, there's nowhere mentioned that God was actually teaching them anything, right? God wasn't like a parent to them, teaching them, well, you should do this, you shouldn't do that, like teaching them this morality, right? It's like apparently they're the only way you could actually get that is just by munching on some fruit in the garden. There was no other way.
Yeah, God put it in a place. And then he said you not to eat it. When it's like, well, I think this is beneficial to know good and bad. I don't think I'm going to be making good choices without that. But this free will defense, man, I really find the free will defense, when you really think about it, is horribly lacking. Often does not actually address the problem at all. I could
Yeah,
put,
I mean, it doesn't.
they conflate freedom and free will. Yeah.
Well,
Like,
yes.
I could put a person in freedom or in prison, and they don't lose free will.
Dude,
Somebody-
Socrates' landline makes me giggle every time, by the way.
Oh, you still have a landline. Oh,
Sorry
my
about
God.
I
No,
don't
dude,
have
it's
a
hilarious. I
phone.
love it.
Yes,
love
it's
it.
like I haven't had a landline for like a very long time. But yeah, I don't know. It's very weird the way God actually decided to have all these things. And also, like, imagine it's like there's a fruit that teaches you good and evil. It's like, what type of magic is that? You know, it's like, and why was that like the preferred way of handling some piece of knowledge? It's very weird.
Well, as
and
It
Catholic,
wasn't the preferred
we look
way.
at it as we look at Genesis as mythopoetic. So we don't take it literally. You're not.
so, what do you
supposed to take
think
it
about the
literally,
first
like
sin, the original sin?
talking and. Oh yeah, we do have an original sin.
So
we
it's
are
not
flawed as
poetic.
humans. That is our nature.
Yeah, but it's
That's
not
not
poetic,
poetic.
right? Yeah.
That's
So
not poetic.
that's why we're talking
That's not
about,
mythology.
right?
Yeah.
Because if you want to have Jesus,
Yeah.
Jesus is very important for the salvation, right? But if Jesus is important for salvation, you need to be saved from something, and that something is the original sin. So, what is the original sin?
Yeah, and it's
Since
not
you're a
a
Catholic,
different
what do you
argument.
understand of
Well,
it?
Let's let him give it a sec, Daniel. What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, original sin is just, you could say it's Adam and Eve, right? I think that's where it comes from. That's where it stems from. But it's no different of an argument as black people saying that white people today should pay reparations for the sins of the father. No difference.
Well, I don't
So,
think there's.
do you think that Adam and Eve do, in a way, owe us reparations? Is that what you're saying?
We were paid those reparations through the sacrifice of Christ.
But what was the original sin?
Do you?
The original sin was, literally, you could say it's Adam and Eve, deciding I'm going to go my own way, split from God, and, leave the garden. But in a more pragmatic sense, it would be the fact that as humans, we are born flawed. We commit sin. Even if we try to be Christians, most of us still commit sin. That's just our flaw, our nature. That would be original sin, our nature as humans.
Okay, but God made the nature of humans, right?
Yes, but he also gave us free will so that we can rise above our own nature. We're not.
Yeah, but our
apes.
nature is sinful.
Yeah. Which
so
is why
we
we
can-
teach our kids,
Yeah, no, I
be
get it.
animals,
But
right?
when you're saying we have a sinful nature, it means that we cannot not sin, right? So it's like we are going to sin. Regardless of what we do, we are going to sin because that's the nature, right? And that's a big flaw.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not our making, right?
It's
like
not, it's
humans.
because that is
Yeah,
that is
just a second, because I'm
prerequisite
trying to get to a
free will.
point. I'm trying to get to a point. So it's like
Go ahead.
humans we did not make our own nature, right? It's God that made the nature. He made us incapable of not sinning. And after he made
Not
us incapable of
not
not
sinning. There are
sinning,
people who are-
he punished us.
No, there are people who, if you really wanted to live a life free of sin, you probably could. I mean, it's probably 1 in 8 billion people. But that's the story of Mary, the mother of Christ. She was sinless, and therefore she was chosen as the mother of God's son on this earth.
Well, I mean, we don't know that,
So it's not
but
impossible.
that's besides the point.
Well, according to Catholic and Orthodox doctrine, that's
Yeah, that's the
way we
doctrine. That's
see
not
it.
in the Bible.
Well, I mean, look, I'm fine
No,
with the
the
discussing
Bible
doctrine too, but like, I guess like I thought that the common thought was that like only Jesus could live a perfect. I didn't know that Mary also lived like a perfect life like that. So it like is
She
it
lived a-
because I
yeah,
thought it was like
that's
the
why she did.
reason. Because I thought that there really was some like inherent nature that I have, which is the reason why I live a sinful life, and I have no really like I might have free choice, but like I'm not Jesus, so I'm I'm prone to sinning in my life, right? But you're saying like it
Prone,
really is a skill issue. Like I really could just not sin. It's just Krishan like kind of he just fucks up every day and sins.
Yeah, in a perfect world, nobody would sin, right? But we're prone to sin.
Well, was the Garden of Eden perfect?
It's yeah. At that point, yeah, Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden was perfect. All the animals in the Garden of Eden wouldn't even eat each other. If there was a tiger in the Garden of
Okay.
Eden, he would eat the other animals.
Right. But because you just told me that if the world was perfect, no one would sin, right?
Uh-huh.
So I think that you have to either pick, like, was the Garden of Eden perfect or was there sin?
It was perfect, but he gave us free will, so you can't have both. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you have
So it
free
wasn't
will, then
perfect.
you're
Right. But you just told me that the only that I could live a sinless life if I lived in a perfect world.
not in a perfect world. You can live it right now in an imperfect world if you wanted to.
Alright.
It would come to a lot of sacrifice. Sure, it would be very hard, but you can do it.
Maybe to try and pull on a different thread, right? When you're saying that you view these stories, Genesis, not as literal, right? But as you said, what was it, mytho-historical? What was it that you said? Mythopoetic, right?
As in,
Okay,
like,
so-
God created the universe in 7 days. Like, that's, it
Right, it doesn't have to be seven literal
actual
days. Sure, we're talking about like 7
A
periods of
snake
time and
Exactly.
so my question is then, like, even if I was to read this story of original sin in a poetic way, what is the lesson that I'm supposed to learn, right? That, like, one of my ancestors did something that God didn't want to, and now I'm punished for it? What is the message there?
No, you're not punished for it. The message is
I'm worse off for it, right?
Of free will. I mean, if God wanted to, as we see God, right, which is this omniscient, all-powerful creator, if he wanted to, he could have made us robots who don't sin, right? Do we both agree on that?
Sure.
I don't.
But
Just
if he did
for-
that to us, if he made us people who don't sin because we are programmed not to sin, then we wouldn't have free will.
But we are programmed to
So
sin.
I
That's
like
the
to
thing.
do-
So he still does
No,
that,
We
right?
are not programmed to sin. No. We
you
are not
said it from the
programmed.
We're
beginning.
programmed with the
We're not
capability to sin, right?
Yeah, but you said we have a
We have
sinful
the-
Which I'm
nature.
fine with.
So a sinful nature,
He's
by
simply
definition,
giving us-
means you cannot not sin, right? You are going to sin.
I don't think that's what that means,
Not
Daniel.
if you start-
It means that
no.
I have a capability to sin.
Exactly.
It maybe even a propensity to sin, right? Maybe I like to sin, but I could still choose not to, I think is the view.
Yeah, the world usually tempts us to sin. It's very hard not to be tempted by sin. So yeah, we
Well,
are prone
that
to
is
sin.
true in a sense. It's like, and I understand it, but that's not exactly what I understand from, like, when it comes to sinful nature, right? Because it says that, well, you can't really do it, right? And it's like, if you're gonna say, well, like, everybody sinned in their lives except Mary, right? And Jesus, but Jesus was also God, so we're not gonna count him because he wasn't like human. He was God, basically. So it's
No,
only
he was
like
God.
one human out of like billions upon billions of humans that lived on this
No,
planet.
there are probably other humans who haven't sinned. I
Well,
mean,
cool,
they're
but
very-
for example, is there any sin in? No, I get it.
Of humans.
I get it. Is there any
Yeah.
sin in heaven?
No,
No. Is there free will in heaven?
no,
There's no free will in heaven.
No?
no.
Oh, so we're just robots in heaven. So apparently God doesn't have any issue in making everybody a robot. It's just that you need to die in order to become
He
a robot.
wants you to prove that you're capable of getting to heaven. Hell
So
is
you-
not.
And then
fire-
Wait a
turns into a
second, because
robot
this doesn't
anyways?
make any sense. It's like, so you're telling us that he gives us free will, and if with this free will we demonstrate that we are worthy, he's going to take it away from us in heaven.
Yes.
How does that make any sense?
I'm going to be honest. I've never heard this theology before, Vesper.
Yes,
Could you
never.
expand on this a
Look,
little
if
bit?
you don't, yeah, I mean that's what it comes down to, really. I mean, if you're willing to live a life, or at least a life, even if you do sin, but you regret your sins and you're trying every day your hardest not to sin, right? And you repent for all your sins, then hopefully at some point you do make it to heaven. Now, if you decide the opposite, I'm going to be a Satanist, I'm going to hate God, I reject God altogether, that is hell. You're going to live hell, maybe not on earth, although I think so, because usually people who don't follow Christian doctrine tend to have worse lives. Or you're going to end up, hell is not Dante's Inferno. Hell, as we are told, is just simply the absence of God, which is what most atheists and
Well,
people
it's the
who
gnashing
are,
of teeth. So if we're gonna go biblical,
Yeah.
it's not the absence of God. This is something that you're getting from like C.S. Lewis, other writers, not from the Bible. If we're gonna get it from the Bible, it's not that. So I want to kind of like
Well,
stay
for what it's
biblical.
worth, he's Catholic, right? So he's going to pull a lot from the church too.
Yeah, I know. But again,
I
that's
can pull it
tradition.
from the Bible,
I
too.
don't really care about the tradition.
Maybe
right?
it's not there. Well, it's up to you. At the end of the day, like you don't have to.
Well,
Hell,
but
I
it's
don't
not
know
up
what
to
hell
me.
is. Whether you're being,
No,
whether
but it's
you're
not up to
suffering
me.
in hell or not. I'm not sure. It's simply all that it is. You're suffering. Well, we say that it's suffering, but I don't know. You might not suffer if you really cling on to that idea. Like you really reject God. You choose to exist without God. Then that's what God's going to grant you. You're going to be in the absence of God, and that's what we call hell. It's
Yeah, but
not
again,
some
it's like
fire
that's
and-
not what like. First of all, that's not what the Bible says that hell is, and it's not most
What does
people's
the Bible
understanding
say hell
of hell is. Well, is the gnashing
What
of teeth,
does the
right?
Bible
And
say
it's
hell
like
is?
it talks about like the fires of hell, right? So it's like it's not just like the absence of something, because the absence of something is not punishment, right? Like for example,
Well, why
right
would
now.
you be gnashing your teeth?
No, let me explain to you first,
feeling
right? So you
some
can
kind of pride?
let me explain to you
Go ahead.
first so you can understand it, right? So for example, I'm an atheist. I don't believe God exists because there's no evidence that there's a God that created anything, that does anything, right? For me, God is just fiction,
Well, if
right?
you were
It's just
honest, you would be agnostic.
no. Again,
No,
it's
if you
like
were
for me,
honest with yourself,
I'm also
you would be
agnostic. I
agnostic,
see
because
myself as
yourself-
an agnostic atheist, right? So, but right now
I
I'm
don't know
talking
what
about
the word
belief,
means,
right? I
because
don't believe a God
it's not
exists.
contradictory.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Okay. Not being an agnostic atheist is contradictory.
How exactly is it
Look,
Right,
contradictory?
the purpose, the only reason we give ourselves these kinds of labels and label our views is to try and better communicate to each other in a shorthand what our views are, right? So as long as we understand what the views are, the labels don't matter, right? Like
So what does
whether
an
or not
agnostic atheist mean? You know,
Well, because there's two different
Daniel
questions.
just explained
Vesper.
his view in its
Yeah.
totality to you. He just
You're
explained the whole
agnostic or
thing.
you're atheist?
I'm gonna tell
No,
you
you're
exactly
Okay,
what
well
it
that's
is.
fine,
Vesper.
right? But Daniel very clearly explained his view to you. So to just argue over the labels is pointless,
He did
right?
not. He said he doesn't believe in God. Therefore,
Yes, exactly.
he's atheist.
Because that's
Then
an
therefore you're
atheist.
atheist.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
atheism is the answer to the question: do you believe in a God or gods? If the answer is no, you're a theist. If the answer is no, you don't believe, you're an atheist. That's how I see it.
And if the
That's how
answer
I'm
is I
explaining to you.
don't know, then you're agnostic. Then you're agnostic. Yeah.
No. That I don't know is an answer, is a question of knowledge. So if the question is, do you know if a God exists? If the answer is yes, I know, you're agnostic. And if the answer is no, I don't know, then you're an agnostic, right?
No,
Look,
Those are different
but hang on,
questions.
I really don't want to
Yes,
have a
I know,
discussion
it's
over
easy.
the semantics of labels here, right?
Yeah,
If you
same.
want
But
to
it's very
know
easy,
what
it's very
Daniel's,
easy.
hey, stop,
Get it wrong.
please.
Hold on,
No,
Prashant,
Vesper,
Prashant,
please.
Prashant, hold on.
Vesper, this is my show. Please, this is our show. You're going to defer to us, man. Look, if you want to know what
Well,
Daniel's view
actually,
is,
well,
we
I
can
just leave the
we
chat.
can. If what we want to do
Well,
is
he just
understand
left
Daniel's
you.
view, we can ask Daniel what his view is, and then we can understand it, right? I don't see the point in asking Daniel what his view is and then telling him, oh, you must use this label for your
Yeah.
view, right? That's pointless, right? Like if we want to
Yes.
have some like deep semantics argument, we can do that, right? But it's going to involve like a lot of like empirical questions about like usages of words. We're going to have to look at like philosophical literature to find like academic definitions of usages. We're gonna have to do stuff like that, right? But to just like this stuff really pisses me off because it just throws a giant wrench into the conversation instead of trying to us be able to progress and discuss more about original sin. Now we just have to sit here and argue about whether Daniel is or is not an atheist when we've all really clearly heard him spell out what exactly his view is. There's no question as to what Daniel thinks or not. What is the point of arguing over the label?
Because it's easier to argue over labels than to argue the substance of what he was saying. Because like what he was saying like makes no sense even from like a Catholic perspective. Like when you're going to say that you don't have free will in heaven, which by the way goes against the
That's a
Catholic
hot
Church's
take.
teachings. No, it literally goes against the Catholic Church's teachings, right? So you're literally, according to the Catholic Church, you're a heretic if you're saying that, right? Because that's part of the core of the Catholic teachings. So I don't know how he can say he's a Catholic and then just go against the Catholic dogma. It's so weird. And also, like, why would God care so much about free will if he's so willing to take away free will in heaven? What is the
That's
point?
part
in that case?
I've found that super bizarre as well, right? Like, we have to set up this long, convoluted scenario. Like, we have to put this tree in the garden and make it so that there's a serpent there to tempt you. And then, you know, I'm going to come, the second persons of my Trinity will be incarnated from a perfect woman in Bethlehem, such that I can be crucified and die in the most humiliating way possible to avenge your sins. Also, that we can just yank your free will away. Like,
Yes.
it made no sense to me, right? I'd be really curious to like expand upon that. And that's why, like, I didn't want to be rude to Vesper. I was just trying to guide us back to the substantive conversation. And I was happy to try and give him the floor and have him expand upon it. But like, just that the conversation over agnostic versus atheism is just like, is a completely pointless argument to me. Like, and look, like I that's the way that you use agnostic and atheist. That's not the way that I use those words, right? But I can still perfectly understand you when you spell it out. And then I can like fully oh, that's what Daniel means when he uses those words. There's no question. I don't need to argue with you about it. No problem. Moving on.
And it's fine, and you can give me, look, this is how I use it, right? And it's like, it's fine. It's like we don't have to agree necessarily, but as long as we know exactly what the other one means when he's using a word, that's fine. You know, that's the only thing we can. And again, dude, I don't even care that much. Like this freaking label is like, yeah, I'm an atheist. Like, I don't believe in God. Period. It's like we don't even need to go that much further, right? Yeah, he just tried to kind of like obfuscate and just run away because it's easier, right? I mean, his take on like God doesn't allow anybody free will in heaven. That's a very hot take because it kind of like derails his whole free will defense of the original sin. Right? Because if you're going to say, well, actually, God allowed us free will, but God doesn't really care about free will, right? He doesn't care about it, because if he would care about it, if free will was this like very, very important thing for him, like he wouldn't just take it away, right? It's like, imagine, it's like if that's one of the most important things for God, that we have free will, why would he take it away from the best of us, right? According to him, right? So literally, the way he rewards the best people that use their free will in the best way possible is to take it away, and they literally just become robots. So apparently, God doesn't have a problem with humans actually being robots. It's just that, you know, he doesn't want us robots on Earth. Apparently, he only wants us robots in heaven, or whatever the hell he sends us, which is extremely weird.
But why does not having the tree there take away free will? Like, I don't understand how them not eating the fruit or something would have turned them into robots.
I don't know.
Here's the analogy that we were going with yesterday was like, you know, imagine that, you know, I'm inviting you, Smoker Cheese, to come stay at my house for the night or for the week or whatever, right? And it's like, hey, here's your room, right? You can do whatever you want in there. There's a mini fridge in there. I put chocolate ice cream in there. You can eat that. I also put vanilla ice cream in there. And if you eat that, I'm going to hate you forever. You're never welcome back here. Your whole family is cursed, right? Why did I put that there? Why did I put that there? Am I like? I'm trying to like test you to see if you're like a good house guest or something. Like the situation just makes no sense. Like it doesn't have to be. And like here's another weird scenario, right? It's like, oh, instead of me putting vanilla ice cream there and saying, hey, don't eat the vanilla ice cream, I put cyanide ice cream in there and I say, hey, please don't eat the cyanide ice cream, right? I
Yeah.
kind of seem like a psychopath, don't I? If I'm trying to test you to see if you're a good person or something by putting this like horrifically dangerous substance in your room.
Yeah.
Cyanide ice cream?
But
That's
now,
the best
but
ice
now
cream.
add in that you know I'm gonna eat
Tastes
it
like almonds.
anyway, and you're gonna hire a con artist to try to get me to eat the cyanide ice cream. So does that make it better or worse? It's way worse.
Yeah,
But
I
I
mean,
still don't
again, it doesn't
understand.
make sense.
Like,
It
if you
doesn't
don't
make
do
sense.
that, do I lose free will? I hate this free will defense.
No,
No,
because when you
but
really
look,
think about it, it hardly defends
Socrates,
anything.
you wouldn't lose the free will because apparently, according to Christians, the reason they ate from the tree is because they had free will, but they also had free will after they ate from the tree, right? So it's not like it stopped or they suddenly had free will, right? The only place, according to Vesper at least, the only place where you stop having free will is heaven. Technically, I
wonder if we
I
have
didn't
free
get
will
to
in
ask
hell.
him. I didn't get to ask him, but that was like the other question. Is like, do people in hell have free will? Because
Yeah.
I'm assuming they do, right? It's like I'm assuming like those
But that's
people
the better
still have the
place,
free
isn't
will.
it?
Well, I mean, if it's just what he
Depends how you're being
says,
treated.
that hell is being
Like,
away from God.
By
good.
God's lights,
For
it
me,
would
it
have to be
wouldn't
the
change
better
anything.
place.
Because that's where I wanted to go, right? When I said that I'm an atheist and I wanted to move forward, right? Before he kind of tried to derail the whole thing. And I was trying to say, like, for me, it's like I live in a world where I don't see God anywhere, right? It's like, for me, God doesn't exist. It's like, whatever. It's like my life is the same. So if according to him, hell is just being away from God, for me, things wouldn't change a bit, right? Because I would still be living. Let's say I die and I'm like in another place or whatever you call it. I mean, in a place called hell, right? That is just like Earth, but also I see all the other people that are in hell at that point. That's it, right? It's just like the Earth, but different. I'm just not like made from flesh or whatever. I'm just a spirit. So nothing really changes, right? For most people, nothing really changes. And I would be there with all like the best people in the world, right? And probably some really bad people. But if you're going to heaven, boom, are you still you anymore? If I don't have the free will, am I still me? If I'm just an automaton, am I still me? Because I don't think it's still you, right? I feel like that's
don't think so
really
either.
true death, right? In that case, like literally, heaven just means you're dying. You're just no
wait, I have a
more.
question. Was Vesper saying that in heaven you don't have free will? A way to make the fact
Yes.
that like heaven is perfect and
Yes.
everything makes sense? Because if you had free will in heaven, there'd be sin.
Yes, because that's why I asked him if there's sin in
I
heaven,
don't know.
and he said no. And then I asked him, so is there free will in heaven? And the thing is like if you say yes, and we still have the sin nature, it's impossible to. I mean, unless God intervenes, some people would sin, right? Because that's how sin nature works. Okay, so
If
it's
there was
either God
will-
takes away the sin nature from us, which is again interfering in the free will, or he just takes away the free will completely.
And then
And he
if,
just said, no
if
free
there
will.
was free will in heaven and it was this perfect place, why couldn't it have been similar to Earth? Why is there why is it a
Exactly.
necessary thing to have free will in sin?
Exactly. Because that's the problem, right? The problem is that it's like as soon as you're starting with these arguments about how, people have this sinful nature, and you're talking about the original sin, and you're talking about free will, that's the problem. The problem is that in the books that they say, they're from God, and they describe like places like heaven and hell, right? Especially if you're talking about heaven, you're gonna have these questions come up. It's been this way for a very long time. It's not that Christians never heard about these things. Of course they have, right? It's just that all Christians are going to try at some point or another to kind of make sense of it, right? And one of the ways in which you can make sense of it is to say there's no free will in heaven, right? But the moment you say there's no free will in heaven, yes, you're fixing the problem of why is there no sin in heaven. But you're creating another problem. Wait a second. It's like, so God doesn't care about free will. So that's not an important thing to God. He doesn't care, because if he would care, if free will was such an important thing to God, he wouldn't take it away. You would still have free will. But apparently you don't. So no matter how you look at it, it doesn't make any sense, right? If you take it as being a real thing, if you take it that God is a real thing, if you take it that free will is a real thing, if you take it that original sin is a real thing, if you take it that there's such a thing as sin in general, right? Yes, you're going to have these issues. If you're just looking at the Bible and all this as just being like, a type of fiction, a type of mythology, then yeah, you're not going to have that problem anymore.
Here's another angle it doesn't make any sense from, right? It's from like maybe switching from the free will theodicy to the soul building theodicy, right? The idea that like the reason we go through all these hardships and stuff is so that we can enrich our souls or something, such that we can have like a more rich relationship with God in the afterlife. Well,
is God like
why is that even important, right? Like, I think the reason that we want to have a richer soul is so that like we could somehow like make better decisions, more interesting decisions, right? Like, I feel like if my soul is enriched by all of these hardships, and then you take away my free will and I become an automaton, I don't see what my enrichment is doing anymore, right?
Also, that's
because like if I'm just to be an automaton with God forever, it seems like he could have just created me in that exact way, right? Like maybe I can buy the soul building process as a way to like train my free will or something. But when
God could have
the free will is
bypassed
taken
the whole
away,
problem.
that just becomes useless.
What did you want to say, Sam?
It almost makes God sound like the witch from Hansel and Gretel. Like, what do you mean enriching my soul? Is he gonna eat me?
Well, I mean,
no,
maybe.
It's like the idea is like you instead of hanging out with like children who are immature, that you would hang out with people who have gone through experiences in life such that like they have matured in some way, right?
Okay.
Enriching the experience of being with them in the afterlife.
Well, I mean, because this is one of the
It's
things,
like
right?
living with hanging out with some pampered rich guy who's never been through any hardship, right? Like it's like hard to like relate to them or something.
Wouldn't God think of all of us as kids, like mentally?
Well, obviously.
Well, look, I'm just giving you the theodicy. That's the idea.
Yes, that's what a lot of Christians believe, right? It's like they believe that for example, because this is the thing, right? It's like when you're asking people, oh, why do all these bad things happen, right? Because this is the problem of evil. Why do all these bad things happen? And they're telling you, well, it's like they're happening so God is testing you, and God is putting all these things so you can grow, right? So you can become better, right? It's like your child dies of cancer at the age of 2. That's obviously something that God gave you in order for you to become a better person. But if God also takes away your free will once you're in heaven, after you became a good person, then all that crap is just out the window. It's like, why did you need that?
Right. Like, how does
why
that
did he
goodness
have to
express
do that?
itself now without your free will?
Yeah, but it doesn't. That's the answer. It's like literally it doesn't. Because now it's like there was no point. Like literally God did that to you for absolutely no reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
I think it's just like under this view, at the end of the day, no matter how we chalk it up, God values robots. That's what he wants at the end of the day, is a really specific type of robot in the afterlife.
That's why we work on this.
I mean, to be very honest, it's like we are also kind of wanting robots as human beings, right? So since God is just like a human invention, obviously God wants exactly what we want. We also want robots. We also want, like a robot that does things for us. So
He
we
just
don't
wants
have to do
faster
those
Amazon
things.
deliveries and cheaper groceries.
Exactly, right? And maybe like God is just a sadist, right? He just wants to see his little ants just like suffer, and that's why he doesn't care, right? So he just made up this thing as like original sin. And also, like, if you take it as like mytho-poetic stuff, it's like, how does it make sense? It's like, what is, because I didn't get this from him either. It's like, what was the original sin? Because this is not saying it's like it's just sin. No, it's the original sin, right? So there obviously was one sin that was the beginning of it all, right? It's kind of like what started the avalanche, sort of.
So if I'm to Steelman this, I don't think his view is that there was this literal one sin that happened that was the first domino in the line of sins, right? His view is that that this story is mythopoetically explaining the sinful nature of man using this kind of like creation myth, right? It's a creation myth of sin. So it didn't have to be that like Eve literally ate the literal apple in the literal tree and blah 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 blah. But just that like the story is just supposed to impart to us the moral lessons associated with having original sin. Right? Which I still think is a horrific view. And I would have loved to unpack that with him more.
Yeah. I mean,
but I think that's more the type of view he was going with.
Probably, because it's easy to just go into this, philosophy place, where you're not really talking about actual things, you're just talking about concepts. So if you're just going to talk about concepts, then cool. I don't think there's.
I mean, for what it's worth, I think that's like the more sophisticated theology. Like, I think that if you were to try and defend the view that there is like a literal tree in literal Eden on literal Earth, and a lady grew from a rib, talked to a talking snake, like all this shit is fucking crazy, right? Like, I think that the philosophical view of just like looking at the moral lessons, like that's probably the more sophisticated theology for me. But,
true, but that's
away free
kind
will
of like
weird.
taking away from Jesus too, right? Because one of the things about the Messiah, and by the way, I still don't think Jesus was the Messiah, because he fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies. Okay, but the Messiah is like one of the things that he's supposed to do is exactly this, right? To like kind of take away from your sins, right? Is to pay for your sins or whatever, according to Christians at least. So what is he going to pay for if there was no original sin? What exactly sins is he going to pay for if there's no such thing as original sin? Because I don't see it. I don't get it.
That definitely is the other side of the coin that we really haven't gotten too much yet, right? But our first episode, right, about religion being fairy tales, right? There's a specific type of fairy tale called it was like a collection called the Just So stories, right? Can't remember who wrote them.
Oh, I don't know it.
But it was about just like stories about like how. Are you familiar with them?
No, I'm not. First time I'm hearing about it.
They're great, right? It's about like why the anteater has a long nose, right? It's not about evolution. It's about like some little anecdote that happens, and his nose got caught in something and it got stretched out, right? And that's why they got long noses, right? And the idea is that like a Just So story is like a story that's crafted to fit the data, right? We see an animal with a long nose, so we craft a story, and the end of the story says that he has a long nose, right? And that's how I've always felt about salvation, right? When people explain to me, it's like, yes, you have this sinful nature, but lucky for us that God, in his infinite wisdom and mercy, came down in human form and limited himself and died in the most humiliating way possible, such that he opened the door for our salvation to be had if we ask for it, and are respectful or whatever. And that's how it works. And it's like, okay, I mean, I guess the anteater's got a long nose, right? Like it's a Just So story to me. This is something that was
God-
crafted to fit the data. Like we needed a story
Yeah.
where the ending is, and there, and now you get to go to heaven, right? And that's what
That's a good
salvation
point.
does. There's no
a good
actual
point,
like
'cause I-
principled reason why anything there works the way it does.
That's a good point because I never understood why the sacrifice of Jesus meant anything whatsoever, other than like making you like think.
Well, there's more than one way. Because literally is look, if you're going into the Old Testament, you're gonna see like in the Old Testament places where God is forgiving sins. So you don't need Jesus to forgive sins. Like sins were forgiven way before that. God tells you exactly what you have to do in order for your sins to be forgiven.
I
So-
meant more in the sense. I meant more in the sense of what Cristiano was talking about. It was like, why does killing someone forgive the sins of like what does that have to do with forgiveness?
Well, it has nothing to do with forgiveness. I feel like it's just God created a
Yeah.
problem and the solution for the problem He created, which
Yeah,
is
exactly
like
what
nothing.
Sean said. It's
'cause-
just a just for it.
Yeah, we have a problem, right? The first man and the first woman ate an apple from a tree in paradise. Therefore, the solution is that we must torture a man to death in Bronze Age Palestine. It's like, wait,
that is the solution. That is the obvious solution.
Well, I mean, he's going to die, but he's not going to die, technically, right? He's gonna die and he's gonna resurrect 3 days later. Well, actually, it's more like a day and a half later, right? So, like, nothing makes sense if you read the book and if you read what's written there, like, nothing makes sense. It's just like all like mumbo jumbo, basically. And also, like, why did God have to send Himself to do that? And how is that a punishment? Because if it was like a real human being dying, at least that person's dying, So, but if it's God, it's like God knew He was not gonna die, right? God knew because He's God. It's like He knew before He did it. It's like He, doesn't matter for Him. We don't even know if He suffered, right? Maybe God has a way to not make Himself suffer. So it's just kind of BS. And because
I
you
just
can
think it's weird
also.
how-
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think it's weird how like like modern day humans, we look at like sort of like pagan rituals as like gross and barbaric, human sacrifice gross. But like Jesus Christ doing it, that makes sense to us for some reason. For some reason
that's the most
Like, on the
beautiful
cross-
story ever told.
yeah,
Yes.
that just makes
Yeah.
sense and is beautiful for some reason. Like that makes tears come out of our eyes thinking about Jesus sacrificing himself. But it's like, what is like the math behind that? What's like, 1 + 1 = 2. How come human sacrifice equals forgiveness for anything? Like how come there's like a
Wait
potency to
until you
human
hear
sacrifice at
about
all?
the
Yeah.
transubstantiation, because especially for Catholics, right? Because they believe in this, but also like the Christian Orthodox also believe in the same thing, right? When you're eating the wafer and you're drinking the wine, their belief is that when those things transform themselves into the actual flesh, the actual blood of Jesus, right? So literally every Sunday they're committing cannibalism, right? They're eating real human
Cannibalism,
flesh,
human sacrifice ritual.
yeah, and drinking real human blood. So I don't know what to tell you. Well, I mean, God didn't really have a problem with child sacrifice. Again, if you're reading the Old Testament,
It's
you're gonna
only
see
my
that.
child you're allowed to sacrifice.
Well, I mean, some children, some children I'm not gonna sacrifice. Other children, who cares about them that much, right? Because if you're reading about Abraham and Isaac, right, and because most Christians know about that one, because when they're going to church, that's one of the main ones, right? Where they're showing, oh my God, look how great God was. He didn't sacrifice Isaac, right? He said stop. But then if you're moving forward into the Bible and you're reading about Jephthah, right? And his daughter's sacrifice, God didn't do jack shit about that one. Whenever Jephthah had to sacrifice his daughter, God was like, yeah, cool. I'm okay with that. Not a problem.
Oh yeah, when he wins a war.
Yeah. Yeah, because he said, I'm going to sacrifice the first thing that greets me after I come home. And because the thing is,
Well,
it's
yeah,
like
that's not,
the
that's
way...
not only just like accept it. Yeah, that's not only just like allowing it to happen. Like he allows evil things to happen every day. That's like accepting a human sacrifice.
Yeah, because
That's like
God
someone
loves
offers you something and you
the
say yes.
smell of burnt flesh, right? It's in the Old Testament where it says that God loves the smell of burnt flesh, which is
He does.
yeah.
Yeah,
what
there
is
is,
it? Does it-
yes.
that- I forgot what passage. I think it's like
Yeah,
that
I'm gonna
passage?
look it up. I'm gonna look it up.
I think it's like one of the OG
yeah, I know
prophets.
this. The burnt offerings, like cattle
Yeah.
and stuff like that. The animals.
Yeah, like
I mean,
sheep.
look, grilled flesh smells amazing, right? Like, who doesn't love barbecue?
Well, I mean, true, but again,
it is-
it's like you're gonna
it's
because
odd
one of
that
the
a God
things.
would design that,
sorry for
yeah.
interrupting you, Spillnuts.
No, you're
But
good.
so the thing with the smell of burnt flesh is that when Jephthah had to sacrifice his daughter, it was through burning, right? Because that was the way you would sacrifice it to God, right? That's the way you sacrifice the animals, right? And since humans are also, okay, so look, it's here. Okay, it's Leviticus 1:9. Okay, I'm going to put it in this one so you can read it. Okay, we're gonna take this one. Leviticus 1:9. So then the priest shall turn the rest into smoke on the altar as a burnt offering, an offering by fire of pleasing odor to the Lord. Right? So and there's more. There's like in Genesis 8:21, where it also says that God loved the aroma of like burnt flesh. And then the Lord smelled the pleasing odor. The Lord said in his heart, I will never again curse the ground because of humans, for the inclination of human heart is evil from youth. Nor will I ever again destroy every living creature as have I done. Right? And he also changes his mind, right, about this. And by the way, the pleasing odor is from like a burnt offering that he was receiving. But yeah. And what is it, like Leviticus 1:17?
This whole chapter is wild, by the way. This is like
it is,
like just the whole Leviticus 1. It's giving like really, really explicit step-by-step instructions for this blood sacrifice.
Yes. But
Welcome
again,
to
it's
the
like
Bible.
if you're reading these things, just like you're going to say, what kind of God is that? Why does he like
I'm gonna say this is
the
like
burnt
an awesome
offering?
God.
The because that's flesh, right? This is about the flesh of animals in this case, right? Because most of them were animals. But why is that better than killing a human necessarily, right? Because for like a being like God, we're just as the animals. There's very little difference for him, right? It's like imagine what is the difference for you between an ant and a lice? Not that much, right? They're still kind of like, yeah, it's kind of the same shit at the end of the day. So God didn't really care. Yeah.
You know, there's an interesting part of this ritual where before they, like they're arranging the animal parts as they've cut it up before they light it on fire. But they like remove the entrails and they wash them with water, right? And then they offer the rest of it as the offering and light it on fire. So I think that they just realized, like, oh man, if we take out this part, the church isn't going to be as smelly, right? After we do this offering, as long as we don't burn the guts. So let's not do that, right? The Lord does not like this odor because we don't like it.
Well, I mean, because just think about this, right? Like, I mean, it's just people learning how to do stuff, right? Like constantly learning how to do stuff, and that's why when you're going to
in that respect.
Yeah, if you're going to the New Testament, right? It's like one of the things that Jesus does in the New Testament is he chastises, the church leaders, right? And he chastises them because there was like this instance where they didn't want to stone like an unruly child, right? And Jesus comes in and says, "He's like, what are you doing? Why don't you apply the law? Because if you're not applying the law as it is written, right, that you should stone an unruly child, right, a child that doesn't listen to his mother and father, then you're just going to create more unruly children, right? Because all the other children are going to see and say, yeah, I can be that way too, right? So he chastises them for not abiding by the law. That's why Jesus says, I'm not going to change. I'm not here to change anything. I'm not here to abolish the law. I'm here to fulfill the law. And a way to fulfill the law is by listening to it and applying it whenever it was necessary. Even in the, in the place where he talks about, only the sinless should cast the stone. So the funny fact is that you could be purged of your sins, right? You could do like a burnt offering, and in the Old Testament you can actually go and look exactly what you need to have in order to do this burnt offering. And that burnt offering would actually make you sin free. And once you do that, you could actually stone the prostitute, because you'd be without sin. So whenever Christians are looking at that parable, they're not really understanding it, right? Because Jesus doesn't say you shouldn't do this. He actually says you shouldn't do this now. First, you need to do the other things, and then you can come back and stone her. No problem. Once you have no sins attached to it.
You know what's interesting is, man, I really wish. I almost don't want to keep harping on this because it's not here, right?
Yeah.
But just like what like Vesper said something earlier, where like in his theology that you actually can live a sinless life, right? And like there probably are people more than just Jesus and Mary who have lived sinless life. Like those people, in his view, would be entitled to stone people to death.
Yes, of course.
Nice.
Yes. But again, he would probably come and say, actually, we live in the new covenant, whatever that means. Because the new covenant just means we live by
I'd
the
be fine
rules
with
of
that,
Paul.
right? As long as people aren't allowed to stone people to death.
Oh yeah, no, I'm perfectly fine with that. And I, as I said it in previous episodes, it's like I would rather have those Christians than like the Christians that actually read the Bible and say, well, that's what it says in the Bible, because it is what it says in the Bible. It says that you should stone people for not keeping the Sabbath, right? Because that's a sin. And, apparently the only way to punish people in the Old Testament was just to stone them to death. They couldn't think of a better way of dealing with, people doing bad things. So I would rather have those Christians. But to be very frank with you, those Christians are actually on like shaky ground when it comes to their own text, right? Because what they have to do, they have to add to what is being said there. They have to pretend, well, this part that I don't like is more like metaphorical, and this other part that I do like is actually true, right? This is actually literal, right? And you have to say exactly what it says here. And I still haven't found a way to actually determine which part is literal in the Bible and which part is metaphorical. I've never found a way to do it.
Yes,
Like-
Rome, obviously.
Like I feel like the only way you could do it is by kind of like by book, right? Like when people say that, like, oh, there's different genres in the Bible, right? Like something like the Gospels would be would be literal, and something like the Psalms or Genesis would be metaphorical or mythological. So I'm kind of amenable to that kind of strategy, but then like you have to be consistent about it, right? Like you have to think seriously when the 10 Commandments are in the verse immediately before the slavery laws, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing.
Then
Is
you
like,
can't just be like, oh, well, those are
what do you
different,
do?
or this different genre, right? It's like, well,
Yeah.
no. They're in the same book. They're in the same freaking. They're literally page by page on my Bible, right?
Exactly.
They're on opposing
Exactly.
pages. So,
No, because it's like you have
I'm
Leviticus
amenable to that.
and you have Deuteronomy, and those are the books of the law, right? It's like that's where you have the laws. And the problem that I'm having is that I could agree with you, right? I could say, okay, cool. So when they're talking about Genesis, great. It's just like metaphors and, whatever else, right? It's not actually literal what happened. But when it comes to Deuteronomy, and they're saying, well, these laws you should follow, but these other laws you shouldn't follow anymore. And my question is like, how do you know? How do you know in the new covenant which laws you shouldn't follow anymore? Because if you're actually going to listen to what Jesus said, Jesus didn't make a distinction, right? Jesus just said, follow the law of Moses. And the law of Moses is all the laws of Moses. Yes, it does say, well, these are like some of the more important laws, but it doesn't say just follow the more important laws. It just says follow the laws. The only person that actually makes a distinction is Paul. But Paul, when he makes the distinction, he goes against what Jesus says. So why should I listen to Paul? I mean, Christians, I'll be honest, like Christians should even call themselves Christians because they're not following the what Jesus Christ said. What they're following is what Paul said, not Jesus.
I have a question for you, Daniel. Do you think that like Christians should hold to the idea of sola scriptura? Right? Because I feel like earlier Vesper was, as a Catholic, he's going to want to appeal to the church teachings and a lot of things. And like he didn't bring up the catechism and stuff like that, but other Catholics will. But you really like to look at like, hey, like this is what's in the Bible. Shouldn't we look at the Bible, right?
So the problem that I'm having with people that are not, because I know they have this word like sola scriptura, and it's like, oh, you're just looking at what the Bible says. It's like, what else should I look at? Because the problem that I'm having is that everything else that is not sola scriptura is the writings of other church fathers. But when they were writing, what was the basis of their writing? Well, it had to be the Bible, right? They were writing based on the Bible. So they were also basing everything they were saying on the Bible. And if they were not basing it on the Bible, what were they basing it on?
Right. Okay. But here's what it is, right? Is like the Bible's a collection of different texts, right? And like there's a lot of other texts that some people include in their Bible and some people don't. And like some that are just kind of like contested, right? Like maybe they were really close to being in the Bible by whatever method they use, but it didn't make the cut, right? But it's like it's close, and it can still be viewed as this like important church document. They could be looking at that kind of stuff too.
Well, true in a certain way, because if you're looking at the Bible, if you're looking at the New Testament, and this is something that a lot of Christians have no idea about. The thing with the New Testament is that they also quote a lot from the Apocrypha, right? So they quote a lot from Maccabees and Sirach and Wisdom and so on, right? And the thing is those are not canon, right? Those writings are not canon. So for me, it's also kind of weird. It's like, why are they not canon? But if you're reading from Paul, he's gonna mention these other apocryphal writings, okay, which are not part of the Bible. So it is weird. I don't know exactly what they're basing it on, right? But they have to base it on some earlier writings from other prophets. So why should I believe if they're not basing it on something that was written inspired by God? What should I do?
Also like other traditions to the religion, like not just like writings, but like maybe like ritual traditions, like oral traditions and stuff like that, or like church history.
Yeah, but again, it's like we have no way of knowing those oral traditions, right? Because for example, like even the Trinity, like early Christians did not believe in the Trinity. The Trinity is a development in early Christianity, right? And how did it happen? It's like, why did they get to this one, right? Why? Because even if you're reading the Gospels, like start to finish, right? Like from the earliest Gospel, which is the Gospel of Mark, to the latest Gospel, which is the Gospel of John, right? In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus never says, I'm God, never says that, right? But, if you go to Matthew, there's some hints, but again, he's not really saying it. But when you get to John, right? In John, Jesus is like, yeah, I'm just God, bitch. I'm just here to do the godly thing, that I'm God, that I'm doing the God thing with you. right? I'm just like so great and so godly. How did that happen? How does that Jesus square with the Jesus from Mark or Matthew or Luke? It doesn't, right? It's very different, and that's how you can understand that there were movements inside early Christianity, because people were just trying to kind of, make sense of a lot of things, just like Paul was trying to make sense of a lot of things, and he just made shit up.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why Catholicism is so big is just because they simply won through time. Because, as you said, during early Christianity, although we ended up with like a large church, there's a lot of heresies at the beginning of it, like Gnostics and stuff like that.
I mean, the Arians were like the biggest ones, right? And it's like the only reason you're calling it a heresy is because the other guys won.
Yeah, exactly.
Because imagine if the Arians would have won, right? If the Arians would have won,
Catholic heretics.
because they like what actual Catholics and Orthodox and most other denominations think would have been heresy, right? You wouldn't be able to have this thought, and that's what it is. So my question is, okay, who was right? Who was right? Because we have no idea who was right. And by the way, it's like just so we're like very, very clear, like the Arian heresy, this wasn't even like in 1st century or 2nd century. This was like 3rd century, right? So people in the 3rd century weren't even clear about like anything, right? They were still arguing like really big things in Christian theology, like big things.
Well, yeah, aren't the letters of, I think, Paul? I don't know much about early Christianity, but like the first pope was like sending letters, like being like, stop doing crazy shit. Like you guys are basically being pagans. Like the early Christianity was filled with like people like not understanding shit because they weren't as united as they are today, or even like centuries later.
Well, of course they weren't united, because you see, it's like when Paul is writing the letters, right? And he's writing to Ephesians, right? It's like, why? Because there's a church, right, in Ephesus, right? So he's writing to those people, and he's writing to Rome because there's a church in Rome, and he's writing to all these other churches, right? Because he kind of wants them to be on his side, right? He's trying to influence people and to say all these things that he believes about Jesus and about the life of Jesus and about what Christianity should be, right? He's just an early guy that is, he has an idea about what Christianity should be, and he's trying his best to kind of get as many followers as possible. That's why it's like, after the road to Damascus experience, he could have gone to Jerusalem because Peter was there. Peter was in Jerusalem. He was, the leader of the Jerusalem church. Or I think it was James, the brother of Jesus, right? I think he was the leader, right? He could have went to see Peter and James, but he didn't. He waited like 2 or 3 years before going there. And when he went there, they didn't really see eye to eye. They were kind of like disagreeing a lot, right? Because this guy came with like things that Peter and James were like, what the fuck are you saying there? It's like, what is that? We don't believe in that, right? Because he was contradicting the words of Jesus. He was contradicting the Old Testament. He just didn't know a lot of things. He just had these strong beliefs in himself, right? He was telling to one part of the population, well, you shouldn't get circumcised, right? And to the other ones was like, oh, you should get circumcised. So which is it? Should you or should you not get circumcised, for example? Because that's actually a pretty big thing when it comes to God, right? Because God told them you should get circumcised, right? There's the circumcision of the flesh and the circumcision of the heart. You need both, not just one. Yes. So it's weird, right? Because
brother.
he's just telling one side to do it and the other side to not do it. So who's going to heaven? Which ones are right about things?
Circumcise your heart.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally what it says in the Bible, I didn't make it up.
It's fucking crazy.
Yes. I mean, I don't know how you would do that. It's maybe like a triple bypass or something. I don't know. It's God does it, right? So his ways are mysterious, apparently.
It's just a beautiful message. I don't know.
Yes. I mean, the Old Testament is, I'm telling you, the Old Testament is very interesting, right?
Fucking awesome.
Because that's like my favorite topic, because there's a lot of BS in there. Especially it's like one of my favorite topics when it comes to Christianity is actually like the messianic prophecies, which Jesus fulfilled 0 of them. But apparently Christians, at least in this server, are not very willing to debate me on, despite the fact that they're always saying that I'm wrong. So make sense of that if you can. And you already saw the one with the donkeys, right? So that's nice, because that's how we started this one with the donkeys, and how Matthew didn't know how to read.
He should really be enjoying a banana in that picture too.
Well, I mean, dude, yes. Imagine if he was riding the both donkeys and holding a banana in each hand. The banana that's made perfectly for the human hand. Yes.
Is there like a passage in the Bible where he's like riding 2 donkeys?
Oh, so wait, you weren't here in the beginning?
No.
Oh, okay. So let me get you to to one of the messianic prophecies, because this is one of the messianic prophecies, and it comes. You can join my stream if you want to also read it by yourself. But it's in Zechariah 9:10, right? So it says here in Zechariah 9:10, it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey." Which is like very clear, right? It's like, the Messiah is going to enter Jerusalem as a king, right? He's a king and he's victorious and he's riding on a donkey and he's very humble, right? While doing that.
Yeah.
But if you go further, if you go to Matthew 21:4-5, he's actually referencing the prophecy in Zechariah 9:10, right? And Matthew says like this: "This took place to fulfill what had been spoken to the prophet," and is obviously referencing Zechariah. "Tell the daughter of Zion, look, your king is coming to you, humble and mounted on a donkey, and on a colt, the foal of a donkey." So what Matthew does, he literally says that the Messiah is going to enter Jerusalem while riding 2 donkeys, not 1. So make of that what you will. Apparently Matthew wasn't that great of copying from earlier prophets in the Bible, because he just put this "and" in there, and this "and" just means it's on a donkey and on another donkey. So he's riding 2 donkeys somehow. And if you're going to look in the side chat, you're going to see the picture that Krishon actually got, of Jesus riding 2 donkeys, which is very nice, by the way. Very nice. Jesus riding the 2 donkeys. He's very, very, very humble. Actually, as we said, he's a bit angry, I feel, when he's riding those 2 donkeys. He's kind of pissed that people actually made him ride 2 donkeys. But, it is what it is.
Humble as fuck on 2 donkeys.
Yes. What's better than to ride on 2 donkeys, right? And I think it was like I don't remember which episode that we had. We were also talking about this one, and I was telling people that reminds me of the Jean-Claude Van Damme Volvo commercial, where he's actually doing the splits between 2 Volvo trucks, and that's how I used to imagine Jesus entering Jerusalem. So I'm gonna show it to you again. Okay, so if you just enter my my stream, I'm going to show it again because it really looks nice and it paints a picture of how Jesus entered Jerusalem. Let me know when you're watching my stream.
I'm watching.
Okay, so this is the commercial. I'm not gonna put the sound on because I got a strike last time. But he's a very cool dude. Looks very humble. Very humble between 2 trucks. Right? And now you can see him. Right? Imagine instead of 2 trucks, there's 2 donkeys, and they're just walking, entering Jerusalem, and Jesus is staying like that, very humble and victorious, triumphant, some would say. And then he's just doing the splits between the 2 donkeys. So yeah,
so
that's how I imagine Jesus entering Jerusalem. That's very nice. I mean, that would have been a sight to see, right? If Jesus actually did that when he entered Jerusalem.
If I saw that, I might say, "Lord, you are my God."
Well, I mean, maybe
It
he
would
did.
get my
Maybe he
attention for
didn't.
sure.
Yeah. But anyway, that's how it happened, apparently. Oh, not that many Christians though. Not that many Christians. It's the only one was Vesper, but yeah, apparently he didn't really want to have a conversation, more like a monologue or something. Fendi, are you a Christian, or are you not a Christian?
I am not, brother.
Oh my God! Why aren't you not why not a Christian? Don't you love God? Don't you want to be like God?
Nah.
You want to be real. I got you. You don't want to be fiction.
Exactly, brother.
Well, you have my respect for wanting to be real and not just some piece of fiction written by somebody 2,000 years ago. So, Christian, what do you think? What should we talk about now? We went through all the original sin and how it doesn't make sense. We went through all the messianic prophecies and how they don't really make that much sense. What should
Revelation.
we be talking
Talking
about?
about
Revelation.
salvation.
What do you want to talk about?
Revelation.
Revelation, non-Euclidean.
Because I think Revelation is topical not only in the current political climate, with the third temple and all that, but then also you guys, original sin has always been the most egregious Christian presupposition. Let's say original sin is the Christian presupposition besides a creator God. Revelation is the one that even Christians can't agree on. So I feel like it's kind of important if we have any conversation critiquing Christianity to sort of bring in revelations. I don't know.
So what part of the Revelation do you think is true?
No, as in the end of the world, Jesus coming back and the war and the Revelations.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, I
yeah.
mean, Jesus already lied about it, right?
Did he?
Because of course, because he was sitting with his apostles, and he was telling them,
you won't taste death.
yeah, some of you sitting here will not taste death before I come back. And as far as I know, unless some of them were immortal, they all died. They all died, and Jesus didn't come back. And
No,
not only
Daniel,
that,
death doesn't mean death.
yeah, death doesn't mean death. We're just gonna pretend that words don't mean exactly what they actually mean. So Yeah, I think like
Spiritual
Revelation
death.
is just bullshit. I mean, like even in the early church, there was like a pretty big controversy on whether or not they should keep Revelation in the canon, because it's an insane book, like an insane book. And not only that, it's like
I mean, I know it's bullshit, but what do you think? Like, what are they trying to do? Like, let's like drop the pretense. Like, we're not like this isn't like you're not trying to convince me. I'm not trying to convince you. Like, no
yeah.
theology kind of thing. Just like, why would somebody put their weight behind something like the Book of Revelation? You know, where it's like it's just. So the way you put it, right? Christ lies about it, but then also no man shall know the hour, right? So it's a lose-lose. Why are there entire groups of Christians who sort of they put their whole weight behind this idea of Christ coming back and the end of the world, but it's like it's contradicted on both sides. Like I don't know. It just
well, because
They're just wrong.
me.
the early Christians, they were just like an apocalyptic Jewish cult. That's what they were. And of course, if they were like an apocalyptic Jewish cult, they had to have like the apocalypse, right? They had to have like the end times. I mean, again, it's like they're not like unique in this aspect, right? There's so many cults that wrote about the end times, right? Because this is a thing about humans. I don't know why, but we think there's always going to be like the end times, the end times, the end times. But the book of Revelation doesn't mean anything, right? It's just full of like a lot of bullshit, right? They're talking about the Antichrist. Who is the Antichrist? Well, it actually tells you in the book, right? In the book, it tells you it's the number of the beast, right? And it's actually a person. They're talking about a person, and its number is 666. So what does that mean? Do you know what it means? The number 666?
Yeah, it's like a shorthand for Nero. Last I heard.
Because it's gematria, right? It's like the Jewish numerology, and the thing is like, and we know that's true because his name, right, ends up to be 666 if you're reading it in Hebrew, right? If it's the Hebrew words, but if it's in Greek words, right, it's 616. That's why you're gonna have manuscripts where it doesn't say 666. It says 616. That's the number of the beast because they do the gematria on this other alphabet, right? And this other writing of the name of Nero. And not only that, there's some manuscripts that were taking the Latin name of Nero, and because they were taking the Latin name of Nero, the number was 606. Right? So it's bullshit. And not only that, but if you're talking about Christ, Jesus Christ resurrecting from the dead, cool. We can go back to those times, and you're gonna have like a lot of stories, like from a lot of authors, about how Nero was resurrected. Right?
But
there was
why
like this
do
whole
you
thing.
think it's an attractive idea?
Well, I don't know. I mean, this goes more into the psychology of humans rather than like theology. I think it's just people, they need answers in their lives, right? And theology and religion was also always really, really good in giving us the answers to the things we didn't understand, right? An answer, not a good answer, not a real answer, not something that could actually be helpful, right? But it was an answer, right? So, and this is the thing that I tell all the time, right? Like back in the day, you're seeing, oh my God, the sun comes up. Oh, there's a God that brings the sun, right? So he can heat us, right? So we don't die of cold, right? So we worship the sun. That's the sun god, right? He does that for us. And then we were like, actually, it's not. The sun is kind of like a star. There's other stars. Well, that's not where God does anything. But then it's like we had natural phenomena, like we had the thunder, lightning, right? There's a God that does lightning. Once we understood where lightning comes from, well, we don't need a God to explain that. But there's still things we cannot explain, right? There's still going to be things like consciousness, right? There's the hard problem of consciousness, right? Because everybody talks about this. So whenever they're talking about the hard problem of consciousness, well, God is actually consciousness, right? Nobody was talking about God being consciousness like 400 years ago because we had so many other mysteries about the world we did not understand, right? And we were just putting God in those places that we did not understand. But today, it's becoming more and more esoteric, right? It's becoming more, it's the God of the gaps, right? At the end of the day, God is just the filler for the gaps in the knowledge that we have at a specific moment, and we just put it there, right? And we just put it there and say, well, that's where God fits in, right? And at every point in time, you're gonna have these sects that are gonna say, well, the world is coming to an end, right? People were saying that in the 20th century, in the 19th century, in the 18th century, all the freaking time. People were saying like the end is nigh, right? Like
But
the
sometimes
apocalypse
they
is
were
coming.
right.
When? Because the end didn't come, right? There was no apocalypse.
The Bronze Age collapse. The Bronze Age collapse.
Yeah, but
is
there
a
was no
perfect
apocalypse, so
example
they're
of
still
this.
humans.
Well, if you're taking it in like the strict like, okay, the world will flood and there's gonna be like one family. Yeah. In that sense, like the holy apocalypse, that doesn't exist. But there have been like apocalyptic moments in history where people see it coming and they're right. I mean, that is a thing.
Yeah, but like
The Sea
what? It's
Peoples
like,
are the perfect example.
yeah, but they didn't do. Okay, so it's like the Bronze Age collapse was not like people just wiped out, right? No, it was just like a population, coming into a place, and there were some wars because obviously, there were like populations kind of fighting for very limited resources. That's what it was.
Yeah, no, nobody was erased, but it was definitely apocalyptic for like the cultures of the time.
I mean, yeah, but this depends on what you mean by apocalyptic, right? Because you can be so esoteric
Like
with the definition of the word that you're gonna be able to say anything is apocalyptic. Was World War I apocalyptic? Well, maybe.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, was that the apocalypse? No. Was World War II the apocalyptic?
I take the woo-woo definition. I say, a new beginning for the global hegemony, or the global system, the global order. Like things are restarted in a way, right? Like that's what I consider to be like an apocalypse.
Well, yeah, but those things happen all the time, right? There's always shift in human economy, in human anything. Right? Like anything that has to do with humans. Well, but could they? That's the thing. If you're always saying the apocalypse is coming, yeah, if you're always saying it's coming, at some point you're gonna be right. I mean, look at Alex Jones, right? Like, if you're gonna flood the zone with like, let's say, prophecies or like predictions, some of them are gonna come true. Right? It's impossible for at least one not to come true, like statistically speaking. Does that mean you were right?
I like to call that sort of situation the Simpsons syndrome.
Exactly. Because you just have so many things, right? And people are always going to count the hits and ignore the misses. And you're going to say, you see, he was right all the time. He knew before everybody else knew. What exactly did he know? How do we know he actually knew? Right? Because it's like, if you're reading like the book of Revelations, I mean, what is like the prediction? There's going to be wars and rumors of wars. Oh my God, really? Can you tell me like 1 year in human history where there wasn't a war or the rumors of war? There wasn't. I don't think there was a month in human history where that was true. A month. Right? So obviously it's like, there's going to be natural disasters. Oh shit. Was there a year in human history where there wasn't a natural disaster somewhere? Dude, every year in my country, there are natural disasters and people dying from natural disasters. Be it like floods or fires or whatever else, right? Like heat in the summer, cold in the winter.
I can't find a way to steel man it, dude. I really can't. I can't.
I mean, I don't think it can be steel manned. This is the thing. It's just people being people, right? And it's like, life was hard. I mean, life is hard today, right? But back then, holy moly. I mean, we are like, we don't know exactly what hard means, right? But life for those people was really fucking hard. like really fucking hard. And obviously, it's like they had to make sense of it, right? They had to say, well, actually, you know what? It's like, life is hard, but you're gonna die, and after you die, oh my god, it's like it's gonna be so nice. You're gonna be in this place where it's only milk and honey, and things are gonna be so good. But before that, there's this really, really hard life. And I'll be honest with you, man. It's like Christianity is kind of like a slave mentality religion. There's a reason why the Roman Empire adopted it, right? Because it tells people, turn the other cheek. If somebody enslaves you, it is what it is. You're gonna be rewarded after you die. If somebody steals your things, it is what it is. You're going to be rewarded after you die. Right? So you shouldn't struggle. You shouldn't fight for your rights. You shouldn't try to do better. You just have to accept it. And, after you accept it with all your heart, there's this, invisible being in the sky that is going to reward you after you die. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, that was a pretty big monologue. Sorry for that. I do it sometimes.
I mean, how many Christians do you think actually think that versus how many just want to do good because they think it's like their, purpose? It's not for a reward necessarily. They just feel like it's the natural process for them.
I don't know. I mean, again, it's like I was talking more about like the people that came up with this thing, right? So that's why I mentioned people that were living like 2,000 years ago when life was really hard, not like today. Are there Christians that are really good people and want to do good things? Of course. Yes. There's Muslims that do the same thing. There's Hindus that do the same thing. Are they
fact, there's
doing
atheists.
it? Yeah, there's atheists that do the same thing, right? It's like, are they doing it in the name of like God? Yes, obviously. If you're going to ask them, it's like, why you do this? Oh, I do it to, I don't know, make God happy or whatever. Cool. Does that mean that God is true? That it actually exists? No. And a lot of Christians, they're Christians not because of this, right? They're not being good people because they want to go to heaven. A lot of Christians are traumatized since they're really young by the prospect of hell. And I've had it from so many people, right? And it's not that big in like in Orthodoxy, at least not the one that I was raised with, right? Like this prospect of hell was not like the biggest thing that was talked about. But other denominations, for sure, they're just terrified that they could go to hell, because hell is something you really don't want. So the religion, a lot of times it kind of appeals to your base instincts, and one of the most basic instinct is fear. So you're averse to being harmed, and you want to do anything in your power to kind of avoid that. So you're gonna do things that you think are good. But what is good? Well, that's up for grabs. Because if I'm asking all these people that are good Christians what they think of gay people, for example, they might not be that amenable, right, when it comes to gay people, or a lot of other things. And that's also because of their doctrine and the things that were taught when they were young. Did I answer your question about that? By the way, nice name. One Ember upon boundless pages.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, you answered that. I was just wondering, if there were other like Christians in the chat who would want to like jump in off that, but I think it's just.
We're just
everybody
atheists
on the
here,
same
man.
page.
Yes.
Yeah.
As I said,
Atheists? Hey, don't, no.
You're an atheist.
Not
You're
so
an
quickly,
atheist.
no.
You're an atheist.
I am not an atheist, no.
You're an atheist in
What are you?
denial, okay?
In name only, maybe.
I've heard this before.
Yes.
All right,
Do you believe a god or gods exist?
We're gonna get into a definitional battle again, Daniel.
I'm just saying, man. That's what it
Wait,
is.
I've never had this discussion with you, Euclidean. Like, I'm happy to hear your
I
definitions.
I believe that religion, as a matter of necessity, has to anthropomorphize what we would consider to be a creator of the universe, right? We have to humanize it, and we have to put it into terms that we understand. So, with that in tow, no, I do not believe that a god or god exists, because I think a lot of the depictions that we have are primarily exoteric, and they are talking about things that people can relate to and easily understand. Now, I do believe that the universe is created, but I do not think that there is a creator in the traditional sense of like a guy who did it, if that makes sense. I fall much closer to like the Hindus, where they sort of believe that being itself is a part of the greater whole that is God, right? Um, my idea of God has absolutely no contentions with physics or science or any of that stuff. It's more so a question of labels and perception.
What is the label that you assign to God?
Well,
or like what makes something
when I
worthy
say
of
an
the
issue,
label God?
labels. When I see, that's the thing. God is the thing that exists before labels.
You lost me. You had me up until that point. I've understood everything.
I know. It's a bitch, but we, as creatures living in the world, right? At a certain point, somebody tells you your name is Krishan or your name is Daniel, right? And then we start playing a game where we cut reality up into all of these boxes and all of these labels. We say, this is a can of Zins, right? This is my monitor. This is my keyboard. This is my mouse pad. But the reality is, it's all just it's atoms. It's bouncing particles. It's energy. There are no differentiating labels. And so, if we're honest and a little bit imaginative, we can look at the world and say this is all one thing. And that, to me, is the physical manifestation of God. I don't understand the mind of God. I don't know the plan of God. But I know that reality in and of itself has chosen to exist as opposed to not exist. Well, I have a mind. I have a data set of one. If it can happen once, it can happen again. So therefore, minds come out of reality because here we are. So it's objectively true as far as I'm concerned.
God has an asshole? Because I have an asshole.
God is an asshole as well, yes.
No, but I'm just meaning because you said it's like I have a mind, therefore, right? So the question would be the is kind of like, you're kind of begging the question, right? In a sense, because that's when I can come in and say, but God, it's like if I have an asshole, does God also have an asshole? If I have diarrhea,
in a way,
God also does God also have diarrhea? Was there this? Because I feel
it breaks down.
Well, no. Okay, so labels. Okay, when you're saying labels, I think you're just referencing the fact that we use words, right? And you use language, but language is just a descriptor, right? It's something that we use because I have words, I have thoughts in my mind, and I need to pass them to your mind. And the only way to do it, because we don't have telepathy yet, is to use words, right? And then that's when we. No, is there another way to do it?
No, when I say labels, I mean like causally, we are no different from the rocks that broke apart and formed the moon and the earth and whatever, and then eventually there was enough water that like function like just in the causal chain.
You mean
we're
ontologically
no different from the Big Bang?
Yeah, ontologically, it's like at the base level. Yes, we're all made of atoms. Obviously, it's different configurations of atoms. I understand that, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
Because intelligent life is a consequence of the Big Bang happening, therefore, in my mind, I say, well, the Big Bang and intelligent life are no different from each other. It's just an issue of perspective.
Well, hold on. I think there's like a slight conflation and like problem with that, because like what if we just extend this thinking to trees? Like without trees there wouldn't be wooden boxes. So do all
trees
trees have some amount of botsiness?
Perfect. No, trees are part of our lungs.
Do all trees have some amount of botsiness?
Trees are not part of our lungs.
How do you mean?
What makes a box a box?
Like, oh, the wood or the material. I mean, yeah, you could take it that far, and I'm sure I could put forth the effort to make it make sense, but that seems a little bit too much.
But you know how I see this thing that you're saying is like me, looking through a telescope and seeing like a distant galaxy, and then I'm saying it's like, actually, I'm watching that galaxy through a telescope, so therefore that galaxy is actually made of telescopes. Right, so you're watching the reality, and you're watching us having consciousness, and you're watching the universe being the way it is, and you're saying, well, there has to be something that made it. But when I'm looking at the universe, and we are investigating the universe, and we have the laws of thermodynamics, and one of them says that energy cannot be created or destroyed. So why should I believe there was such a thing that created energy? If energy cannot be created or destroyed,
because of the perspective piece.
Yeah, but what does perspective have to do with
that doesn't really tell us.
Perspective has to do with that because you depend upon energy, right? And you were created, and you will be destroyed. So all these things are
that's what I'm saying.
inseparable from what
I am energy. Like everything is energy, right? Because matter and energy, they're interchangeable. Like E equals mc squared, right? And we know that. What we're saying is that thing, right? The ontology, right? Like however deep you want to go, however you want to look at it, right? That thing cannot be created or destroyed, right? So me as a person, me as Daniel, I was, let's say, created, my parents had sex, the funky time, and then I was born, and then I learned, and I came to be here and talking to you, right? And this is me right now.
Sure.
And there's going to be a point in time in the future where I'm going to die, right? And where me in this configuration is not going to be a thing anymore, right? The way that I'm organized right now, the way the atoms that make me who I am, right? And their interactions, they're not going to be like this. They're going to be in a different way, right? But the energy is still going to be there, right? But it's going to be in a different form. Okay? That's not me. That's not the energy that makes me destroyed.
Yeah, like the energy that I guess like is currently contained within you isn't destroyed, though the process, I think, in my opinion, is like
that's an issue of identity.
Yeah,
that's like, it's not me, right? But that's the thing. I'm saying that the original concept of me was faulty. This idea that we're like a poor little monkey thing separated from the rest of the universe, and we run from the cradle to the grave, that is an illusion. That's our ego. That's the story that we tell ourselves because that's the story that was told to us. But when we die, there's not going to be any more stories. It will just be reality. Whether that you think that's nothing or you think that's reincarnation or whatever happens after we die, that is the system that we're all in.
Okay,
right? Regardless of if we maintain our identity or not.
Yeah, but that presupposes that once you die, there's something of you that transcends your dying.
Well, there is your matter, the atoms that comprise your body. Yes,
I get it. The atoms, they're still gonna be there, but there's not gonna be a consciousness that you call you to actually make sense of anything.
See, but I don't differentiate the consciousness from the atoms.
I think there's an issue there of you're like conflating the software with the hardware.
Kind of. It's like kind of like saying, okay, look,
like this
do you have an animal?
The hard problem of consciousness, by the way. Show me the difference between the software and the hardware.
Oh, look, it's like so the reason it's called the hard problem of consciousness is because we cannot tell with like 100% certainty, right? We don't need 100% certainty though. I don't really care about 100% certainty. What we know for sure is that we've never seen a consciousness without a substrate, right? There is no consciousness that just is there without a substrate that is usually a nervous system, right? So or something like that, right? We might get consciousness from like a substrate of like a computer that we made, right? There's still a substrate. There's still something there, right? That creates the consciousness.
We haven't
and
quite been
and
able
we
to
know
deal with
we
it.
can influence this consciousness, right? I can literally do things to your brain, either like chemically or electrically, right? And I can influence
Yes.
what you're seeing, how you behave, whatever, right? So it's like, yes, do we have like 100% proof? No, but like all the evidence we have from every piece of science that we have when it comes to consciousness just leads us towards understanding that, the brain is what gives, what creates consciousness, right? So consciousness is what the brain does, basically.
Yes,
is
the
what I'm
universe
saying.
creates consciousness. I agree.
I mean, the greater whatever, yes, because the
See,
universe
as soon as you
created
separate
stars.
the human
and
brain,
I
as soon
never
as you
did
separate
that.
the human brain, but see, as soon as you separate the human brain from the idea of material reality, then we run into this issue. When you realize that the human brain
I never did
and our
that.
experience is a natural. Yeah, no, I'm not saying you have, but
Yeah.
I do think a lot of people do this, especially in terms of like talking about God or the
Yeah, but
afterlife.
it's mostly religious
well-
people that do that, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah, I
they
agree.
want to separate it. They want to say, well, actually, the consciousness is this thing that we call soul, and that inhabits the brain, and it's actually not what the brain
and
does.
it
It's
has
something that's
rules and a
mystical, and
personality.
once you die, this consciousness is actually still there, but in a different form. You're gonna be whatever, right? And everybody has like a different story that doesn't make sense, right? It's like me saying it. I know there's. Do you have like a dog or a cat? Whatever, doesn't matter. Imagine you have a dog, right? And you feed your dog some dog food, right?
I do
Once
like
the
dogs.
dog eats the dog food, there's no more dog food, right? But people are saying, well, actually, it's like once you eat the dog food, there's still dog food. Well, there is no dog food, right? It's gone. Now the dog food just became dog. Some of it became dog, right? Because it's part of the dog now. And some of it just became shit. And that's it. There's no more dog food, right? The same with consciousness. Consciousness exists right now.
Unless the dog eats its own shit.
Yeah, well, again, some of them do.
They
Yes.
do that sometimes.
They do that sometimes, yes. Okay. That's it paints a picture, right?
Yeah, I'll do one more.
But again,
burger.
it's kind of the same with consciousness, right? It's like now we have consciousness. I have a brain, I have a central nervous system that does this thing that we call consciousness, right? And I can, it's kind of like, I don't know who put it, but it was very beautifully put. It's like the universe contemplating itself, right? Which is kind of what we are, right? It's like we are like a way for the universe to kind of admire itself, right? Very metaphorically
exactly what we are.
put, right? But I wouldn't put it as being the conscious, being as the universe being something conscious, right?
Well,
but
then,
just
but
just
Daniel, I would
because
need
just
you to
because
justify that.
just a
I
second,
would
just
need you to
because
justify it.
no, but I'm doing it right now. The thing is, like, the universe is just atoms in motion, right? I mean, it's actually was like subatomic particles that came together and created atoms, and these atoms, based on the laws of nature, right, and the forces of nature, they clumped together and became stars and became planets and so on, right? And then on these planets, under certain conditions, you have all this thing that we call life. Cool. And some of this life, not all of it, but some of it, right, creates these other things called neurons, right? And these things called neurons, they give rise to form of consciousness, right? And some of them are like lower forms of consciousness and some are higher forms of consciousness. Cool. Does that mean that the universe is itself as a unit conscious? No. Because the overwhelming majority, the overwhelming majority of the universe
from the universe.
I
would
didn't
need
say
you to
I was
tell me how
separate.
You are separate.
I didn't
Okay,
say I
well,
was
then
separate.
the universe is
Well-
conscious.
Well, no. It's like
So you're not part of
a
the universe.
very, 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 very small part of the universe, like extremely small part of the universe, has this
Are
thing
human beings conscious?
called consciousness.
Yeah, I would say the
Okay,
universe
are human-
contains consciousness.
Are human beings conscious?
Some of them,
Yes, the universe contains consciousness.
Are human beings conscious?
Yes, some of them, yes. I
Yes,
answered
humans
yes.
are contained inside the universe.
No. Okay. Well, now we're getting a little muddied. But like, are human beings conscious? It's like
Yes,
it's a
like
yes or
most
no.
of
Yes,
them, yes.
human beings are
some of them are
contained in
not.
the universe.
Yes.
Okay, but here's my okay. So now, follow me for a second. I don't accept that because the brain is what is conscious. Human beings are not conscious. Human brains are conscious. You see the mistake that I just made?
Okay, I mean, I guess.
Well, but
Yes,
that's what we
you
call
can say
ourselves. So when we do the introspection,
Okay, yes, it's a definitional
when we do the
error.
introspection, it's like when I say me, what does me means, right? Me is the body that I have and all its organs, right, including the brain. But then if I ask you, wait a second, but what if I remove an arm? Am I still me? Well, they're still me, right? My consciousness is still there. I can literally remove every part of my body, with the exception of my brain, and I will still be me. I will still have consciousness, right? Let's imagine I do like
As
the Darth
long as
Vader
you're
thing,
on
right?
Earth.
Yeah, no. It's like imagine I'm Darth Vader, right? And I just remove my legs and I just put like bionic legs, and I remove everything else and I just put bionic things instead. Okay. The only thing
Kind
that
of
I
like
cannot
the
remove,
Dr. Gero situation.
yeah. The only thing that I cannot remove is the brain, because the moment I remove the brain, I'm not me anymore. There's no more me to talk about.
See, but I'm contending that that's just a categorical error.
Well, you
that
mean
can
a
still be
categorical or a category?
Categorical error.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
think you
based
mean-
off of anything. Like, you wouldn't know yet. Nobody
do you
has
mean?
an experience of seeing God. So,
Well, I wasn't even talking
mean,
about God right now. We're
nobody has-
talking about consciousness at this point.
Who was called
Yeah,
the
but
beholder
we see
of God?
God.
Wasn't there, a disciple?
I don't know.
The
Oh, I
behold,
think you
wasn't a
found a
Mark the
Christian.
beholder of God? Okay, never mind. Y'all don't know shit.
I don't know.
But yeah, wouldn't that be
Well,
so attributing something that
wait,
humans
ask me one
have
more time.
contained? If you're attributing what humans have contained within the universe itself, and then saying that therefore the universe has that, isn't that like a fallacy of composition? What they call it? Or are you saying
shit.
because
Yes,
the
I
parts
think
have this
that you're
attribute,
correct.
therefore the whole doesn't, wouldn't necessarily have that attribute?
Yeah, that is how I, try to differentiate it. Of humans are consciousness. I mean, humans are conscious, and are contained inside the universe. I wouldn't consider consciousness like it's like as like part of the broader universe as a whole. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but that still doesn't mean
Yeah.
that the whole universe is conscious.
Yeah, that's
It's like
that's
saying,
what I was saying.
look, there's black holes in the universe. Does it mean that the whole universe is a black hole? Well, probably not.
Obviously,
Right? There's swamps in the universe. Does it mean that the whole universe is a swamp? Well, no. So that's
Is
why
the
that's what I'm
whole
saying. It's like
universe
you're
black?
But I
you're
didn't say that the whole
conflating.
universe is conscious. I said that the universe is conscious.
Yeah, but it's like when you're
Is
making
the universe
when you're saying
wet?
the universe, you're conflating the universe as being one single entity. And yes, we can
Well,
look at
it kind of is.
the
Isn't that the
well,
meaning of
kind of isn't.
the?
It kind of is, and it kind of isn't. Because if
What?
that were the
I'm
case,
kind
it
of
would be like
sounding-
you saying
what
you
else
are the
exists?
universe. Are you the universe?
What? Well, I mean, yeah, definitionally, yes, I am part of the universe. Yeah.
No, but you're not the universe.
Part of the universe.
Yes, exactly. You're part of the universe.
Well,
Yeah, you
there's
just answered
nothing
a
else
different
for
question.
me. There's nothing else for me to be, I guess, is like what I'm trying to say. Like, yeah, I am the universe. There's nothing else.
Like what it kind of
Well,
sounds
I'm
like
pretty
to
sure
me,
there's
like
more
hearing
than
this
you.
view is like I don't really know that you're making any like factual claims to disagree with.
Oh, I don't
You're
give
kind
a
of
fuck,
just
Leon.
like
Yeah, I don't
saying
give a
that
fuck
we
about
should
that.
draw the lines, like we should draw the circles around different groups of things differently, right? And maybe
Facts
that
are-
involves
facts
one
are
big
boring.
circle around everything. But you're not really like, right? Like, yeah, the facts are the facts, and it seems like you're on board with that. So I don't really care
So-
how you draw the like lines to
Yes.
divide things. That seems pretty.
So my
You can do
my
what you
theory
want.
is like you're saying the universe is conscious, but I think that antimatter is conscious.
Okay, you
Well,
do you,
wait,
buddy.
so
Anyway,
who's
You
the
do
guy
you.
that
how
said
about
that
this,
facts
right?
are
Because we have a
irrelevant?
lot of. How about this? Because we have a lot of new people in the room, right? If anyone has any thoughts on the original topic of the night, right? We were talking about original sin in Christianity. I'd be interested to know if anyone has any
Wait,
thoughts on
Daniel
that.
said we were done with
Because this
that.
whole thing about consciousness, like, this is a fun little aside.
Well, no,
while we were
I just
waiting.
want to add
But
that.
if
I
anyone,
just want to add that, like, so your entire position is just vibes politics,
But-
right?
right?
no
But anyways,
original
if anyone
stuff.
has any
Like, we
thoughts
have
on
no advantage
original
Just
over
sin,
animals.
Like, that's
right?
your
So
entire
if we could get back
morality.
to the original topic here.
But let me say that you are the original. Now all of a sudden you've bitten the apple. And you're Adam and you're Eve.
I would
But why
keep
did the
hiding
woman
and
bite
not
the
reveal
apple?
myself. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
not gonna
well-
go out in the open like Adam and Eve did. I'm just gonna keep out hiding out.
Yeah, you're the original. Like, you're the only soul inside of you, and you're the only one that you can prove actually exists. So you're Adam and you're Eve.
I love
Eve basically
solipsism.
means before. So Eve was before she bit the apple, and then after she bit the apple, she became a god. Basically.
Excuse me, sir?
Literally.
What do you mean
That's
she
why the
became
Bible says we're
God?
gods twice. We're gods because we're the only conscious that we can prove.
Are you Mormon?
No.
What you're talking about is perception, not universality. The universe exists outside of us, and it's indifferent to us, but we see the universe in a certain way, often very biased and skewed.
Yeah, we only see it through our own eyes. I'm saying that the Bible is for you. Like, it's your book. It's not based off of fiction. You bit the apple. And now you're the one cast out of the Garden of Eden.
But the Bible doesn't mention that it's an apple, by the way. So why?
By the way,
how-
when you say
how could I?
Eden, it just sounds like eating, sleeping, and drinking. That sounds like all you were gonna do if you didn't bite the apple anyway.
mean-
So would you be better off? I don't think so.
I mean, if you're talking about the English language,
Well-
maybe. I'm not English.
Yeah,
though.
the
Hey,
English
but you
language.
didn't
but
Yeah,
provide any facts.
my
though.
native tongue is not English.
I don't need
so
to.
I don't know what
It's
to
the
tell you.
Bible. I can't
Oh.
provide any facts.
Oh, base.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
You can absolutely provide facts for the Bible.
No, I can't.
Anyway,
I can't
getting
even
back to
prove the history of
Euclidean.
real. Yeah.
So I still think you're making like a big category.
No, no,
error
no, no. We have to
when it
get back
comes
to the original topic. We have to get back to the original topic. I'm
I
sorry.
mean, if
the
no one has
original
any
sin
thoughts
is
on,
yours.
if no one has any
The
thoughts on
original
it, then
sin
you
is
guys can get
yours.
back to it. But I was just curious since a bunch of new people had joined, if they had any thoughts on original
just
sin.
bust your
But
balls,
if not,
shut
then
up.
I mean, go for it.
Yeah, if people don't want to talk about original sin, then that's fine. I'm not saying
mean,
there's
my thoughts on it.
Christians here.
Yeah, my thoughts on
I mean,
it
when you say
are
the
as
words
it's
like that.
presented. Anyway, my thoughts on it as it's presented in the Bible are like, I think it could be interpreted in such a way that the serpent is not even lying at all.
But he's not. This is the thing with the serpent in the Bible, right? In Genesis, if you go and read Genesis, and look, it's like you can join my stream, so you can see the part of the Bible that says that, which is Genesis 3, and it says here, but God said, "You shall not eat of the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden, nor shall you touch it, or you shall die." But the serpent said to the woman, "You will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." So technically, God was lying, and the serpent was actually telling the truth. Because nobody died. Like literally, they ate from the tree, and they did not die. But what happened
And
is they actually knew good and evil. They knew the difference between them at that point, just like God knows.
yeah, and even if we go with the interpretation that, like, it took away their immortality or something like that, like gave them the knowledge of death, or however you want to phrase it, there was still a way for them to not, quote unquote, certainly die by eating the fruit of immortality.
Yes, and that's why I don't think they were immortal, because I think they still should have been able to eat from that tree to become immortal. So I don't think they were immortal before eating from the tree of good and evil.
Yeah, but even if they somehow became mortal, they could still become back immortal. If and it is my personal interpretation that the serpent planned for them to eat both fruit.
Maybe,
but
who knows?
Maybe that's just me.
But also, like God lies. I mean, most of you were not here in the beginning, but God lies in a second way, because God says you should not eat or touch it, or you shall die, and that should technically be the punishment. But actually, the punishment is more than that, right? Because the moment they eat from the tree, they're not just punished by, let's say, becoming mortal, right? There's like a lot of other things that happen to them, right? They need to work hard.
Yeah, they get like cursed with
needs to go through the travails of like pregnancy, and not only that, but like the earth becomes filled with like natural disasters, and it's not just humans that actually have to pay for that. It's all the animals. Like everything has to pay for that. So God didn't really tell them exactly what was going to happen. He kept like a lot of the punishment to himself.
Eating
So
one
he
fruit,
he
bro.
lied he lied by omission, basically. No Christians here to disagree with me? Okay. Man, Christian,
Hang
it's
on,
so
let me
easy
see
to
if
win these
Eric's
arguments,
busy.
man.
So are you like an atheist or something?
I am an atheist, yes.
Okay, so that's why you're like so vehement against like Christians.
Oh, I'm not. What do you mean I'm
Well,
vehement
I would
against
say that
Christians?
like going into debates multiple times, like on the single topic of if religion exists, would like indicate you caring about it in some way. No?
I definitely care about it. Not so much as, like, I find it an interesting topic.
Yeah, just a
right?
second.
But like,
So,
I also find talking about Star Trek interesting. We can do that.
Yeah,
We can do that on other
let me
days.
answer that question. So, Dominic, so first of all, I have no, I'm not wondering if religions exist, right? I know they exist. What matters to me is whether or not the basis of their dogma actually exists, right? I care about whether or not there's such a thing as a god, right? Like a real god. So religions do exist, and the problem that I'm having with religious people, let's say with some of them, is the fact that they want their religious beliefs to actually be enshrined in law, right? So that's when we have a problem, right? Because if you're saying, well, we should have laws in our country, and those laws should be based on this book that says this thing that I think is from God, and it's good because it comes from God, and I believe in God, then we have a problem. You understand?
Well,
So that's why I care
feel like-
about this thing. Not because if everybody would just keep their own beliefs to themselves and they wouldn't try to legislate them, I would be cool. You believe in whatever you want to believe.
I'm a vehement Catholic in like a country that is like completely homogenous in Poland, where the dominant religion is overwhelmingly Catholic as well. And I don't even agree with the idea that church should be included in state. So, but you're arguing not from that position. You're arguing in the existence of God.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's like this is where we have
And,
to
like-
start, right? If you believe in God,
And like saying that like a religion is wrong.
yes. And how is that a problem?
I mean, yeah, that's one of the biggest claims of religion. If that's wrong, pretty much the whole thing's like for bust.
Like, for example, it's
Right,
like
but that's not what you were
said.
saying.
Just a second, Dominic. It's like you said you're a Catholic, right?
Mhm.
So if you're a Catholic, you obviously believe God exists, right? I don't think God exists. I don't think there's any reason to believe that God exists. I don't think there's any good evidence to actually indicate that. You also believe the Bible is true, right? Maybe not all of it. Maybe you're thinking some of it is just like metaphor and poetry and whatnot. But you believe in it, right? You believe Jesus Christ existed and he died and he was resurrected. right? You also
Yes,
believe
I
that he was the Messiah, right? And you also believe that Mary, for example, was a virgin, right? Right? So
Yes.
that's why that's the thing. It's like the thing is like all these things that I mentioned are provably false, right? But you still believe in them. And I'm okay with you believing in them if, as you said, you're not going to try to legislate based on them. If you want to ever
Well-
talk about them, if you want to investigate, if you want to have a conversation and to look closely at all these things and see, okay, am I right? Am I wrong? Should I believe in this? Should I not believe in this? Cool. If you want to talk about that, we can talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it, I don't want to convert you. My goal is not to convert people to atheism.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like I mentioned earlier, like you're not like I feel like the debate would be more about keeping religion out of state instead of proving a religion wrong.
But again, it's like I'm not trying necessarily to do that, right? Like for example, this evening we have a topic, right? And the topic is that original sin and salvation, by the way, but I had to kind of make the topic a bit smaller, is just Christian fiction, right? Because I like to read the Bible because I think it's a pretty important book, right? Because a lot of Christians mention the Bible all the time, and when we read the Bible, me and Christian, we're looking at that and say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Original sin doesn't make any sense. Salvation doesn't make any sense. Like the presumed sacrifice of Jesus doesn't make any sense. So why do people believe in this thing? Because for me, I think it is important to believe as many true things as possible. Right? So to me, it's very curious as to why people would believe something that I think is false, and it doesn't make sense. So if you want to talk about it, cool, we are here and we can talk about it, right? And I'm trying to have these conversations be as as nice as possible, right? We want to have everybody to make room for everybody to be able to talk and to say their things. If you want to talk about it, if not, that's also cool.
All right. Do you think that there are some good teachings from the Bible? Like some good values that people would not adopt by themselves?
No. So
I think
are they? Just a second, please. Let's take one at a time. So the thing is, the Bible has good teachings, right? If you have stopped at asking me if the Bible has good teachings, then cool. Yeah, the Bible has some good teachings. But then you said that could only come from there. Then in that case, no. There's no good teachings that can only come from the Bible. Do you think there are such things, such teachings that only come from the Bible?
Well, sorry, what was that?
So do you think there
was
are good teachings that only come from the Bible?
Not necessarily, no.
There you go.
But I
So
think
that's
that
why
a lot of people also don't find that morality by themselves,
But I think we do.
especially with the youth in men.
No, but I think we do, because I don't think you can look at the Bible and actually believe all the moral laws that are in the Bible. I'm assuming, for example, you don't want to have slaves. Do you think slavery is good or not?
Yeah, I don't think slavery is good.
Yeah. Well, the Bible actually thinks the slavery is okay. It's not a problem. We should just regulate it. So there's one thing that it's in the Bible. You don't believe it's good, but it's in the Bible. And God doesn't seem to have a problem with it.
Yeah, like no woman shall rule over you.
Do you think you should be able to sell your daughter into slavery?
No.
No. Yeah, I also think it's a really bad thing, right? But you know what the Bible says? Well, the Bible says it's okay to do that.
Are you talking about Jacob, or what are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the passage in the Bible where it talks about selling your daughter into slavery.
That's
So you-
disgusting.
Well, it is. I mean, what can I tell you? Do you think child sacrifice is good, Dominic?
That is child sacrifice.
Yeah, I don't consider that good. I doubt though the Bible I doubt that the Bible would be encouraging that, considering that we find murder even of animals for ritualistic purposes is a good thing.
Do you know the story of Jephthah?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay, so
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the Bible it outlines how to perform an animal sacrifice of, I want to say specifically a goat. But even if we are to ignore that, there's also the whole thing with
Well,
the Amalekites,
I'm just
where
questioning,
they
like,
were
do you see Christians
explicitly.
doing that?
I mean, I don't see Christians typically doing that, but like they have done some awful things like throughout their history of like, you know, of like their crusades, of the
Yeah, but let's stick to the just a second. I want to not run away from
Daniel,
it.
I know. No. It's fine. I gotta answer something real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, like all groups have their faults. Hitler was most likely an atheist, or had atheistic tendencies. Islam obviously had obviously terrorism, right? It had the killing of infidels, right? Forced conversion, the taxes on people of the book that are not inherently Muslim, right? Jews obviously have, I guess, a lot of what Israel is doing today, but again, like you can also point to a lot of things that atheists have done in the past that are not good. So I don't see how
Yeah, my criticism wasn't that like Christians are imperfect. It was more
and I'm
of
saying that atheists are nowhere near perfect either.
No
Yeah,
atheist is making that claim,
that's
though.
fine.
That's the thing, right? So it's like, but Christians and religious people in general, they do make the claim that their God is the perfect being, right? And its moral claims are the moral ones, right? Like the things that we should all listen to, right? That's why it's like when I'm asking you if you believe in this, and then I can go to the Bible and actually see the opposite, right? That's why I've asked you about child sacrifice. And if you actually, if you go on my stream, you're going to see the story of Jephthah, right? Where Jephthah actually, asks God for help in order to win a battle, and he says, well, if you help me, I'm going to sacrifice the first thing that greets me when I go home, when I come back home. And the thing that actually greets him is his daughter, right? His only daughter. And then he sacrifices her, right? Because that's what God told him to do. All right, so this is, and God had no problem. I mean, God didn't do with Jephthah's daughter the same thing that he did with Isaac, right? In the story of Abraham and Isaac. God said, that's fine. It's not a problem. I'm okay with child sacrifice. Right? But you're not okay with it. You are actually against child sacrifice, just like I am. Right? So you're obviously, in order to believe this, in order to be against it, you have to go against the Bible, against the teachings of the Bible. You literally have to go against the morality of God, which is your God, the God you believe in. So how do we square this?
You lost me. What was the question?
Well,
I was talking with Dominic.
Well, I mean, I see a quote. I'm looking this up. I see a quote directly countering that with, say to the people of Israel, any one of the people of Israel or of the strangers who sojourn in Israel, who gives any of his children to Moloch, shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with.
Okay, who did they
stone.
give their children to?
To Moloch?
Moloch, not God. Right? So that's a problem with giving your children, sacrificing them to Moloch. That's the problem. The problem is you're sacrificing them to the wrong God. Right? Because if you're reading from the story of Jephthah, right, which is again, it's on my stream. If you want, I could put it in the side chat so you can read it by yourself. Okay, in whatever preferred translation you have, right?
Well,
you're
yeah,
gonna
I'm
see
not-
that God
I'm not
has
gonna
no
read
problem.
Your translation. I don't value any translation other than the New Revised Standard Catholic version.
Well, I'm reading from the New Revised Standard version.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think the Catholic one has any difference. That's of
I
consequence.
believe that it's just a difference about which books are included and which are not.
Yeah, this book is included, right? Because you do have Judges, right? Like Judges is one of the books of the Catholic Bible.
Hold on, I'm trying to find this.
I mean, I put it in the side chat, and you can just get like the New Revised Standard Version Catholic Edition, right? I'm gonna do that right now, and look, I'm going to give you exactly the New Revised Version Catholic Edition, right? So you can have this specific one. Okay, so there you go. That's your specific
And
Bible
which-
translation.
which
so it's in
part of it?
Jephthah 11, right? 11, and then you can read in like you can read the whole thing, and then in like from 34 to 40, it talks about how he came back home. His daughter was the one that greeted him, and then he did kill her, right? Because he did sacrifice her to the Lord, right? The only thing that she said to her father, "Grant me 2 months so that I may go and wander on the mountains and bewail my virginity."
Well, hold on, because this is in the Old Testament.
Yes.
From my understanding, precedent that's been set in the New Testament is weighted over the Old Testament, because that would be during the times of pre-Judaic
Judaic, yes.
practices and belief. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the same God, right? Is there a different God in the Old Testament than in the New Testament?
But that's like saying the same thing, like as if Allah is the same God. It is the same God, but we believe different aspects of it.
No,
Well, again, it's like I'm asking you if
isn't
it's
it
the
like
same
literally
God.
the same person?
Yes.
The
There's a
same
lot of-
canon,
But we
for
don't
lack of a
follow.
better term.
We don't follow.
I'm not talking about whether you follow it or not. What I'm talking about is God and God's morality, right? So in the Old Testament, right, which again is the same God in the Old Testament as in the New Testament. It's not a different God. It's the same God. That's why you have the Bible with all these books inside, right? Because all these books, they talk about the same God. Okay, it's not a different God. It's the same God. And in the Old Testament, this God, which by the way is also Jesus, according to you, because it's the Holy Trinity, right? It's the same thing. This God has no qualms with people sacrificing children to him, right? But you seem to think this is immoral. You seem to think child sacrifice is immoral, just like I do, which I think is the correct thing to believe, right? I think is the correct moral principle to have. Do not sacrifice children to anything, okay? But your morality, the way you see it and the way that I see it, contravenes with the morality of the God in this book.
All right, I gotta cut you off. I can have this discussion at a later date, maybe even today. Later, I just need to go for a second.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, have a good
Take
one.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Another win for Daniel. Ding 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 ding.
I mean, dude, it's like, again, it's like I don't care about like winning or whatever. It's more about the conversation, and I feel like if we just have the conversations, like with a lot of honesty, I think we all can learn things from it. Maybe I will learn that I'm wrong. I'm open to the possibility, but thus far I've never met anybody to actually demonstrate that I'm wrong about my ideas. Right, when I'm reading the Bible, there's a lot of evil in this book, right? And we can go to the New Testament too. It's not like only the Old Testament is filled with like bad things. No, there's bad things in the New Testament, like hell, for example. There was no hell in the Old Testament, but apparently, like the meek Jesus just brought hell to everybody. Maybe he shouldn't have.
Yeah, but that's based. No, hell is based.
What, dude? What is based about hell? Come on.
All the cool people are there.
Yeah.
Well,
that's my stealing.
I mean, that's one, right? And if we are to believe, dude, and again, I'm going to harp on Vesper. Oh my God, I'm feeling so nasty doing that. Christian, I'm just blaming you for me doing this. But earlier,
to be fair, I was the straw that broke the camel's back, so it is what it is.
It was, because like one of the things that for everybody that wasn't here, which is most people, we have this conversation with Vesper, and one of the things that Vesper said is that according to him, there's no free will in heaven, which is very weird, right? And it's very, very antithetical to like a lot of Christian denominations, right? Because I would think that most Christians think that there is obviously free will in heaven. So, and we didn't get to the end of it, right? Because he left. He got a bit butthurt. But I wanted to ask him if there's free will in hell, and I think he would have said yes. I think he would have said yes. There is such a thing as free will in hell. So hell would be the better option, right? If you don't have free will in heaven, but you do have free will in hell, well, basically the only place you can remain yourself is hell. So that would be the superior option, especially since he was also saying that according to him, hell is just separation from God. You're just not with God, which for me, for example, wouldn't change anything because, I don't think God exists. I don't see him anywhere. I don't see any evidence for him existing. So that would be cool. Imagine living forever, having free will, not having to eat shit and whatever we have to do as material beings. And also being with the best people in the world in history, all the cool atheists. Also, you wouldn't be with fucking Hitler there, right? Because Hitler actually believed in Jesus.
I was about to ask, like, where do we think
you would be with Stalin, though, right? So that's kind of like
wait, where's Stalin though? Where does Stalin end up? Heaven or hell?
I think he would be hell, right? Because he didn't believe.
Okay, and then but
so that would be nasty.
If Hitler and Stalin are in the same place,
no, they're not.
They're not contradicting. Okay,
so Hitler would be in heaven.
Now we have a problem, Daniel. See, now we have an actual issue. Where? So if Stalin is in hell, you can say that Hitler's in purgatory and save some face, but.
I mean, only if you're Catholic, right? Because nobody else believes in purgatory except the Catholics, and even that one, it doesn't come from the Bible. It just comes from their feelings.
I'm gonna let you go on this one, Daniel. But next time we talk about Hitler in the afterlife, I'm gonna expect a more concrete answer.
I mean, dude, I did give you a concrete answer. It's like according to Christian doctrine, right? It's like if you believe in Jesus Christ, you're going to heaven. Technically, that would make Satan go to heaven too. Because Satan does believe in Jesus Christ. He literally knows if Jesus Christ exists or not, right? So if he knows, he also has to believe, right, that he exists. So, I don't know, man. I think it's only Stalin that's in heaven. Because he was not a believer.
That
yes,
makes sense.
He was an atheist.
Yeah. Oh,
I don't think him being a communist is what got him to to hell, if there's such a thing as hell.
It's not what it says.
I'm sorry, Jesus was a laissez-faire capitalist. I'm sorry.
No, dude, what? No, he wasn't.
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
He was a military leader. He said, "Sell all your things and buy a sword."
Well, that's just his military approach, not his economic system.
Yes. His economic system was, I don't know, economy. I don't know. Because, God always knows to do anything except money, right? Because he always asks people for money. So apparently he's not that great with finances.
Wait, does that mean that the naked kid at the crucifixion was a military-aged male?
Well, he was a military-aged Palestinian that was
All right.
murdered
I
by
don't want
Romans.
to derail us that quick. No, that was too easy. Forget that one. Never mind.
You cannot catch me, man. That easy. Come on. You know better than that. But Asil, by the way, because Asil is like, I know you're a Muslim, but do you guys also have like original sin in Islam? Because I think you do, right?
No.
They don't.
I think so.
Okay.
No.
I don't think they do. No.
Oh, okay. I
God didn't even
really
kill the
didn't.
firstborn in Egypt in Islam either.
Oh, he didn't? Oh man. Well, here's a better one. Just based on his actions. So he didn't do all the 7 plagues in Egypt?
I think he did some.
But not all of them. Just he
Not
picked
that
and
one.
choose. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, better locusts than just like outright killing people for no reason. Yeah, Asil, I was asking you if in Islam you guys have like the concept of original sin. I didn't know if you have it. Let's see what Asil is saying, because I will take his word as a Muslim.
Yeah. If he corrects me, I would change.
Because I don't know, it's like
this is what I heard from Muslims. So
yeah, I've never had this conversation with Muslims per se. Because the thing is like I know they believe some of the things from like the Old Testament and whatnot, but not everything. So I don't know exactly how they choose exactly what is doctrine, what's not doctrine. I have
you
no
know
idea.
that question that they ask: is it justice to punish people for a crime they did not commit and had nothing to do with?
Okay, so he did agree
No,
with you.
of course not.
Yeah, he did say that indeed there's no original sin.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
and
that's good. I learned
Yeah.
something new today.
Azel, am I also correct that like God did not kill the firstborn children in Egypt?
And if only he could speak. But this is the thing with these Muslims. They can't speak. I'm joking with you, Aisel. Maybe they didn't.
Oh,
Who
well,
knows?
no worries.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's busy. He does have a small child, so he's busy being a father. That's a full-time job sometimes. Know how that is. But yeah, anyway, any other takers, or do you want to go back to talking esoteric stuff, Euclidean?
Sure. I mean, at least till somebody shows up who wants to argue the old book.
Yeah. So, do you think? So, look, I'm gonna tell you what I think first, right, and then you can talk about that. So, people talk about like the Big Bang.
Yeah.
I see the Big Bang as just being like a state of hot, dense matter, right? And that's it. But I do believe that like energy and the universe existed forever, right? There was no time when the universe wasn't a thing. And you said earlier that you believe that the universe was created. Or am I wrong?
I think like for our because at the moment of like singularity, our physics more or less break down, or at least our ability to measure breaks down, right? I think we can then say something created the conditions at the very least. Now that doesn't mean like creation is in the Christian sense, but definitely like there is a piece that we're missing to the beginning as we understand it.
Well,
In fact, I don't think it is the beginning. I agree with
Yeah.
you. I think there was some state before. Now, yeah. I
So
hope I
what I'm
answered your
saying
question.
basically, so it's like it's a lot easier to kind of understand. I don't think there was ever such a thing as nothing. Right? I don't think there was like any moment when there was nothing. There was always
Right, yeah.
something. And yes, if we talk about the Big Bang, yeah, I also do believe, because our understanding and our math kind of breaks down, especially when you go to like the Planck time, right? It's like everything kind of breaks down and we can't really make predictions. But there was, the Big Bang was like that because something's happened, right? For it to be like that. What exactly was it? I don't know. Right? There's multiple hypotheses about what could have been, but I don't think there was any ever such a thing as nothing, right? So, and if that's the case, right, there was no creator, right? There was nothing to create the energy, right? But do you believe there's such a thing that created the energy that exists in the universe?
Okay, the energy that exists in the universe. See, even when I do want to get into it more like woo woo, I would probably say no, because when I try to describe God as a creator, say I'm talking to like a Catholic or like a Buddhist or something, I'm talking about my beliefs, right? I always preface by saying that I think God and creation are functionally the same thing. Like like if there was no beginning, right? If the God that they attribute the world to is like actually infinite and all powerful, then there's nothing outside of him that he really could have used to create, right? And so I look at God, the anthropomorphization, as sort of a literary device, because I see us as sort of emerging out of the universe as opposed to being like a creation of it, if that makes sense. Like I don't think that we will ever be able to come up with a model that accurately represents it in a way that's satisfying to the conscious emotional mind. I think we can come up with equations. I think we can come up with models that make a lot of sense physically, but when it comes down to actually describing like what is experience and shit like that, right? That's where I start to draw on these things from theology, and I sort of soften my language, right? Because it is really difficult to even start to put yourself in the headspace to imagine what time would be like without space, or matter without time, all these things. And so
Yeah, I mean,
I'm an
it's-
optimist,
yeah.
Daniel. I do think there's a layer to our beliefs that comes from some sort of forgotten science, but I'm not going to sit here and claim that it's of the Christian doctrine, or of the Buddhist doctrine. Like that's just not something that I'm comfortable,
Yeah, I mean, it's like, as far as I understand it from what you said, it's kind of like you think we will never get to sorry, to understand the ontology of the universe, right? Like it's like what makes the universe be the universe, right? What makes everything be whatever it is, and that's what you're kind of like
I think that's sort of the
making
point,
it to
though.
be God.
Like if you imagine an immortal, all-powerful being, the one constant companion that it would have hypothetically would be boredom. And so if there is going to be life in a universe where it seems as though it might as well just not have happened, then it's like, if we're going to assume deity, right? Now, I'm not even going to say creator. If we're just going to assume deity that can affect change, right? And it's immortal and it can know everything, well then of course it's going to get bored and just sort of make a sitcom out of it, you know? Like that just seems like common sense to me.
Well, yes. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that, because I feel like, if I were the only, let's say like the brain in a jar, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you're the brain in a jar, it's like you're, and if your brain has the ability to make shit up to keep yourself entertained, you probably would do it, right? Or you would just go
Well,
insane.
hallucinations aren't
Yes.
voluntary, right? Like you literally
Yeah.
would not have a choice.
Yeah, but this is the thing with like the brain in a jar. You're still in a jar, right? And you're definitely not the jar.
See that?
Right.
Yes. So in that sense, I don't think that's ever knowable. Like, what
Yes.
is the jar? Who made the jar?
Is there a
Why is
jar?
the brain
Yeah.
in the jar?
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, all that. I don't think that's ever going to be knowable, and I will be long dead by the time it is.
But I mean, it's a cool way to anthropomorphize like the universe in a way, and I understand it to a certain extent. It's like, as you said, it's like a literary device, right? Literary device to just say, well, this is just God. And I don't know if I have an issue with that. It's just a matter of like words and like the labels you.
No, I mean, I
give
really
it.
do agree with you. Like, the only reason I use this language is because of how much like God has been sort of forced on the West, and like this concept of like a judge or like a spectator. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
this idea of a man in the sky is definitely not my idea at all, right? But I will still use that idea to describe what I'm talking about, just because we don't really have like a common touchstone for it in the West of like, like reality itself being the point, and also the purpose, and also the method, right? Like that doesn't really exist. We always have to overcomplicate things here.
Well, I mean, I think, okay, I feel like in the West specifically, we always liked our gods to be very tangible, right? And it's like
Very
we
what?
wanted tangible, we wanted to be able
Tangible,
to
yeah.
touch them, to place them somewhere, right? Where is God? He's in the sky, right? He's in the heavens. He sits where? Where does he sit? On a throne, right? I mean, very, very human-like, right? Because it's easier to think about it like that, and that's like even before Christianity. If you're looking at like the Greek pantheon, the Norse pantheon, they all had thrones. They all have had places, usually in the sky, where they sat and they just judged people. That's why when you're going to like the Eastern beliefs, they were like a bit different. Some of them, not all, but some of them. Where like the gods were like a bit more esoteric. They weren't really even involved in the human affairs. They were just like there doing whatever they were doing and not really interfering with anything. Maybe that's why they're a bit different, right? That's why they, when they heard about Jesus, like, that sounds weird. I don't think that's a thing. But yeah, anyway. I'm happy that I don't think we had that many conversations about this non-Euclidean. We had some of them, but we didn't get to this much agreement when it comes to belief.
I mean, it can be tough with some of the Christian pals I have, because I like to troll, and so it's hard for me to talk about this stuff and not poke fun when people are trying to poke me. Yeah, and so
I feel
I never get a chance to unpack this, because it's like people will start talking about like they'll talk about fucking Muhammad or something, and then you know where that goes, and then all of a sudden it's a great time. So
No, I feel you, but that's because most people, when they talk about God, it's a very specific thing, right? They actually they belong to a denomination. They're either Catholics or Orthodox or Protestants or like Muslims, and obviously they have like very specific things that they believe in. It's fine. as I said earlier, as long as you're not trying to legislate your beliefs in society, dude, you can believe in whatever you want. I'm cool with everything. Although, I gotta say that, if you start to believe in like a lot of like crazy stuff, I think it's kind of impossible for that crazy stuff that you believe in to not interfere with your daily life and with the lives of others. So,
Well, Daniel, you'll notice I pick on certain groups particularly who practice, mutilation or ostracization or extreme punitive. I think you and me are more alike than you might presume.
Oh, but I know that. I know that. We've talked about it before. It's like, and you know my opinion of you. That's why it's like I find it weird when you're having certain companies. But that's it's you doing you. So nothing I can do about it.
Yeah,
or
but
want to
imagine
do
if they
about
were
it.
all here right now. You guys could be arguing about the Bible. You see, Daniel.
Well,
you gotta
we
broaden your
could.
horizons.
We could, but that would be another W for me. You know what I mean? So how many W's can one man handle? Is what I'm saying.
I'm getting preacher, dude. I'm getting preacher in here right now.
I want somebody to be able to give me an L. It needs to compensate with all the W's that I have on my back.
So it is about wins and losses.
See, exactly, bro. This is how you catch them. You
I
just
knew
gotta
it,
butter
dude.
them up.
Exactly. You gotta tell them what they want to hear, and then they'll agree with you, and then you find
Where's
out what
Anthony?
their motive is.
Where's
I know.
Anthony? Get the steel
Anthony's down below us.
chair. Get him up here, man.
He was here earlier, but I think
Anthony
he
would
left.
destroy Daniel. I ain't even gonna lie.
Anthony would. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's like he's never here to actually debate. So what can I do about it?
He's literally down there. What are you talking about?
You're an
Yeah, but
admin.
he's
You
not
can
here.
move him.
It's
You
like-
can move him. That's what you can do about it. You
No.
can just drag him up here.
Yeah, I would never do that. I never did that. What do you mean? That would be the worst thing. Yeah, no. It's like I would never do that unless it's for like what's it called? Moderation purposes. But I mean, Boss Clip is like you're a Protestant. You're a believer. Do you believe in original sin?
I'm a believer for different reasons.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm not a typical Christian.
Oh my god, dude! It's like, can I get a typical Christian in here? Christian, what are you doing, man? Is like, get me the typical Christian in this chat right now. I need to have a
Yes,
talk
sir,
to
right
him.
away, sir.
Daniel, you
Sorry, I
could
went to the-
just
I went to
bring
the
Anthony
discount
up here.
aisle last-
Yeah, just drag Anthony, dude. Come on.
It's for moderation purposes.
No, it's
You
not.
know,
a typical
Anthony's
Christian
not
either.
a typical Christian either, technically.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, no,
he's
he's
an
an
order.
Orthodox.
He's an Orthodox. I mean, I would consider.
And to be
And he
fair,
studied a lot.
whenever we also think about like a typical Christian, your typical Christian actually isn't that well educated on the subject. To be fair, your typical Christian doesn't even go to church on Sunday.
Boss, how do you differentiate yourself from a quote unquote typical Christian?
I don't believe for the same reasons that they believe. I believe based on the moral framework that it gives me. That's like the sole reason I started to attempt to convince myself of God.
So, like, because of the teachings, is that's like your main reason?
Kinda. The morality that I had seen others, change and have was way better than the one that I had had in the past. So.
But are you getting it from the book, or are you getting?
Yeah,
it from other
how does
people?
that differentiate you from like a Buddhist or something? Like, why do you consider yourself Christian?
Christianity. Yeah, I mean, I very well could have been a Buddhist or a Muslim or whatever I was able to convince myself at the time. But I just knew that I had to convince myself of something. So I immediately ran to the closest thing there was, which was the Baptist church, and it took a long time for me to convince myself. But whenever I finally did, I was starting to see my morality shift a little bit, which was what I was going for. If I was what I would call a normal person with a normal way of thinking, then I probably would just be an atheist and not worry about it. But I'm not typical, thinking individual. So
So do you like believe
in the resurrection, or do you just like follow Christianity because of the moral framework?
Well, I try to convince myself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. But have you succeeded yet, or are you like still trying? Or
Every day is a new step.
step
So,
in the step
do,
in
do
the
you go? Just a second. I'm really curious now because I didn't know that about you. So, do you go to church every Sunday, for example?
Not every
I
Sunday.
mean, not
no.
you know,
Not every
a lot. You know, do you go to church like on a somewhat regular basis?
That's one of the ways that I was able to convince myself was to surround myself in the environment.
No, cool. It's like because I understand the moral perspective that you're talking about, right? But I think it's not just the moral perspective because I could also like get the Bible and I can just point to like a lot of places in the Bible where it talks about like moral principles of God that you wouldn't agree with. So
Listen, Daniel, you really don't know what I would agree with, especially without
No.
God. You have no idea what I would agree with.
are you okay with child sacrifice, for example?
Because I believe in God. No, I don't. But
No, but that's what I'm
besides,
saying. It's like there's places in the Bible where God is very okay with child sacrifice, right? So you definitely
Listen.
not be okay with that, right?
I'm more fond of the Bible supporting
True.
that than I am me before I found Christ.
What do you mean?
That is a better thing for me to support than the things that I was engaging and supporting beforehand.
Well, I mean, I don't think you were
It's a
doing
step in the
something
right
that was
direction.
worse than child
yeah, I
sacrifice.
don't know. I don't know a lot things that are a lot more things that are worse than
Yeah.
Engage
Yeah, like Daniel said.
to follow the Bible, which it supports, is not worse than thinking horrendous things in your mind and then acting on them.
Doing is always
Yeah.
worse
Yeah.
than thinking, right? So it's like I don't believe in thought crimes, right? Like people can think a lot of things, but as
Like
long
I
as they're
said,
not doing
thinking
it.
and doing. Like
Yeah.
I said, thinking and doing.
Well, but the doing is the important part, right? Because you can think about it all you want. Like for example, do you know like
Daniel,
what's
the
his name?
bad part.
Yeah.
The bad part, though, Daniel, is if you have somebody that's actively telling you that they have engaged in it, then thinking it is just as bad because they're more susceptible to like end up doing it again.
Yeah, but you see, there's a difference between thinking something and doing something. Because, for example, like Stephen Hawking, right? The physicist, right? I mean, he was paralyzed. Like the guy could think about doing all the atrocious things ever possible, right? He was not able to do any of them, right? So him thinking them was okay, cool. He's thinking them. He internally might be a bad person, right? But he cannot do them, right? So somebody that thinks half of the bad things that Stephen Hawking was thinking, but is actually able to do them and is doing them, that's a worse person because he's doing them. But I think he left a bit, so yeah.
Oh, American is here. A Catholic has entered the chat.
A
Daniel.
Catholic has entered the chat, but American doesn't know the
American,
Bible.
bro.
So.
American,
Oh, I just saw the video you sent me, Unc.
Dude, do not call anyone Unk, bro. Eric, you know you are the Unk of this
Yes.
server, bro.
Unc.
You are the Unk. You are the you are the uncle. You add the LE to Unk. You are the one. You are the throne. You're the king of Unks.
Yeah, isn't
I was
Nonicudian
the
like
king of
younger than you are, American? I think he
don't give a
is.
shit.
I'm just saying, we need to be very precise.
Incorrect.
So, do you believe in original sin, American?
You.
Can you get
You're
closer to your
super
mic?
far away from your mic.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yes. Now
Yeah.
we can hear you. Yes.
Said I do.
You do? Okay.
Of course I do.
Okay.
You
So.
expect a different answer?
No, but I'm curious, right? If you do believe in original sin, so what do you think was the original sin?
The original sin is when Original sin is when Adam and Eve, did their thing.
Mm-hmm. So what exactly did they do?
Disobeyed God.
Did they know how to? Did they know good from wrong before
They knew
eating
they
from
were
the
not.
tree?
They knew they were not supposed to disobey God.
But
It's that
that's
simple, dude.
that's okay. So is obeying God good?
When the person who creates you, right, and does everything for you and gives you everything and tells you,
Right, I'm
you
back.
can do this, and this, and do that, or you will die, right? I mean,
Yeah, but
what
no,
are you
we're
do?
gonna get there. We're gonna get there. But it's like, is obeying God good?
Yes, obeying God is good.
Is disobeying God bad?
Yeah, I mean, look what
Yeah.
happened to them.
So no. That's what I wanted to know, right? So it's like, in order for you to understand, in order for you to obey God or to disobey God, you have to know the difference between good and bad, right?
Oh no, you're fucked, Dunk. Oh god, Daniel, I wasn't serious. Okay, whatever. My bad.
No,
No, you don't
Well,
need
it
to know the
depends.
difference between them.
There's context. Context is needed because you're trying to
I mean, my question was
bail out.
yeah, my question was like very simple, right? It's like, do you have to be aware of the difference between good and bad?
At that time, they weren't aware of what was good and bad. God didn't tell them what was good and bad. He just told them what to do and what not to do.
Yeah, but in order
And
to
that's all
obey
they had to do.
something, right, that is good, and to not disobey the thing that is good, you need to know the difference between good and bad, right?
Not necessarily. I could tell you
Not
not to
necessarily?
do something. And I don't have to tell you any reason why you don't have to do something.
No.
right? I don't have to
That's
tell you
cool.
why.
But in order for it to be a moral proclaimment, it either needs to be good or bad, right? So if you're disobeying and you're doing it because you want to do a bad thing, you need to know what bad is, right? And if you're obeying it because you want to do a good thing, you need to know what good is, right? So you need to know the difference between good and bad, right?
Well, no, because God didn't tell
No?
Adam and Eve only do good and don't do bad. He said you can eat from every tree in the garden, right? Just don't eat from that
Mhm.
one.
Yeah, which
They
is
did it anyway.
Yeah, which is just like you're telling your kids, for example, don't do that. Why do you tell them don't do that? Don't do that because that's a
doesn't have-
bad thing, right?
Because I don't want them to. It
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
have to be good or bad
Yeah,
or anything.
and
It
not
can just
listening.
simply be
No,
because
but it
I
has
don't
to
want
be.
them.
But it has to be because not listening to you, that's a bad thing, right?
Well, yeah,
And you know
because
how
I
I
said
know
it's
you know how I know it's a bad thing, because if you do the bad thing, there's consequences.
not all the time.
Well, not all the time, but in this case, for example, right? Because we can read straight from Genesis 3, right? Where God said, "You shall not eat from any tree in the garden." Right? You shall not eat of the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden, nor shall you touch it, or you shall die. Right?
Okay. So what's so hard to understand about that?
Oh no, for me it's easy to understand. You know why?
Because he said so.
No, it's because it's like I understand the good from the bad, right? I can tell the difference. But if I didn't know the difference between good and bad, I would just do things because I want to do them, because I cannot think in moral terms, right? Just like children, for example, before you teach them what is good and what is not good, right? You have to repeat to them, don't touch that, don't do this, don't touch that, don't do this. And you have to repeat them multiple times. And I know because I have 2 kids, right? And I have to keep repeating them, right? Because you teach them. That's how you teach them. That's not good, right? And you don't go straight with the punishment, right? You say, that's not good, don't do this. Right? And the punishment comes later when they should already know what is good and what is bad. Right? But in this circumstance, neither Adam or Eve knew the difference between good and evil. They didn't know that, right? Morally, they were neutral.
Where did in the verse that you read? Well, when they weren't little, for one, they were fucking grown adults.
I didn't say little. I just said they didn't know. And also, like, in terms of like when they were made, they were just like kids. They were like newborns.
Okay, but that still doesn't like nowhere in the verse that you read or the verses you read did anything about God say anything about good or bad, right? Like
No,
he
it
just
says
simply said don't.
no,
He
no, but
simply said
he
do this.
says, yeah, but that's a moral proclaimment, right? It's like, again, if I tell you don't eat that, or I will punish you, right? The reason
He never said
you
he was gonna
cannot eat
punish
that,
them.
of course, he says, it's like you shall die.
And like, maybe think about it this way: is like, what does it mean for something to be good or bad, right? For something to be good, isn't that the same thing as it's the thing that you should do, and the bad thing is the thing that you should not do?
Yeah.
Right.
Also, how do you feel about God lying to them? Do you think God should have lied to them the way he did?
How did he lie to them?
Well, I mean, he said, you shall not touch it. Okay, so he said, you shall not eat of the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden, nor shall you touch it, or you shall die. But they didn't die when they ate.
They did die spiritually.
What?
No, where does it say that?
Not only that, but they was
Where
immortal.
where does it say that?
This feels like another topic. This feels like another topic.
Yeah, can we
Focus on
take
the
like
first
one at a
topic.
time? Let's just be one at a
Go
time,
back
please.
to the first
Can I
topic.
go?
This is a different topic.
Can I?
Yeah, what's up, boss?
Can I throw it out?
Okay, so American, where does it say spiritually there in the text?
Oh,
It doesn't have to say spiritually. It doesn't have to. It's just like
It
it's just
doesn't?
like it's saying no. It's just like it's saying when it says brothers and sisters. Does it mean literal brother and fucking sister? No, it does not.
No,
Not
because
everything in the
we
Bible
have
is
we
literal.
have an understanding what it means to mean brothers and sisters. But when I tell you don't eat that because you're gonna die, and if I don't say spiritually,
American, check DMs.
how are you gonna say it's spiritually?
He left.
Oh, he left. Okay. Well, it is
Anyways,
American at the end of the day.
I disagree with the spiritually thing. From
Yeah, I mean, there is
my
no such thing,
understanding
yeah.
of the Bible, it was that they was immortal. At the start, whenever he first made them, they had he had no intentions of them dying, from my understanding. And then whenever they ate from the tree of good and knowledge of good and evil, then whenever he's referring to they will surely die, he's referring to now they are mortal, they will die.
Well, there's a few ways of thinking about this. Okay, so if you're gonna read further in Genesis, you're gonna see that God punishes them and expels them from the garden because God says, "Oh, we should expel them from the garden because if they eat from the tree of everlasting life or whatever the hell the name is, right? They're going to also be immortal, right? So that kind of like makes it that they were actually not immortal before." Right, because otherwise there would be no point in kicking them out, right? Because the reason he drove them out is because God didn't want Adam and Eve to eat from the other tree that would give them eternal life.
It's
Not
called
only
the
that,
tree of knowledge in the Bible, by the way.
knowledge of
It's not like
good and
tree of
evil.
life or whatever. It's like tree of knowledge and good and evil. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. It's like there's a name. Don't remember exactly in which verse it is, right? But that's
Just make sure,
why.
like, it's not like the tree of life. I think that's like a very important
Yeah.
distinction to be made here, right?
Yeah. So there's two trees: the one that gives you knowledge of good and evil, and there's the one that gives you immortality, right? And after they ate from the first one, God kicked them out because He didn't want them to eat from the second one that gave them, immortality. So that's the first thing, right? And the second reason that I'm saying this is because there are verses in the Old Testament where God talks about the end times and the New Jerusalem, right? And when He talks about the New Jerusalem, actually God tells, it doesn't say that people are going to be immortal in the New Jerusalem. It just tells that people are going to live a very long life, right? A very long life, but they are going to die eventually. Okay, so this idea of immortality is only kind of taken in the New Testament, not in the Old Testament, right? Because, for example, when in the New Testament, in Revelations, when they're talking about the New Jerusalem, they're talking about it like people are going to be immortal in the New Jerusalem, which is kind of in contradiction with what they say in the Old Testament. So, if we are just talking about like the Old Testament, which where the creation myth is and where Genesis is, we need to to abide by the context of the Old Testament. And in the context of the Old Testament, there's no such thing as eternal life except for God and for whoever eats from the tree that grants eternal life. But again, I don't know exactly how much you read from the Old Testament.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. Wouldn't say I'm the most educated, but I wouldn't say I'm entirely
No,
ignorant.
that's fine. You don't have to be having conversations, right? So the problem that I'm having is that, right, with this story of the original sin, is the fact that, when the serpent said to the woman, "You will not die," for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. He was actually right, because once they ate from the tree, they didn't die. And not only that, but they actually knew
did
good
die.
from... Well, they didn't. They clearly didn't die.
But they actually did, Daniel. Are they here? They did die.
No, but again, it's like
If they wouldn't have ate from the apple, they would have still been here to this day.
Yeah, but this is the thing. It's like
still been
if I tell you, don't eat that because you're gonna die, and then you die 40 years later, was I correct about it?
Daniel, that's a false equivocation, because the scenario would only be equivalent if you was a mortal and could not die, and then I say, hey, if you drink this poison bottle that I told you not to drink, then you're gonna eventually die. And you not being able to die, you're like, what? No way. And then you drink the poison, 40 years later, you die. Yeah, I was right. You should.
No, but that would make sense if indeed in the Bible it would say that. Well, obviously, it's like Socrates is right. It depends. It depends on the translation. In some Bible translations, they say on the day off. I don't use such translations. I use the NRSV, which is like a pretty good translation. And again, it's like it would make what you're saying would make sense if we actually knew that both Adam and Eve were immortal, which we don't. Okay, and I explained to you why.
My understanding.
But that's why I told you why, right? It's like I told you that there's a reason as to why, right? Because God literally had to kick them from the Garden of Eden because He didn't want them to eat from the tree that gave them immortality. Okay? Because He said if they eat from that one too, then they would truly be like us. Okay, so this is the thing, right? So it's like there's no indication anywhere that they were actually immortal, right? Before eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
All I can offer is my understanding.
Yeah,
but understanding. So
that's why I'm also telling you what I know, right? And I'm giving you like reasons as to why I believe it. I don't just believe it for the sake of it.
Fair enough.
Also, if we're going to talk about this original sin, it's like what did Jesus do, right? Because the original topic was original sin and salvation are Christian fiction, right? So after original sin, then we have the salvation mythos, where they kind of say, like Jesus came and to forgive our sins or whatever.
Can you repeat that last part? I'm sorry.
So what is the need for Jesus, right? Because one of the things that Christians say that Jesus does, He is kind of saving us from the original sin, right? He is paying for the original sin. Do you think that to be true?
I don't think that was His main purpose.
What was His main purpose?
I think His main purpose was to try to spread the word of God.
Where does it say that?
Well, I guess I'm drawing that conclusion from, like, if you read a book and a man talks about how he goes on a roof and he has nails and shingles and and he spends 8 hours a day up there, and then the next day he does the same thing, I'm going to assume that he works on roofs. So I guess I'm drawing that conclusion from that, where he spent his entire time outside of the
Okay, so he
carpentry
was.
that he did for 20 years.
So he
spreading
was
the
no
word.
different from any other prophets from before, right? I mean, he wasn't any different from Zechariah, from Daniel, right?
He's definitely different in a way, yeah.
What makes it different? Because all the other prophets did. They were also spreading the word of God, right? So
Yeah,
if we're going to all the prophets,
Jesus-
that's what they did.
Jesus did miracles to prove God's existence.
So did all the other prophets. Which, by the way, some of them
Well-
were also like resurrections, for example.
Okay. One thing I guess that separates him is that he's the Son of God, which in the Trinity means that he is God.
So he's begotten, right? He's the begotten Son of God.
From my understanding.
Yeah. He's the only begotten Son of God, right?
Yeah.
Do you know there's another begotten Son of God in the Bible?
Let's hear it.
Do you know?
I said, let's hear it.
Yeah, it's David. Do you know that David is also the begotten Son of God? Do you want me to show you to you? Let me show you to you so you can see it.
Psalms 2:7.
Yeah. So in the Psalms 2:7 it says, "I will tell of the decree of the Lord. He said to me, you are my son. Today I have begotten you." Right? So he's the begotten Son of God. That's David. Was David God?
I don't know. I think I need to read more context on this.
You can go ahead and read it. That's one of the many contradictions in the Bible. Because as you can see in John 3:16, it says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only son," right? His only son, which is not true, right? Because literally God says in Psalms 2:7, he says, "You are my son, today I have begotten you." So unless David is also God, somehow, I don't think that there's any reason to believe that Jesus is God, just because he's called the Son of God.
So after looking into it and also searching it up online, the explanation from Baptist churches is that he's stating that David was not. He's stating David's not divine, but he's declaring him the king in his like in representation on earth.
Oh well, neither is in John 3:16 does it say that Jesus is divine. So you see, it's like when every time like church people want to reconcile these obvious contradictions, they're gonna have to cope with like a lot of things, right? What they're gonna have to do, they're gonna have to take the words that are in the Bible and actually make them look like they're not saying what they're saying, right? Or they're gonna have to add to the text, right? They're gonna say, well, actually, they were saying this, even though it's not saying anything like that in the Bible, right? Just like American earlier, he was trying to say, oh, it's a spiritual death, despite the fact that in the text it doesn't say spiritual anywhere, right? And there's no context to actually understand that there's anything spiritual about it, right? So that's what they have to do, right? Because otherwise they would have to say, well, that's a contradiction, and if that's a contradiction, then we cannot believe what it says there, right? We cannot know which one is the actual truth, right? Is the truth that, you know, when they're talking about the begotten Son of God, you know, it can be anybody technically, or you know, which one is lying? Is Psalm 2:7 lying, or is John 3:16 lying?
I think I'm
Maybe
the
they're
wrong
both
person
lying.
to ask. I think I'm the wrong person to ask that question to.
Oh no, I'm not asking you. I'm just telling you. It's like what's happening, right? It's like I've had conversations like this with like a lot of people, and I've heard like all the excuses, right? It's like you're not the first time that I'm hearing this, right? Like people saying it's like, well,
I didn't throw an
actually,
excuse. I threw
no,
out what the
not
church
you,
said.
right? It's like it's what the church said. I'm calling it an excuse, right? I'm not saying that you made it up or whatever, right? It's like, yeah, you read it somewhere. There's a lot of apologetics sites online, and where you can go and look at, you know, the way they're trying to explain all the contradictions in the Bible, right? There's worse ones than this one, by the way. This is just one of them, right? But there's hundreds of contradictions.
Okay.
But the way they're handling the contradictions are the same, right? They're either trying to say that the words written on the page don't mean what they actually mean, or they're adding things to it with no good reason, right? Just because they want to make it say what they want it to say, and not what it actually says. So that's why it's like I don't see as Jesus doing anything, right? Because if Jesus didn't come to be the Messiah, and you know, I have no reason to believe that he was the Messiah, because I don't see him actually fulfilling any messianic prophecies in the Bible. He didn't do that, so how can he be the Messiah if he didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies? He didn't save us from the original sin, right? He didn't forgive us from the original sin, because apparently we still have it. He just didn't do anything, right? We didn't need Jesus in order to have our sins forgiven, because if you go to the Old Testament, there's going to be multiple places where God is telling you exactly what you have to do in order to have your sins forgiven, right? So you don't need Jesus to do that. You can do it based on like whatever the Old Testament is telling you to do. So what is the point of Jesus, right? He just came here. He died for nothing, because he didn't die for our sins, because we still have sins. So he didn't do anything. He was just a useless sacrifice, right? It was just like God the Father, right? According to Christians, doing nothing to himself, right? He just, you know, pretended to do something, right? To atone for something that wasn't there.
Okay.
Again, I'm not saying it's like believe me, right? It's like you can read further and you know, learn by yourself.
Well,
Don't listen to me necessarily.
I mean, to be fair, Daniel, you know, I wish I didn't have. I wish I could, you know, could just believe whatever I wanted to, but unfortunately, I'm not able to.
Well, I mean, I also don't think we can believe whatever we want to believe. I think the belief is the state of being convinced of something, and I don't think you can choose whether or not you're convinced of something. I think you can do kind of what you were kind of implying you're trying to do, that you're trying to convince yourself of some truths of Christianity, but I don't think you can. You know, I don't think you can actually do that. I think, you know, a proposition either convinces you based on your already acquired knowledge of things, or it just doesn't, right? But yeah, Codex. We are talking about John 3:16. It's talking about the begotten Son of God, which is one of the contradictions in the Bible, because in Psalms 2:7 it says that David is also the begotten Son of God. So apparently God didn't just have one begotten son, it had two begotten sons. And that's a small contradiction in the Bible. If you want to see more boss clip, I can show you more. Do you want me to show you more?
Show me more what?
Contradictions in the Bible.
I mean, I can just listen. Ain't no big deal.
No, I mean, I was just curious if you want to. I guess I
I
like
don't want
talking
to. I
about.
don't want to
about
waste.
these
I don't
things.
want to waste your time because.
Oh no, you're not. I mean, that's the whole
problem is-
point of the show. We're just
No. The
doing this.
problem is I'm not willing to be convinced because of my own personal, issues.
Cool. And we can go back to the original topic. Whoever wants to carry the flame for the proposition that original sin is just Christian fiction. A lot of new people came here, so yeah. If anybody wants to have a conversation about it, we can do it right now. Well, Christian, so many people, so few Christians, man. What is happening? Is everybody-
This is very off topic. This is very off topic, but I haven't seen a Mender in the server in such a long time. Has he just been like away for a while? I just like have not seen him at all.
Amender is in his own server right now. He's mainly being there in his server.
I see.
I mean, he got like trash talked and like treated like not very well in the server, right? I guess like he doesn't want to be here.
Yes.
It's like my reading of it at least. But it's like fine. Like I'm not like a Amanda fan, but like I don't know.
I mean,
like,
just so you know,
neither am I. Neither am I.
Shit talking you all the time.
Okay, just so you know, King Cole. So today is my show in Christians, right? We do it every Thursday. Sorry, but tomorrow
Is it Thursday?
Yeah, it is Thursday. I mean, for Americans,
It's
okay?
Wednesday. It's Wednesday.
It is Thursday for me too, right? It's for me. It's like 3:36 a.m. Okay. Just
Oh, right. God, sorry. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah. But it's also for Americans, right? For Americans, it's Thursday. But tomorrow, okay,
It's a
I will be
Wednesday.
doing the show with Amender, right? And usually I do it on his server, okay? Every Friday I do the show
That
with
thing still
Amender.
exists.
Of course, yes. Every Friday. I do the show with Amender. I mean, that's a very
thought he
different
let it
show.
go
That's
after
why,
it
like,
did.
more political. This one is more about religion and stuff, right? That one is more about.
I thought he quit whenever
politics.
the show dipped.
No. He actually didn't. The show didn't dip. He's taking mainly calls on the show rather than people on Discord.
How's everyone's night going?
Man, pretty decent. I mean, I'm pretty tired. I had like a very exhausting week.
It's
but I like
about 4 in
talking
the morning
about,
for you, Daniel.
Yeah, it's also very late, exactly. But I like talking about my favorite topic, which is the Bible, especially like the Old Testament. You know, that's one of
Okay.
my favorite topics. Do you believe in God, Mercury?
I believe in God, but I subscribe to shell theory.
Bro, oh my god.
Do you disagree?
Daniel, do not look it up. You will not shelter he's talking about is not the one where Isaac Newton or Einstein said that you can represent a 3D object in a 2D plane. It is not that.
But is that where he got it from?
No,
'Cause
it's
that
not.
doesn't
He
even
no,
relate
it
to what
not
he's
not
talking
even
about.
close. It's not even close. He made the theory and then came up with the name shell theory, which actually fits the theory. It fits the thesis pretty well. But it is not. If you look it up, you will not find it. But it's pretty much a carbon copy of the social role theory. So if you would just say that you're a social role forever.
So look, we got a question from Kuzinski. He says, "Give me the biggest or worst contradiction in the New Testament." I think it's very subjective what it means to like the biggest contradiction, in the New Testament. But for example, it's like when was Jesus crucified? Well, it depends, right? Because if you're reading Mark, it's kind of like 9 a.m. If you're reading John, it's afternoon.
It is
right? So different time, right? It's like when was Jesus? I mean, I don't know. Is that a big contradiction? I mean, kind of, but not really. But if you're reading like the New Testament, you're going to ask yourself, how is somebody saved, right? Because this is one of the topics of today,
Oh,
is
that's
salvation,
easy.
right? So how is salvation achieved, right? It's like some people
Salvation's
say,
achieved
yeah, some
through
people
acceptance of Jesus
just a
Christ.
Hold
sec.
up, Marty. Hold up,
I'm
Marty.
going to tell you, right? So it's like some people say, well, salvation is by grace alone, right? So it's like you believe in God, you believe in Jesus to be your savior and whatnot, right? And that's salvation, and you're saved. You're going to heaven, right?
No.
But if you're reading Acts, right, 15, right, it gives you 4 requirements for salvation, right? Which means it's not just faith alone. Okay, so that's a contradiction in my book.
No, because I think the Bible is abundantly clear that it's only because of Jesus that you are saved, because nothing you do is of worth in the eyes of God compared to his perfection.
Okay, so why does it say other things other than faith?
It's probably ways to be a good Christian, like you should be practicing. Like it's just a way to stay righteous so you don't harden your heart. But the only real thing you do, because nothing you could do in the Christian sense is of worth. Like that would give you access to heaven because you have original sin within you. So it is Jesus' sacrifice that secures that.
No, but I'm asking you.
So-
So if it's just faith, right? Faith is just one thing, right?
No, not faith. It's
No, but that's what grace
full-
means. Grace means you need to only have faith, right? So one of the biggest questions in Christianity for the longest time, and it's like throughout denominations and everything, right? It's like, what gives you salvation? Okay, how are you going to
Jesus.
heaven? Yeah, but how are you going to heaven? Do you need to do stuff? Do you need to behave in a certain way? Or do you just need to believe? Is belief
you're
in itself,
asking-
is faith itself the only requirement for salvation, right? And that's why I'm telling you, it's like when you're reading the New Testament, you're gonna get contradictory advice, right? In some places, he's telling you, well, all you need is just faith, right? In other places, he tell you, well, you need to do this, and this, right? Which is not just faith. So,
Well,
is it acts? Is it like, do you need to do good acts, or do you need to just have faith in God?
It's not just the acts. It's like you're tending a garden and you plant a flower. You have faith that it's going to grow. But to show that you love it,
No, but look,
you
it's like saying
tend to it.
with that's very nice. That's very nice. The problem that you're having with this analogy is that if you don't tend to that flower and it doesn't get water, and if it doesn't get sunlight, and if it doesn't get good earth, it's going to die.
And faith doesn't make it grow.
Yes, and just believing in your heart of hearts that the flower is going to grow is not going to cut it.
Well, Jesus says in the Bible, if you love me, you'll keep my commandments. And it's not a act of saying this is going to help me secure. It's more of I walk this path, so I follow the tenets to honor. Because if you follow a God, you usually show reverence in some kind of way. You genuflect, you can pray, you can act a certain way within the morality of that doctrine. It's honorable. And it's just something you do. It's not really securing your salvation more than it is showing that it's an act of faith. It's a byproduct of faith. It's something you should do. And it keeps you from straying away
But
from the
again,
religion itself.
you don't need to do so. If it's only grace, if it's only faith, you don't need to do anything other than believe, right? It's like you could literally
Not
'cause
really.
this is
God
the no,
says
but
so hard
it
in
is
your
really,
heart.
it is really. Because if it's just faith that Jesus Christ existed and is your Lord and Savior, if that's the only requirement for you to go to heaven, that is literally the only thing you need, right? So you could
depends
do
on the
you could
situation.
do
It's
all the
situational.
atrocious you could do all the atrocious things you can think of, but as long as you believe in Jesus Christ to be your Lord and Savior, you are going
No.
to go to heaven.
No,
if it's
because
only by grace alone. If it's not just
it
grace,
depends on.
if it's also
Let's
the
say
things
you have
you're
like
doing,
let's say you have like a serial killer, right?
yes,
And all their life they've killed.
like Jeffrey Dahmer.
If
You know
at
what
the
Jeffrey
moment-
Dahmer did?
Let's say if he really meant it in the Christian sense, he should have been saved. If
Okay,
he
so
was
do
truly
you,
repentant.
do you think? Okay, let's not use those words. But
He
do you
was
think
a
Jeffrey?
homo.
Do you
If
think
he-
Jeffrey Dahmer is in hell or in heaven?
I can't say, I don't know, but what I do know,
I
is
didn't.
in
I
the
didn't ask you
Christian
what you
sense,
know. I asked you what you think.
because it's dependent on if he was truly repentful. That's the only thing that matters.
But again, it's
That's
like,
why
does
I
it?
don't know.
Let's say he was truly repentant. Do you
If he
think
was
he's in
truly
heaven?
That's not about
Do you think he's in
believing, though.
heaven or hell?
repentance? Yeah, repentance is
If
not
he
the
was
same as
truly
having faith.
repentant and he really meant and
Yes.
he believed in
He was
Christ,
truly
then-
sorry.
then he should be saved.
Yeah, he was truly sorry for killing and eating people.
Because the judgment is for God and not for the people.
No,
So
that's
for
very
someone to
nice.
say that
But
he is or
let's
isn't
stick to the
would be
question at
against
hand.
the doctrine itself.
Yeah, let's stick to the question at hand. So, do you think if he truly repented for the horrific things he did, right, and he believed
Yeah.
that Jesus is his Lord and Savior, is he in heaven or in hell?
He's probably in heaven.
He's probably in heaven, right? Cool.
Yeah.
And now imagine,
Christ
and now
like-
imagine one of his victims, right? Is one of his victims. He didn't kill anybody. He did only good things in his life or her life, right? But you know what? Atheist. Did not believe that Jesus was real. Did not believe Jesus was his Lord and Savior. Heaven or hell?
Hell.
Their only
Hell.
sin was being
There
born.
you go. So, by what you said, the only difference between them is that one of them believes in Jesus and the other one doesn't. So you believe just grace alone is what gets you to heaven.
Well, you can forfeit certain.
No,
You
but
can forfeit
this is the moral
your-
bankruptcy,
your
right?
seed.
This
But
is
you
this is
can
the moral
forfeit your
bankruptcy.
seed if you don't act within a certain way.
No, but
Like,
Mercury,
that's more than obvious.
this is the moral bankruptcy of this ideology because by your own admission, you're saying
Well,
that
I'm
Jeffrey
not
Dahmer.
Christian, bro. I'm
No,
just
no.
defending the position.
Okay, cool. I mean, I don't know what exactly you're defending, but okay, let's say you're defending this
Because-
position. But
because
it's like
you're
according to the thing you're
misinterpreting
defending.
Scripture itself.
Yeah, Mercury. So it's like according to the thing you're defending, Jeffrey Dahmer, a guy that killed and ate people, right? He's in heaven, and one of the victims of Jeffrey Dahmer is in hell. Do you think that's a good
Depending on
thing?
if they truly repented
Okay.
or not.
Cool, but do you think
Mercury,
do you think that's a good
Okay.
thing?
What I think is, regardless of the point, you're asking me from the Christian sense. If you're
No,
asking me
but
if
I'm
I think
asking
that's
you
good,
now
I'd
if
say
you think that's a
no.
good or a
If you're
bad thing.
asking me if in the Christian sense, he would have salvation. Now, if you're asking me personally, do I think that's good? I say no.
Okay, but you're not a Christian in that case, right?
I'm not, but I'm
Okay.
just simply saying, like, I'm hearing some. You're missing some things. Like,
Well, I mean,
it's
this
not
is the
that you're
thing. I'm
saved
not
through your
missing
works.
anything because you know the
It's
difference
that-
is okay, Mercury. So the difference is it's like when I'm saying something, I'm looking at the text, right?
But you're
I'm
cutting me
not
off
just
when
I'm not
trying
just
to
saying.
explain.
Well, I'm also trying to explain.
Well, wait, that's what I'm saying. You have to be patient. It's respect.
I think I've been pretty patient.
I,
Did
I think any Christian
disrespect you?
knows. I think any Christian knows that works do not secure your seat in heaven, but they are to be done. It is a fruit of your labor because you reap what you sow. And if you truly are repentant, then the life you live based on that repentance comes forth as works.
Mercury, I have a question though for that. So let's say you're an average person, and you know you've committed an average amount of sin, and in an hour due time, you're driving home. Let's say you're driving home from work. In an hour due time, you are about to repent. You're about to repent for all of your sins. You're about to truly, truly repent. However, on the drive home, you get in a car crash and you die. Now, you were in an hour you were going
Oh,
to.
you're
You have
saved.
not yet.
You're
You have
saved.
not. Well, you haven't repented though. Wasn't that your baseline?
No,
You got
no,
there.
because your heart, you were going to do it. It's all
But
dependent
it wasn't
on
there
whether
yet. It wasn't there yet though.
You can't put a time on whether you're going to do something or not.
Sure
You're
you
either
can.
there or you're not.
Okay, they weren't.
Then they weren't saved. If they truly were repentant, then they were saved. That's literally it.
Okay, so it's just a matter of if they're repentant, if they're not.
It's your heart.
If someone slapped someone 20 years ago, didn't repent, but Jeffrey Dahmer did repent, then
It's
he
not the
goes to
action.
heaven.
Because
No, I think that's an
even if
interesting
you
point, though,
act in
Mercury.
a holy
Yeah,
way,
but so
it
so
doesn't
but
secure your position.
But Mercury, it's not just like that. Like as we're like, you don't believe that when we're born, God can just like read our heart and then know whether we're repentant or not, right? Like
In the
surely,
Christian doctrine, it's stated that God knew you before you were born, and He knew the life that you would choose. Now,
well, this
He
is
still
just
can't
Calvinism,
force
though.
you
Yeah, you're kind of getting
to
to
do
very,
what
very
you're
close to
gonna do.
Calvinism, yes, which is
Well, I'm just
a lot of
telling you.
Christians
You're
would
asking me
disagree
about the
with you.
Christian sense.
No, but it's
A lot
like
of
again,
Christians aren't even
most
Christians.
Christians are not Calvinists.
A lot of Christians aren't Christians.
No, a
They
lot of
don't even read
Christians
their
are not
text.
Calvinists. Well, I'm agreeing with you there, right? A lot of
Could
Christians
you
don't read their
explain to
book.
me what a Calvinist is so I can make sure I'm up to date?
I mean,
Calvinists think that like basically your whole life is predestined by God, right? And that when you're
Yeah.
born, you are either one of the elect or not, right? And the elect are the people who get into heaven. So it's like kind of no matter what you do, like God can, like we're saying, kind of read your heart and just know, like, oh, you know, this guy, his heart's good, right? He is repentant or whatever. So he's gonna get into heaven no matter what.
yeah, because
How
it's
else do you
about God's
measure a man?
sovereignty, right? It's like over all the
He
creation,
has full
right? So it's
sovereignty.
God is totally sovereign. So basically, He kind of decides who goes to hell, who goes to heaven, right? And what you do, your things are kind of irrelevant, right? Because God can choose whoever He wants, right? And you
Right, it kind
you
of
don't
seems like under that
you don't
view,
need
he's
to
just
know
playing
exactly.
favorites.
Yeah. I mean, He can do it the
It's
way
more
He
like
wants, right? He doesn't need to give you any explanation.
it's more like you have free will, but at any time God can take command. Because at the end of the day, in the Christian sense, the only thing that's valuable is God's will. And you can see His full plan. And if He is perfect, then His plan is perfect. So you
You
have to
can't see
go
his
along with
plan.
it.
No one can see his plan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but I don't really see how that boosts your point at all.
Because you're saying it's black and white. It's not. Okay, let me give you
Well,
an example. You live in the United States, you have the right to operate within, but at any time it can be forfeit by the government.
yeah. Well, no, actually, not to me,
Do you
but
have free will or not?
well, I'm
That's what you're
personally not a
asking
believer.
me.
I'm personally not a believer in free will, so you can't really
So that's what's
put
up
that
for
in for you.
question, not the scripture itself. You're asking me a separate question.
Well, assuming that in the framework of talking to a Christian, they believe in free will, but I don't even. I can concede that there is free will and still be fine with my point. With the free will is not really the problem here.
Well, God has sovereignty in the Christian sense. He has sovereignty. Yes. He
Okay,
is the
but
Alpha and the Omega. He will be and was before.
okay. But you still have to have sort of a because if God is all. If he's perfect, then he has to be consistent, and if it's
He
not
is consistent.
okay, sure. So there, I brought up the hypothetical before of a person who's going to repent, but you just said it's all about where your heart is. Well, that's not really consistent because you have to have a line where you draw if someone is going to go to heaven or hell.
He does.
If you don't,
He does. He
okay,
actually says it. He says that it's stated that he will harden the hearts of those who have chosen to live a path of idolatry or iniquity.
So
That's
wait,
the
you
biblical term.
Daniel, can I ask you the where the contradiction was of the point you brought up earlier about how to get to heaven in the first place? There were two different verses.
Sorry, can you repeat?
in response to Mercury, I'm asking you to bring up the
I think-
two
I
verses
think I
that
understand the problem.
were contradictory on how to get to heaven.
I think I understand
Oh,
the
it's
problem between us.
Acts 15
So,
is it talks about like how you're going to what you have to do in order to get salvation, and in other parts of the
You're talking
Bible
about
it tells you
works?
it's just it works basically. In other parts of the Bible it tells you it's just grace alone, right? There's multiple
Yeah.
parts in the Bible where it talks about this.
here's our crossing right here where we're not I'm saying it as if I was a Christian. I'm not a Christian because there are contradictions. But if you come at it from a Christian perspective, there's always a reason. But if you look at it logically outside of the religion, you can see the contradictions. So if you're trying to win over a Christian, understand that they have reasons for everything. And if you're going to debate them, you can't really use the text to disprove them. You have to use the accuracy.
Well, of course we can use the text because if
Yeah,
you
what
if you
else would
use
you use?
if you
No, because the
you have
text
to
disproves
Mercury
itself.
Mercury listen. So when somebody brings up when we use the text and we show them that there's a contradiction, they can say, well, you like you said, there's going to be a reason for that. Well, it was not hypothetical. What am I looking for? Metaphorical. It was just metaphorical, or it was just it was just alluding to something. Like a lot of Christians don't necessarily think Genesis is literal because of the clear contradictions between Genesis 1 and 2. But they say that it's just metaphorical. Well, nowhere does it say that. So
That's
we
the
have
killer. That's
how do we
interpretation.
when you look at the Bible, that's actually the only thing we need to look at to really kind of pick apart Christianity.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna
You're
give you like a
understanding
text. I'm gonna give you like a text. Okay, so you guys can
You still don't understand,
just a
brother.
second.
Look. If you're trying to change a Christian's mind,
Mercury. Let's take it one at a time, please. Okay. So, because you said it's just grace, right? But if we go to like Mark 9:43, and this is like a very
I don't think-
famous. This is a
I don't
very
think you're
famous.
listening to me.
I am listening to you.
I think you're just
We-
waiting to respond.
No, we need to look at the text, right? Because it's like the text is the one that's important. Okay? And in Mark 9:43 it says, if your hand causes you to sin, cut it off. It is better for you to
Yes.
enter life maimed than have two hands and to go to hell to the unquenchable fire. So what it says
Yes.
in this text, it says that
Metaphor.
if you sin, you go to hell. That's works.
That's
not just faith.
That's not what that's saying, and that's the killer.
Well,
And that's what I keep saying.
it's literally what it says.
interpretation.
If your hand causes you to sin, cut it off.
Okay, do you know what
Mercury.
do you know what
Sin.
semiotics is? Do you know what semiotics is?
No, please enlighten me.
So it's like, and I just found out about this not even a month ago. So if you ever
clearly.
debate someone and you ask them what exactly they mean when they say a certain thing, that's what that is. So you
Okay.
might have a different word for the same thing, but you mean something else.
Can I
Or
ask you,
have the
Mercury?
same word,
Can I
you mean
ask you
something else.
a very crucial question here? Why would a collective of authors with the intent of convincing millions of people to follow their writings make
Mhm.
or write down writings that are up for interpretation?
Because that vagueness allows them to take control. And that allows people the leeway to say, or it gives them like the ability to turn their brain
Okay.
off.
So
cognitive
but
dissonance.
I'm sorry. I
Because
forget
at
that
the
I'm
end
not.
of the
I
day-
forget that I'm not arguing a Christian. So from a Christian,
No,
from
this
a
is what I'm
Christian,
telling you. And
I
I keep
understand
trying to say, you guys keep cutting me off. Is
Well,
that
I agree,
it
but I
won't
thought
work because the interpretation of the Bible is up to the person. So if you want to convince a Christian, you have to use real life accuracy, not the scripture itself, because they always have the right to go, you
Well, I
know
don't
what?
really feel
I'm
like you're
gonna
representing
just
Christians'
put my faith
perspectives.
on God. I've debated a lot of Christians and I've given them stacks of evidence. The same
Well,
way you have too.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
you
really
see,
feel like you're
Mercury
representing the
is kind of relevant, right? Just so I don't even know
No,
exactly
'cause
what you
can't
believe
use
in.
the scripture itself to disprove
Oh
itself.
no,
You
I
have to
can.
use
I
the
can.
real
I can
world and
definitely do
compare it.
that. I can definitely do that, right? Because I can read all these verses where it says one thing, and then I can read these other
Yes,
verses
yes, and
where
that
it
makes
says
sense.
something that's totally different, right? It's
Yes, that
diametrically
makes sense
opposed.
to you.
No,
That
but
makes
no,
sense to
it
you,
should
but
make
the
sense
thing
to
is, if
any
you're
reasonable and rational person.
Okay,
That's the
but that's
difference.
what I'm telling you. You're not listening. Is that if you're going to a Christian, they are not in a sound, rational
No,
mind if
I
they rely
I
on
understand.
faith
I'm
as
not
their
treating
basis.
Christians like they're like morons, right? It's like I'm never going to treat a Christian
You can't.
like
You
he's
got to
a
look at it from
stupid
their
person.
perspective.
But
Okay,
again, it's
and
like
like specifically
you're
in
trying
this
to say that.
conversation, like if
This is
you
a
want to
fact.
sit here and
All right,
say that
I'll
you tell
ask
us
me a
that you're not
question.
personally
I'll
convinced of something, then that's
ask me
totally
a
fine, right?
question,
But
and I
it's
will
not
answer
very
it as if I'm a Christian.
Mercury.
I'll show you.
So that's what I don't think is helpful right here. Like if you want to tell us why you're not personally convinced of something, maybe
I'll
that
give
can
you
help
reasons.
advance the Mercury. Can I finish? I want you to listen. I think that if you tell us why you're not personally convinced, maybe that can help advance the discussion in a useful way. But what's not useful is for you to sit here and then invent a person who has a reason to deny whatever we're saying. Because anyone can do that, right? We can all invent some unreasonable person. But I just don't think that that's advancing the dialectic.
Well, how do
and like
you know
maybe
your
if you
points
say
are
that
effective
there's
if they're not
some
tested?
maybe if you say that there's some principled position that's going to have this principled reason to reject it, maybe that can advance the dialectic. But just like putting your foot down and saying no, that's not going to work. This isn't going to work. Like, all right, we get it. You don't think that this is effective. Let's move on.
Okay. So
Yeah, but you see, it's like we also okay, Mercury.
combat?
Mercury, just a second.
Bro, you got to stop cutting.
Yeah, no,
people
I'm not
off,
gonna
bro,
I'm not gonna do
please.
that because this is my show
You're
and
doing it right
Christians.
now.
No, but this is our show. No, like
because you guys
Mercury.
don't let me talk. You guys ask me a question and then talk.
No, Mercury. It's like I swear, it's like this is our show. It's like you're not going to dictate what's happening here. Okay, I'm telling you just so you know.
I'm just saying.
No, you're not saying anything if I don't want you to say anything on my show and Christians, right? It's like that's for real. It's like what we want to do. We don't want to have conversation with people that try to represent what Christians might think or somebody other person might think. What I'm interested in is not what you think other people think. That's irrelevant to me. What I care about is what you think, right? What you think that other people think, that's literally irrelevant to me. I don't really care about it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can ask me as many questions as you want.
How do you debate someone if you can't put yourself in their shoes and see their point of view? That's the main thing you use to debate them.
Yeah, but
Okay,
it's
well,
like
here's
I
what would
want
be
people to
interesting,
have
is
like
if you told us,
honest
like-
opinions.
And if you told us like, oh, a Catholic is going to think this because of this, right? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
maybe we can explore that. But if you just say, oh, look, I've talked to a bunch of Christians, they're all unreasonable, they think this. Like, okay, let's not just. I don't want to debate hypothetically unreasonable people.
Well, that's most people, though.
We're more
unfortunately,
no
that's
no
the
but Mercury,
reality.
we're more interested in debating you and your beliefs rather than somebody you're talking about.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Right.
I mean, imagine
Okay,
if somebody tomorrow, Mercury, comes to like a different VC, and they're kind of try to talk like they were talking for you, right? Do you think that would be a productive conversation? I don't think it would be. Maybe
I think
they
it would be
maybe
fair
they
in
even
this
know you
sense.
precisely. Maybe they even know everything about you. I have no way of knowing that. Just like I have no way of knowing exactly what Christians you're talking about. I don't know what Christians you're talking about.
If you debate a Christian enough times, right, or just a certain type of Christian, do you not get accustomed to the way that they format and the way that they think on average?
If you want to represent a specific theology, like Calvinism or Mormonism or Catholicism, then that's fine. But if you want to represent the position of this unreasonable person I met on Discord this one time, we're not
No,
interested.
I'm not basing it off that. I'm basing it on a majority of Christians that I've
No,
debated.
well, okay.
Okay,
but
well,
you
we're not
can't-
interested in that. If you want to
Yeah,
represent a specific position, that's fine. Not a
So
hypothetical.
what would you guys like to go into then? Ways to combat it?
Well, let's start here with your beliefs, and then we can work from there.
Are you a Christian,
Well, I'm not-
Mercury? Do you believe in anything?
No,
Are you
he's
a
not.
religious
He's
person?
not. He's not a
I'm
Christian.
not really Christian.
What are you then? Are you an atheist? Are you a Muslim, Hindu?
I believe in a
Buddhist?
God, but I
Theist?
try not to tie myself to any religion.
Yeah, theist. He said theist. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, it doesn't really fit into tonight's topic, which is original sin and salvation, which I agree they're more like a Christian thing. That's why we say that they're Christian fiction. But yeah,
It's more like Christian mythology.
well,
I bet
mythology is a
Anthony
type of
believes in
fiction.
original sin.
Yes, that's.
Daniel, I got a question for you, Daniel. I got a question for you.
Go
What
ahead.
do you think is the most? I don't want to say reasonable. I shouldn't say likely either. But I think you're trying. I think you understand what I'm trying to say. What do you think is the most like a reasonable religion?
Reasonable religion.
The one that makes the most sense. Like I understand that you are atheist as well am I. But what do you think is the most reasonable one? The one that is most.
I mean, probably would be maybe Buddhism. I mean, then again, it's like it's a very milquetoast position that I'm going to have on this one. Yeah, maybe that one.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's like which Zoroastrianism maybe was also like good in a sense because they had like this idea of like good versus evil, like the eternal battle and whatnot. But yeah, probably it's Buddhism because their gods don't really intervene in anything. It's like they're not there. So yeah.
Are you an
They're-
atheist?
I am an atheist, yes.
Oh, okay.
Anthony, we're ready for you. We've been waiting for you.
You've been waiting for me? Dang.
Yeah, we've all been waiting for you to come here and debate.
Oh shit.
We said when is Anthony gonna come? And then you came.
Name dropping is crazy.
Wait.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Anthony
here.
had to come first before he shows up.
Yes.
Hey yo.
Hey yo.
Hey,
Okay,
yo.
I mean, you're kind of
Wizard
stretching
comes
it in.
precisely when he means to.
Exactly. Ah,
All right. So this original sin thing.
yes.
What do you think you could
Oh.
steel man what an orthodox position on this would be?
I mean, I don't need to steal
No,
it
I
because I
don't-
have you.
I don't
Why do I
think
need to
there's
Alright,
steal
that's
it?
fair.
expert on it.
So when you say original sin, what is it exactly that you have in mind?
Oh, I'm Genesis 3, basically. I'm reading Genesis 3.
alright.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna preface this with this. We don't adhere to sola scriptura. Like when we're contending ideas, we're contending the idea. This is like either way that it's seen could have a basis in scripture. But the question is, how is this understood? So when we speak of original sin, what is your critique? A critique of what position specifically?
So when you're asking me if I'm just like sola scriptura, I don't see anything else that I should be using except the Bible, right? I don't see why I should use the musings of church fathers or other like Christian theologians, either Catholics
you,
or
Protestant?
Orthodox or whatever. I don't because when I'm reading whatever theologian you might want me to read, I'm literally going to read his musings on the same thing, which is at the end of it, the Bible, right? Because they have no other source material, right? Like the primary source material for Christianity is the Bible. There's nothing
Sure,
else.
but the
right?
Bible
Yeah, but-
isn't the Bible isn't an authority, right? It's authoritative, but it's understood through the context of the proper authorities, which would be the church fathers and the councils.
Well, that's what you
So,
think.
like, when we speak,
That's what
Well,
I'm saying.
and
It's
for-
like
you're
saying
like,
this.
maybe the conversation about like whether or not we should be able to take things into account other than the Bible. Maybe that's a conversation for another week, right? Like I think for this topic, like I'm totally fine with taking like whatever theology you want to put into this. I'm just curious to hear your position overall, right? Or like the Orthodox position.
Okay.
And like,
do
you know, I'll tell you, like, my big contention with it is that's just that it seems unfair for all of mankind to be at, like, you know, like maybe some people don't want to say it's a punishment, but like to be worse off, right? Because of the actions of our ancestors. Is my big contention with it.
In what way? Like killings?
But I think look,
No, like the
I
fact
mean,
that we have a
I
simple
think we need
nature.
to go. I think we need to go further, right? Like we need to go to the beginning, right? So it's like if I'm reading Genesis 3, Anthony, what am I reading? Am I reading something that actually happened, or is just like a
You're reading-
metaphor?
You're reading about corruption being brought into the world.
By whom?
By Adam
By Adam.
and Eve. You can say both, but
Mostly.
Okay. So did they create corruption?
no, corruption
Who
doesn't
created
have
corruption?
substance. Corruption isn't a creation. It's not a thing that exists.
So what is it?
It's something that's called a parasubstance. It exists conceptually, but doesn't have any sort of real grounding in anything. It's a state of lack. It's a privation.
So privation of what?
It's like war.
Exactly.
It's like
Because it's
war.
like what is original sin according to you, and what is your grounding when you're saying that's original sin?
So
What happened?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. He cut off a bit. I don't know if he cut off only for me.
I thought I got kicked.
Maybe it's again some Discord stuff. Discord
I
does
hate
this from
Discord
time to time.
servers.
Yeah.
He froze for me.
A wizard freezes exactly when he means to.
Yeah, I just asked him the question and then boom, because I got I think I got a bit disconnected or something.
Is the Holy Spirit
Can
convening
we,
in?
can we talk about proof for the devil?
It was the devil, Shaitan. Yes,
Yeah.
it was
Shaitan, that's
Shaitan.
crazy. Yeah, cool.
He was back for a second.
am I still here?
Anthony?
Or?
Yeah, no, I
yeah,
think
you're
it
back
was.
here now.
I
Back
think
now.
it was Discord just being Discord sometimes.
Okay.
It's the WAP man.
Yes.
What?
So the well, what we would begin with is corruption. So like when we speak of original sin, we don't speak about it as something that's imputed to us. Like this comes from like imputation theory from Anselm. Anselm going forward. That wouldn't be something that we adhere to. It's the idea that actually we call it ancestral sin for the most part, because it's just sort of differentiate ourselves from the views of Anselm forward, like through the Protestant Reformation, because usually this topic is understood.
Yeah, but what
from that
was the
lens.
original sin though? What was the ancestral sin? Because there had to be something, right? And what is it based on? Because I'll be very honest with you.
Knowledge.
The only thing that I have is the Bible, right? It's like if you're trying to get me to read this church father or this theologian, they're also going to talk about the Bible, right? They're going to do exactly what
Sure,
I would
but-
be doing, which is reading Genesis 3, and they're gonna tell me what they think about it, right? And honestly, I don't really need them to read me the book. I can read the book, and I can look at the words, and I can understand the meanings, right? And
Well,
when I read
that's
Genesis
which
3,
is-
when I read
which
Genesis
is why
3,
I'm asking you to contend with an idea, not just with the text itself, because the text doesn't say what it means or strictly meaning what it says.
how do you know that?
It's- How do I know that? Because the scriptures are not a person; they don't speak for themselves.
I didn't say they are a
People speak-
person.
Yeah, it doesn't speak for itself. It's understood.
Well, I mean, it's the writings, right? And it's presumably coming from God through the hand of Moses, right? Because he wrote the Pentateuch, right?
Mhm.
So through Moses, right, dictated by God, he wrote that stuff down, right? So presumably, this whole thing comes directly from God, not from a saint, not from a church father, not from a theologian, right? This presumably is the inspired word of God, is it not?
He's frozen. He's gone. It's the devil again.
Dude,
guys.
it's the Shaitan. Fucking hell, dude. Shaitan is an asshole tonight. Come on,
I'm hearing
dude.
the questions you're asking, and I think you're missing I think you're missing something that's like extremely important. It's
All knowing
the
Mercury is enter the chat, guys.
Yeah, let's
I
let
missed him mute button.
Anthony like
No,
good.
I'm serious.
Maybe
I'm
it's
serious
just
because
Anthony's
Zeppy,
internet.
I hear Zeppy and he's talking and he's like letting it slide, but it's like super important to this discussion. It's the fact that like the text, you use the text to disprove itself, but you don't listen to the words of the church fathers or the experts on it. But at the same time,
I don't
it
recognize
can
them
give
as
you
being
relevant
experts.
information.
Yeah,
Well, that's what
the
I'm saying, though. They
difference.
studied it their whole life, regardless, and there could be an
That's very
interpretation
nice
that
of
makes you
them.
see it differently.
I'm very happy for them
It's
they
like
did that.
it's like getting a science book and
Well, you
listening to
see,
other people
no,
who study the
Mercury,
same
you're gonna
subject.
need to
That could be
listen to
something
me.
you didn't
You're gonna need to
know.
listen to me, Mercury. It's like I don't care about an authority, right? I don't care about something being true because somebody says that is true. Okay, so I'm not gonna do an appeal to authority fallacy. What I'm going to do, I'm going to read the text, and I'm going to use my own brain, right, to see whether or not what somebody says actually makes sense or not. Right? So just if
Yeah,
you're gonna
but
come to
that's
me, Mercury, if you're gonna come to me and you're gonna tell me this thing is right because that guy says so, I'm just gonna say, nah, no.
that's
Thank
not
you.
what I'm saying.
Well, that's literally what you're saying. What you told me
No,
right now is that I'm making a
I'm saying
fallacy
that
for not listening to the church father and to the experts, right?
that's not
People
what
that
I said
study
at
their
all.
whole lives these things, right? And
I
it's like
said,
what
For
they
what it's
think
worth,
it's
I
irrelevant.
said that
I'd way rather
I
listen to
said
what
that
Anthony was saying.
Yeah, same, but you know,
Yeah.
The
Shaitan is
theology
against
behind
us.
this, rather than Mercury's discussion.
Yes,
Well, no,
same
because I'm
here.
just listening and I'm hearing Anthony like
No,
he's
I'm not
letting
hearing
it slide
Anthony
at the
because
different
Thank
you're
you, thank
talking
you for
over
chiming
him.
in. Now back to your regularly scheduled Anthony.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, I was saying earlier that like if you continue on the Sola Scriptura route or the Solo Scriptura route, you're gonna get nowhere. You're just gonna get in a circle of just a circle of ideas and just not make any progress. Which is why I'm asking to contend with an idea, something extrapolated, not even extrapolated, but like explicated from scriptures, and not just dealing with the bare words themselves. It's like when we speak of original sin, we're not speaking about something like a punishment that each person incurs, but I guess you say a state of existence or a state of being, that of corruption, which is brought into the world by a sort of, I guess you say, a seed of corruption, like it plants and it moves forward. But it's like like when we speak of ancestral sin, and we're not speaking about people being guilty for specifically the sins of Adam. It's we're speaking about it as in people inherit a world which is corrupted, and that's it. So people are not.
But like, it sucks, right? That my world is corrupted. Wouldn't we prefer that our world not be corrupted?
And by the way, just so like very clear, Anthony, it's like whenever you're saying, and this is also cope, right? That I feel from you when you're saying that, well, actually, corruption is not something that was created; it's just an absence. No, it's not, right? Because if I say something is corrupt, something bad is happening to it, right? So there is something there. Somebody created it. Somebody did the thing, right? So when you're saying that God wasn't in charge of that, that's a cope, right? Especially if you're coming then and telling me that God created everything, right? If God created everything, he also created corruption, right? If he created men that was able... Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that I don't think are a thing, but you say are a thing, right?
We're talking
in the theology.
We're talking metaphysics here, though.
Well, that's very cool, but it's like, can you give me an example of corruption?
What do you mean?
Give me an example of corruption.
An example of corruption.
Yes.
Let's say pride or hatred. That'd be an example.
Okay,
like,
hatred.
I don't know what specifically you're asking for.
Hatred is a feeling, right? So hatred is not nothing. Hatred is clearly something. Hatred is a feeling
it's a
that is in the
disposition.
which is something, right? It's a feeling,
It's
disposition,
not a-
whatever
not
you want
a-
to call it. It's not a nothing, though, right? It's something that it's in the nature of human beings, correct?
No.
No, it's
No.
not.
No.
No, so where is it?
we never speak of a sin nature or a corruption nature.
I didn't say that.
It doesn't
I
have a
said it's
nature.
in the nature of human beings, right? Human beings can do it. Therefore, it's in their nature to be able to hate, right?
No, so
No.
what we would say about this is that hatred is to act in a way which is not something else. Hatred is not acting lovingly.
Yeah, so
It's a lack
love,
of love.
love is also not a thing, right? In that case.
Well, no, so love is a thing. Love has
Love
substance.
is a thing,
Hatred
but
is a
hate is not a
parasubstance.
thing.
So
Yeah.
if I don't love someone, I automatically hate them?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
No.
So, but again, it's like
a,
when you're saying that, from my perspective, you're talking about two different emotions, one of love and one of hate. But what you're doing, you're saying one of them is a thing, and the other one isn't. When I clearly
So,
know
but-
as a human
well-
being that I have feelings of love and I have feelings of hate, right? And for me,
the
it's
way
like
that
I can
this-
understand they're not different in the sense that one of them is a feeling and the other one is a nothing.
So here's the thing: they're both dispositions, right? But one of them is a disposition that has real substance, and the other is a disposition that has conceptual substance.
No,
And
I
this
see them being
conceptual
exactly the
substance-
same.
Yeah, hate is
Then
still
we're
love.
working from completely different metaphysics. Then
Oh no, because it's like
Like,
this
if
is
you
this is
hate
the cool
something that's
because it's
bad,
like
you're
we
actually
can
loving
just a
something.
second, please. I want to have a conversation with him. The thing is, it's like we as humans, it's like we go through these things. So right now, you're trying to convince me that what I feel, right, and my feelings are not what I feel. You're trying
That's
to
not what I'm
convince
saying.
me of something, but that's what you're doing. Because you're telling me
That's not what I'm
actually
doing.
love is something and hate
I'm
is not
talking-
something.
I'm talking about metaphysics. I'm not talking about your emotions or whatever. I'm
No,
talking
but
about
they are
metaphysics.
emotions. It's like they are emotions, like love and hate. They're emotions. You
They
can
can-
call them dispositions.
they're
You can
just-
call them
they're-
like
they are
whatever metaphysics you
dispositions.
want to talk about. I know them as being emotions, and we know they are emotions because we can look at them in an MRI and we can see exactly the fucking brain and how it reacts. Right? We can see which parts of the brain light up when you're loving something and when you're hating something. Right? So it's like if you're saying they're not the same thing, you're just wrong. They're just things that happen in the brain. Right? They're just emotions that we experience as human beings on this planet. But you're trying to make it look like these two things, which we know come from the same source, which is your brain, they're somehow different, right?
They are. They're two different emotions.
Yeah, they are two different emotions, but
They're-
I mean, what I'm saying is like they're both emotions. He's trying to say that one of them is an emotion and the other one is a nothing.
That's not what I said. I said they're
Yeah.
both dispositions. One of them has conceptual existence, the other has real existence.
Yeah, but this is the thing. It's like I don't think one has conceptual existence and the other one has really. I think they both real, just the same.
The same as in they're both emotions.
Yes,
They're
they're both
both
emotions
emotions
and they're
and they're
both
both
real. They're not
conceptual.
conceptual. That's what I'm saying.
Can-
You're making one to be like one is a nothing, one is just a concept. Well, it's not. They're
So-
both emotions,
so when you
just
s-
as real. Hate and love are just as real.
So when you say real, are you meaning this isn't actually all right? What do you mean when you say real? Like, do you think that these emotions have concrete
They are
existence?
mental states. Yes, exactly. They are mental states that have the same source, which is the brain. They're mental states, they're brain states, both of them in the same sense.
So
They're
you're a novelist.
they're triggering different chemical reactions, like chemicals, right? But they're the
So
same.
you're a
right?
nominalist. So you're a nominalist.
I mean, again, it's like I don't care about like this like calling me nominalist or like whatever you want. It's like I don't care. It's like I explain to you what I think, right? It's like how you want to call me. I don't really care, right? But I explain to you what they're doing, right? We can look at the brain states and we can see, okay, love is triggering this chemicals in the brain, and hate is triggering these other chemicals in the brain. They're just the same, right? They're both things in the brain that trigger different chemicals. They're both real in the same sense. What you're trying to do,
So
you're trying to
are
say that one
you-
of them is actually a real thing, and the other one is just like a concept. It doesn't do the same thing. It doesn't
We're
trigger
not-
any chemicals. It's just something else.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No,
That's
you're
not what
trying
I'm
to say
saying.
that the underlying ontology
so-
of them is different, which is
To
not.
be fair, Zeppy, you are saying that. Like, it does sound like that.
When I say conceptual or real, I'm not talking about it from the position of a nominalist. I'm talking about it from a position of, I guess you say more like conceptualism, but the like as a nominalist, what you say is real is just something that has a name attached to it. Like the name being love or hate.
No,
is attached to the chemical
okay. So
reaction
what
that
I
goes on in
did.
the brain.
No,
This
no,
is
what-
not how we understand real or
Anthony,
conceptual.
Anthony, I didn't just say names. I didn't just do that.
But that's what
okay?
you're doing.
No, I didn't. I didn't. What I did, I expressed to you is like a mechanism, right? I expressed to you a mechanism of how these things come to be and what they are, right? I didn't just put names on them. I told you exactly, right? There's mental states where we can look at an MRI and we can look at the brain and we can see certain neurons in a certain part of the brain, lighting up, right? And when they're lighting up, they're triggering the secretion of this hormone, right? And that's love, right? And we can say that's love. And then we can look at other neurons in other parts of the brain lighting up, and they're triggering the secretion of another neurochemical, right? And that's hate, right? So I didn't just say, oh, one love and one's hate. No, I explained to you the mechanism, right? So if you're just gonna say that I just said
you're putting
names,
a name on a mechanism.
yes, I'm
You're
sorry.
putting
It's
a name
like
on a mechanism.
if you can talk to me right now
Oh.
without actually using words, I will congratulate you, right? You cannot do that because, as far as I know, nobody in the world is able to do telepathy, right? We all use
Well, you can
words
talk
in
to
order to
people
interact with
without
each
using
other.
words.
Yes. So when you're using words, right, you're doing exactly what you're accusing me of doing, of putting labels, right?
But it's also not what I was trying to get at the beginning of this discussion.
Yeah. Like, can I say like two things real quick? First off, I think like Anthony hasn't like really been like accusing you of anything. And also like I think like you talk like around like the initial subject, right? I feel like at least like the initial sin question wasn't like really addressed at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we
feel
haven't
like
gotten
it like
there.
went on
This is
super
his
quickly.
show, bro.
Yes, because
Because
it's
I- I'm
before
saying-
we understand what sin is, right? Because he didn't say sin, he went around the notion of sin to the notion of corruption, right? So it's like before we get to
Sin
the
is
sin,
corruption.
we need to
Bro,
understand
what?
what
But then,
corruption
like,
is.
explore
right?
like what he
Sin
I don't
is
what
think you
he's trying
corruption.
to
understand the
say, right? So
Bible.
I'm like trying to frame him. Because like I was initially like I wanted like to ask like a question to like clarify because like I didn't really like understand
No,
like
'cause-
what Anthony
so-
meant as well.
Yeah,
but
Sid.
I would
It's like I asked him to give me an example of corruption, and when I asked him to give me an example of corruption, he went to hatred, right?
Yes.
And then we talked about hatred, where he said that hatred is a lack of something, and I totally disagree with him, right? Because when I brought up
I wasn't
love, he
talking
said that
about a
love
lack of
was something.
materially of anything.
Yeah, but it's like
I wasn't talking.
you put love and hate as being something that is totally different ontologically, which I totally disagree with. And that's why I explained the mechanism to which how we have hate and how we have love, right? As mental
That
states.
does. Yeah. So you agree with him?
No, I agree with him in the sense they're different, but I don't agree with him in the sense where he says that they're different ontologically.
They are though. They're the
But, like,
opposite of
we
each
don't-
other.
I don't think we need agreement at this point. We just need understanding, and then we can move on
Yes,
to
exactly.
the notion of original sin in that question.
Yes.
Because, like, look, I hate privation theory. I hate it. It makes no sense to me. But at least I understand it. What he says, like, it's a corruption, it's a privation. Like, all right.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Well,
Me either. I like vehemently disagree. But do you understand the theory?
Oh, I understand it's like why people say that. I mean, it's a type of cognitive dissonance that they're trying to do in order to kind of make sense of it. But I don't. That's why I don't agree with it, because I think it's just cognitive dissonance. It's just like you're taking
It
words
is.
and you're twisting the words in order to make them look like they're saying something that you want them to say, when in reality that's not the case.
You're literally doing what he's
You want to
doing.
know?
It's
You,
like
you
you're
want to know
arguing
what the
with them
difference?
from the Bible's perspective. You got to argue with them from a literal perspective. I told you this
So-
earlier.
Like we're going about this discussion from two completely different methods. Like when I talk about metaphysics, I don't start from the physical effect. You start from the person. Start from the person, and then through power, will, and energy, and then to effect. It's like when we say that hatred doesn't have substance, it's because the energy that is hatred is not a real energy. It's not a real action. It's a lack of another action.
Well, that's what I disagree. That's
That's
what
how
I
it's
disagree.
measured.
That's why
But
I
we
was
don't-
talking about how love and hate, we can see them and
And this-
we can explore them, and they're literally the same thing. And we can say they're the same thing because we say
Yes.
both of them, their neurons firing, they both trigger a neurochemical substance in the brain, right?
But that's
Which
the
gives
effect.
you which gives you
That's-
the it doesn't
effect
matter.
is not the same thing as the
What
energy.
do you mean they're not the
Effect
same?
and
What
energy are not
energy?
the same thing.
Again, it's like you're using the word energy. I don't know what you mean by energy in this one.
Ener-
It's like there's no place to use the word energy.
Operation, action, operation, action.
Yeah, it's the same.
energy.
Yeah, it's the same.
This comes from. I mean, it comes from our metaphysics.
No, because it's
It's
like
like
I cannot have love and still not have hate either, right? Because if what you're saying was true, it means that every time you don't have love, you do have hate.
That's
And
not.
that's not the case.
Except that's
You
not what I'm
guys,
saying.
you guys need to
That's not what
quantify
I'm
how you
saying.
measure this. You need to talk about how you quantify and measure love. Otherwise, you guys want to study each other.
Also, it's
You
like
get
I
what I'm
would be
saying?
really
Like, how
curious.
do you
Okay,
measure hate?
Mercury, I will ask you to just please let us like have the conversation. You're kind
Well,
of
you guys are
interjecting.
missing each other.
No, but you're kind
I'm
of
just trying to
interjecting
help.
for no reason. Okay, so please, it's our show. Let us do the thing, please. So, Anthony, it's like even all this talk about is like what is corruption, what is not corruption. It's like I'm still wondering what does this have to do with anything from Genesis 3?
Bro, what?
Because original sin isn't a thing which is imputed onto somebody. It's a state of corruption or a state of lacking.
Yeah, but nowhere
then-
nowhere does it say that in Genesis 3.
It
So
doesn't.
in order for you to say that, you need to take the text and
This
mangle
goes
it.
immediately back to what I first said, that I don't adhere to sola scriptura. I don't care what an arbitrary statement from scripture is. I don't care what anybody has to say about that. I care more about the ideas which come from that. We're
But where do I
contending
get those ideas
not
from
text.
this? So you don't
From
care about the
church.
text. You care about
Concept.
the things we get from the text, which makes again no sense. So at
I
the
mean, the
end of
text
it
is the
all, you
basis
still
for
need to
it.
care about the text.
But we're contending with ideas about the text. It's like I can
no.
go to as many places as I want to, but it's ultimately not going to matter because we're contending with different ideas, different paradigms, different perspectives. It's a question of perspective, not a
Yeah, but
question of
what-
what does the text say.
So why would I care about that? Because then I could have like a million people have a million ideas which are like totally different from each other about the same text, right? Because they could all be
Yes.
delusional, right? I could have a million delusional people read this text and I would get a million different ideas about this text. Do I care about that? No. The fact is, the text is there. We can all read it. We all know what words mean. We can all look exactly what the text says. Right?
It's
So if
context,
you're gonna
bro.
come to me and tell me, well, you know, this saint, this early church father, he actually looked at the text and he derived this from this text. Well, where did he get it from? We would have to go through all his thinking about how he got to that place. And if I don't agree with him, what are you gonna do next? You're gonna say, well, you're just gonna read the text? That's dumb.
Yeah, you have to use context.
Why do we need
Okay,
the text
the-
then? It's like, should we
the
just
text
take all
doesn't
the
speak
Bible
for
and throw
itself.
it away, Anthony? Do we just
No.
take the Bible and throw it? Why not? Because you're saying it's
The-
like, oh, why do I need the Bible then?
scriptures- No, that they're understood from the proper authority. You don't have the proper authority. to be-
Oh, no. This is an appeal to
Yeah.
authority fallacy, Anthony. You should know
it's
better.
not an appeal to authority.
It literally
Like, you
is.
That's
should
not what
throw
an
your
appeal to
Bible away.
authority
It's
is.
definitionally, you're saying
No,
you don't
it's
have
not.
the
It's
proper
not.
authority.
It's It's not. That's not what an appeal to authority is.
Of course it is.
And like
Oh,
appeal
God.
to authority.
How is it?
It has to do with the-
Hold on. Anthony's not appealing, saying, "Oh, because you're not a scholar, then you must be wrong compared to this." I don't think he's doing that. He's just saying, in general, you need the text, and then you need people who understand the text to somewhat understand, and not saying that you cannot not understand it without the relevant scholars within that field, right?
But they only
You-
understand
you
it
need- you
because
need
they're in
peop-
authority.
You need people of relevant authority.
It's like scientists.
Exactly.
Why do I need that though?
Why?
Once-
Because you
because-
get nowhere.
Because you don't.
Once
you
you're
don't
able
get an
to-
authoritative understanding without an authority.
Why do you presume that?
Without you understanding his thing, like if you don't understand, you don't know how to deconstruct it, right? You're coming from a different angle rather than the angle he's coming from. Once you're able to actually fully understand his side and able to deconstruct it, then I think you guys would have a more meaningful convo.
Well, I mean that's not the point. The point is
He
the
doesn't want to
following.
do that.
Is like I have the Bible, right? And everybody can read the Bible. And you have various translations, whatever, right? And you can read the Bible, and then it's like I can come up with conclusions, right? And if I'm wrong in my conclusions for objective reasons, then Anthony could come and say, well, you're actually wrong because this, and this. But what Anthony did the whole time was like, well, you don't have the right authority. And actually, it's talking about corruption. Where does it say corruption? Well, you need to look at the broader context. And it's like, what is the broader context? Well, you need to look at this guy that said this thing 1,000 years ago. Well, I don't care about what this other guy thought about this 1,000 years ago, or like an early church father or whatnot. Because the text
You're
is
putting
there,
words in my
and we
mouth.
can all...
That's
I was
crazy.
exaggerating, okay? It's like you don't need to take it like verbatim, you see? I can do the same
That's
thing you're
crazy.
doing. No, but it's like, again, the
How
text
about,
is
okay,
there
Anthony,
for
can you
everybody
describe
to,
what
to read.
the issues between him and your position? Like, why is there a difficulty in processing what the difficulties are? Like, what's going on?
Because they're coming from a different metaphysic.
They're like, oh
And
my-
how does that prevent him from debating with you? How would you respond to that?
Well, because when I say something like real or conceptual, he's associating it with concrete or abstract. It's like that's not really what I'm talking about.
Right. So you guys don't have the same terminology or understanding of certain nuances, the context, basically.
So what do
Then
you mean
guys
by
are gonna
conceptual?
you guys are going to miscommunicate, basically.
So what do you mean by conceptual? Because we're gonna
conceptual
go
would-
back to hate and love, right? So you said like
Oh, God.
how is love, how is hate? Okay, say it again.
So conceptual would be that it exists in the mind, or it exists as something which is exists as something from the intellect, and not having any actual grounding. Something can be real, which is also conceptual. It can be conceptual, but
So-
it is grounded in something.
If I want to clarify,
Um,
so you're saying that hate is conceptual, just in the same sense
Mhm.
that the number 5 is conceptual,
No.
And you're arguing
but
with
the
him
number
from
number
his
5 is
perspective.
conceptual, right? It's only in the intellect.
I mean, but it's a category error. We're not really talking about the same sort of subject.
We're talking about conceptual things. That's
Mhm.
what that's
So
what
we're
I'm
talking about it specifically in the context of like.
Okay,
love and
can you
hate.
give me another example of something that's only conceptual?
The
Mm.
Trinity.
So take give me a second. I'm trying to figure through something I can make analogous a bit easier. All right. And I know this is it's not the greatest example, but it's like, can you, if you imagine a water bottle for a second, this water bottle exists conceptually, but it doesn't exist really. Like, it doesn't have any sort of grounding.
So let's say the
whether-
unicorn, right? If I think unicorn,
Well, no. Well, I'm going to contrast it with like an actual example, right? It's just like if you have a conceptual water bottle, the water bottle exists in the mind, but it doesn't actually exist. But then I have this water bottle. This water bottle does exist. It is real because it has, it has a sort of, I guess you say the energy of blueness or the
Okay, so
energy-
you're
the
talking
energy of
about the
water
idea,
bottleness.
idea of the water bottle and the thing that exists in reality, which is the water bottle.
You could have the concept of substance or the substance itself, but you could also have a concept which
Okay, so the difference between
is
love and
based
hate
on a substance.
Yeah. So the difference between love and hate, according to you, is that there's the concept of hate and there's the concept of love, but then there's only the substance of love and not the substance of hate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I disagree totally with it. And
Okay.
you'd have a really hard time actually demonstrating that's the case.
Because you're thinking about it from like a sort of concrete reality kind of understanding, right?
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. It's like I was literally using your terms. It's like I literally went to all the pains to actually understand what you
But I'm
mean by
saying-
it, right?
Yeah, but I'm
I
saying
didn't use
you
my own.
most likely disagree.
No, but I
Okay.
disagree because it's
Okay.
like if you're saying there's a substance to love, right? There's a concept of love
Mhm.
and there's a substance of love.
Mhm.
I see hate being the exact same thing. I see hate as being something that's also a concept in the brain, but also something that is a substance, something that exists
You're-
in reality, right?
But you're not. You're implanting your own assumptions into what I'm saying.
I was literally using
'Cause I-
your own definition of these things.
Mm-hmm. But you're implanting your idea or your assumptions behind that.
What exactly was I
into what I'm
implanting?
saying. The idea that that for something to have a real existence, it must exist concretely. That's why I said the water bottle idea isn't the best because we don't base substance based on
Okay, Anthony.
concrete reality.
After you said that, I literally asked you, so you think they both exist as concepts, but only love has substance? And you said,
Mhm.
yes. When you
Yes.
said that, Anthony, I believed you at your word. Now you're backtracking.
No, I'm not backtracking because
So why did you say yes when I asked you if that's what you mean?
because that is what I meant. That I was also
So if
saying
that's
that-
what you meant, and I said I disagree with your take, I think they both have substance. How was I implanting anything from my philosophy into it when I literally was asking you what you think?
because you then went to explain that it was something that exists as reactions in the brain.
I think
which
they
is
no,
not what
I
we
did
used
not
to
say
describe
anything
it.
about brain after that. I said they both exist in
But
reality.
you
They
did.
both have substance. No, I said the thing with the
Yeah, but
brain,
then
I
you-
said it way before. I didn't say it after.
You said it after.
No, I didn't, and I have a recording of this.
Okay.
So if I disagree with you and I say, well, I disagree, I think they both have substance. If you think there's substance, they both have substance. How can you prove me wrong?
I mean, it comes down to I guess you say the paradigmatic level, like where, like in what way does each person understand what love and hatred are? Like if you understand love and hatred as chemical reactions in the brain, then
I
you'll
didn't
say
say
that they
anything.
both-
That's why I've asked you what you think. It's like I don't need you to go to what I said. So we came
If you give me a
about
moment
to the understanding
to-
of what you mean by them, right? Conceptual and substance, right? So you said love has substance,
But I
hate
didn't
doesn't.
explain how love had substance
So how does it have substance? That's what I was asking from the start, right?
by being participation in the divine energies. That's what love is.
I did not understand the thing of what you said. What does it mean to be participation in divine energies? Do I have to
connect.
presuppose God before doing that? Because I don't believe in God.
I mean, yeah. Okay. But
Right? It's
we
like
do.
we both
that's
live in
how we
reality,
That's
right?
how we base the theory of substance.
No, but
That's how
we
base the
both
theory of substance.
yeah, but Anthony, we both live in reality. Okay, so if I'm asking you, it's like, so when we talked about what my idea of love and hate is, I give you a mechanism, right? How they both happen, right? That was how I understand it, right? And I was very precise about giving you the mechanism of how they both happen, okay? I'm kind of expecting the same from you. So if you're going to come and you're going to say, well, I can explain this by appealing to some mystery, then I'm sorry, that's not an explanation. That's just a mystery. That's actually a lack of explanation.
What I would say is that when we see the mechanisms behind these emotions, they don't provide the substance. They're the effect of the actualization according to that substance. They're effects, not the substance itself. So when we talk about love and hatred, they have created effects, but they don't have.
But we don't care about the
only
effects.
love has a substance.
No, Anthony, what I was asking you, and the only thing that I care about, you said one of them has substance and the other one doesn't. Please explain to me how one of them has substance and the other one doesn't. Because the effects, they both have effects. Both love and hate. Like, I don't care about the effects. I care about your assertion that one of them has substance and the other one doesn't.
Yeah. So love has substance because it's a participation in God. Hate doesn't have substance.
Again, it's like I don't. If you're going to appeal to God, I'm not going to care about that because I don't know if God exists.
If you're not going to care, then what is the point of even debating?
Well, I mean, I thought you actually have a point that you can actually elucidate to me. But it's like you're appealing to God, and I don't believe in God. I don't believe God exists.
But that's
I don't
not what's
believe
in
there's such a
question.
thing as God. No, that's not the question. The question was not that. The question was corruption, right? And it's like, what do you mean by corruption? It wasn't God, right? And you said, oh, they're different. You said love and hate are different, right? And you should be able to actually demonstrate how they're different. And you haven't. It's like you just said, well,
Yeah,
I'm going to appeal
but
to
I
God.
have.
Well, I mean,
Well,
you
isn't
think
love
you
just
have.
a lack of hate?
You think you have, but you haven't.
Isn't
Is your
love just a lack
position
of hate?
is your position that of critiquing a Christian position or just asserting your own position?
Well, it's like before we understand what original sin is, because we kind of moved so far away from the text that it's unbelievable, right? It's like I first need to understand, it's like, what is sin, right? And you said that sin is equal to corruption. And then I asked you, give me an example of corruption. And you said hate, right? The opposite of hate is love, which is definitely not corruption. And you think
I said
hate,
love is hate is the opposite of love.
yeah, and love is the opposite of corruption.
For what it's worth,
I'm
Anthony,
sorry.
I
No,
understand your
no,
position, right? I think your position is pretty clear.
Well, I was saying love is not defined by hate. Love has substance. Hate has parasubstance.
Well, that's what I don't get, and that's what I don't think you made clear, because it's like in order to do that, you're just saying words. You're not saying exactly how one is substance and the other one isn't.
But I did say that.
No, you said that appealing to a mystery, which is God.
I thought you were asking for my position. Did I
Well, I
not
mean-
give my position?
I'm asking that, but I'm asking for a rational position. Because if you're just going to appeal to God, then cool. Which is, I can appeal to God and say, well, actually, Genesis 3 says exactly what it says on the text, and I can just appeal to God. Prove me wrong. Well, you can't, because I just appealed to God. The conversation is over, right? If we do that. Do you think that would be productive, like in any sense? And again, it's like even by your definition, it's like you haven't proven anything. You just gave definitions. You just said, well, this is has a link to God. The other one doesn't. How did you prove that? You didn't. You just asserted it. And assertions are just
Look,
that. I
think
can just dismiss assertions.
I think whether or not it's being productive or not depends on the goal of the conversation, right? Like, if what you're asking Anthony to do is to like prove to you that you should change your metaphysical view of the ontology of corruption, right? I'm like, okay, you have this weird.
Yeah,
objection.
but that's the important stuff,
like
right? Because I need to understand.
No,
it's like,
I don't think it's the important stuff. Like,
Well,
look,
I think it is.
I understand what he means by sin and corruption and privations. Like, I disagree with the view, but I understand it, and like I think that we can.
Look, I also understand
we
cognitive
should have moved
dissonance.
on. Like,
I understand cognitive dissonance. It's like I understand coping mechanisms.
it's just someone that has a different view, though. Like it's
No, it's an axiomatic view, and I don't care about axiomatic views.
Do you not have an axiomatic view?
No, not about these things.
No, but your axiom is
But, like,
nominalism.
No, it's not.
Is it
It's
really
not.
necessary that we
Yes, it is.
agree on
No,
the
it's not.
ontology of corruption before we talk about original sin? Like, can't we disagree but understand each other's positions and then move on in the discussion?
Well, sort of not, because what he says, because this is the important thing, and this is why he has to make this distinction. Because if I ask him, okay, what is original sin? He's going to say, well, actually, sin is corruption, right? And it's corruption that was brought in by Adam and Eve, right? That's what he said in the beginning, right? And I told him, wait, who created the corruption? And he said, actually, nobody created. Like
You didn't ask me that.
No, I did. Maybe you've forgotten. But I asked you, it's like, who created corruption? And you said the same thing. You said, well, corruption is not a thing to be created. It's a prior substance or whatever. And it was,
I did say
and
that,
you.
yeah.
But
No.
here's my thing.
So who
objection.
created
Like, it's like
corruption?
even if we accept that corruption is a privation and it's not created, it's just the absence of something, right? I think we can still ask the question, like, okay, like, why did God set the conditions in Eden so that this was possible, right? Like, I still don't understand, right? Like, we have this
Is
like,
there
why did he make
is there
it so
sin
that
in
if you eat this
heaven?
one apple that all this corruption happens, that that suddenly we are privated of all this love
Yeah.
and
Because
whatever
Anthony,
the opposite
you
of
believe
corruption
in
is supposed to be.
you believe in heaven and hell, right? Because you're a Christian. So is
In
there
what
sin?
sense?
Do you believe in heaven and hell?
I'm asking in what sense you say those things, because oftentimes it doesn't come. Oftentimes it comes with like a sort of Protestant view of it.
Well, heaven is the place where people are rewarded for being good by God or believing in Him or whatever you think they're being rewarded for, and it's an eternal reward. And hell is an eternal punishment for whatever thing they're being punished for.
Heaven and hell are to experience the glory of God in its fullness. That's it.
So you do believe in heaven and hell.
Yeah, I mean, as a
So
heaven and hell
do you think there are
exists
places or not?
not strictly speaking. It could be
Strictly
said that there are places. Could be said that there are places in the sense that
In the sense of
people
the Bible, yes.
people associate certain Hades is we do consider an actual place, but it's not the same as hell.
I didn't say that, but it's like heaven is mentioned like a lot of times in the Bible as being a place. Would you disagree with that?
It's said analogously as a place. It could be said to be a place too. I guess we'd say it would exist in. They used to say.
Do you think the Garden of Eden was a place,
aeonically.
or it's also kind of like
Yeah.
yeah? Okay, so that one was a place, but heaven is not a place.
Well, I mean, like they're not a place.
They
strictly
describe the
speaking.
same,
Like
kind of.
they don't exist in space time.
Cool. That doesn't mean they're not a place.
Then they are a place. Usually, we associate place with space time.
Well, we also associate existing with space-time, right? So if you're saying they're not in space-time, you're saying they don't exist, right? Because they exist in no place and in no time, right? So they don't exist. That's how we understand words to be. So if we're going to play the semantic game, I can also play the semantic game. And we can go to, just understanding that they don't actually exist. They're not a thing. And also God is in no place and in no time, so he doesn't exist either, right? If we're going to play the semantic game.
Well, at that point, it'd be a question of what do you mean by exist? Because we.
Well, it's
definitely
again,
mean
it's
different
like,
things when we say
can you
exist.
show me? Can you show me a thing that exists in no place and no time? Existence implies time, right? Because you exist from one moment to the next. Yes.
Existence or being is an energy. It's not
an energy.
It's
Well,
not an
show me
effect.
the energy.
It's not an effect. No.
Show me the energy.
It's not a goodness. the energy of me.
Show me the
being
energy.
here
Show
right
me it.
now and existing and being right here. That's the energy of me.
No, but
existing.
it's like you're using the word energy like.
What color
I'm
is
not
the
using-
energy?
Yeah, I'm not using the energy. How many newtons does it have? It's like how do we?
It's not.
Oh,
I'm
it's
kidding,
not?
Anthony, by the way. I'm totally with you. I understand what you're trying to say.
Scientific energy. Not a scientific energy.
Yeah, but you see, it's like
Energy,
you're
when I
using
s-
the word
when I say
energy. It's
energy-
like, what do you mean by energy? It's like we're gonna have to go like the Jordan Peterson route, where we it's
Like an
what is
operation. or
what
an
is I?
action.
What
It
is
comes from the Greek
be?
energeia. Comes from the Greek energeia. It means operation or action. But it's like I just use both of those
Yeah.
interchangeably.
Can you have action without
to
time?
say energy.
Can you say that word again? In the
Yes.
Greek?
Can you have action without time?
Energeia. Can you have action without time?
Yes.
No.
No. So
Because
you
that's,
see,
that's movement.
so you cannot have energy without time.
No. Well, action and energy are different things.
I mean, you literally said that the energy you mean the energy from energeia, which
said-
means
I mean, yeah,
action.
it could be operation or action, but it's
Yeah,
not.
can
it doesn't
you
mean that
have
strictly
operation or
speaking.
action without time?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, please show me an example.
An example.
Yes.
What? That's a stupid question.
No,
No.
it's a perfectly reasonable question because you're making a claim that you can have those things without time. So please provide to me an example of when you can have action, without time.
An example in space time of something not.
Whenever you can. It's
of
like
something
you
being
said there's-
energetic.
Yeah, but it wasn't me making
outside
the
of space
claim.
time.
It wasn't me making the claim. It's like you made the claim, and you want me to believe your claim, and I cannot believe your claim.
Okay.
So it's like if you're saying that's a matter of fact, then you should be able to provide me with some evidence towards that
It's a matter
fact.
of our metaphysics. You're asking for how can I demonstrate it? The
Yeah, but
energy based on
that
the
wasn't the
effect.
question of metaphysics, though. That was
It was the question of
No, it wasn't.
metaphysics.
It was a question of empiricism, because you said action.
But I'm not an
right?
empiricist.
And time. No, but it doesn't matter that you're not. You said action and time. That's what we're talking about. Action and time. They're both empirical things. So you should be able to demonstrate to me that you can have action with no time.
Do you understand action to mean the same thing as motion?
No, not necessarily.
Do you think it depends on motion?
You see, what I think of it is kind of irrelevant. What's
It is
relevant is what
relevant
you mean.
because
What
you're
you mean by
implanting
it.
your assumptions into.
True.
Okay. But would you say that action implies movement, or does it not? Or motion?
Yeah.
Action and motion. Do you think that? You'd say that they
Yeah.
would. Then we.
No, not necessarily, because
I
action,
don't-
like
I don't agree.
magnets have action, for example. They don't imply motion.
Huh?
It's again, it's a force, right? It's like it's a force that it's, what's it called? It's an action that doesn't require movement necessarily.
Are you talking about magnetic fields?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not even an action or a motion. It's a.
Or it is
it's
an
a
action.
field.
It's electromagnetic action. What do you mean? It's a field. Yes. There's many fields like that.
That's a field isn't an action. A field.
So
is
what
a
is an action?
description
What is an
of
action
what
to
motion
you? So for you, it's only motion.
and operation of the energies. It's not just motion.
So it's not just motion. It's
It's not just
operation
motion.
of the energies. What does that mean?
You say the.
Because just so we're very clear,
Yeah.
Anthony, you just said that energy is motion and operations of the energies. So you just said that energy is the operation of the energies. Just so we're very clear about it.
No, I said.
You just said it right now. I'm just repeating your own words.
Okay. I may have to rephrase some things.
Yeah, I know. That's why I told you, because it didn't make sense.
So Energy would be the outworking of something's power. If we're putting this in more metaphysics terms, it's the outworking of power through the will. So
wait, can you repeat? Sorry, I got a bit.
Energy is the outworking of power through the will.
The
That's what energy is.
outworking of power through the well.
Through the will. Yes.
What is that? I've never heard of anything like that, like ever in my life. What you need to explain me what that means. The outworking of power through the well.
Through the well.
What do you mean by well? It's
So-
like a well where we dig for water, or what?
No. Will. WILL.
Oh, will.
Mhm.
What does will have to do with energy?
What I said. That energy is the outworking of power through the will.
Outworking
So-
of power to the will. Okay, please explain
Alright,
to me
alright.
exactly what that means, because that makes absolutely
okay,
zero sense to me.
I'll give you an example. All right. I have the power to move my microphone up and down, but I don't energize that until I move my microphone up and down.
Okay, you
Hey,
try to
yo.
explain the word energy by using the word energy. It's like, please don't do that. You again tried to explain the word energy by using the word energy. It's like you cannot do that.
I demonstrated energy by demonstrating it.
You just literally you said movement. You talked about movement. This whole time you talked about movement. So you said that energy is movement or the other thing, actualizing
No,
the
I said it-
power
I said it
through the
was-
will or whatever.
Initially, I said that energy is an operation or an action.
Yes.
That's what I said. But I did not say that action and motion are the same thing.
Yes, and then you said motion, and then you said the other thing, which was again, you're using the word energy again to define energy. And then you said, well, I need
Well,
to think
I was
about it a
saying
bit
that-
more. And then you said this other thing that, with the will and power and whatnot. And I don't understand a thing you're saying. Like, it makes absolutely zero sense to me. It's literally just gobbledygook. It's just words put together that, try to mean something, but they don't actually mean anything.
I think he's trying his best to be able to reword it in a way that you will understand and he can still keep it,
Oh, I understand that. I'm not criticizing him for time. I'm just telling him what I understand. I can't just tell him, oh, I get it, and actually I don't get it. If I don't understand something, I'm just going to be forthright with it, and I'm going to say I don't get it. It's like for me, it doesn't make any sense. It's not a criticism or anything. It's like I understand. Sometimes it's hard to describe certain concepts.
Wait, what is the
happens to
point of
everybody.
this debate? Is it a debate about original sin still?
Well, yeah, but we took a little detour, some would say.
Okay.
Into metaphysics land, basically.
Because apparently we need to understand what energy is first, and we cannot define what energy is. And like every time,
Well,
there's
I
like
did-
a new
I mean,
hurdle.
I did just define what energy was.
Well, I mean, you gave me a definition that I did not understand. So it's like, how can
I
we
gave
move
you a
forward?
definition and then demonstrated it.
Yeah, but what you demonstrated was motion.
which is an example. Well, actually, wait.
Well,
So,
but if you're telling me that energy is motion, I'm gonna disagree also.
Wait. The energy of me moving my mic up and down is not the same thing as the effect of my mic moving up and down. The energy is me moving my mic up and down, but that's not understood to be the physical effects of that thing. The effects are what is that? Posterior to that. So
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense to me. So you're
What
telling me
doesn't make sense?
there's something that's behind the physical movement of the mic.
Yes.
And that's what you understand, but you're not able to define what that is. So it's like the only thing that I can see from your example is the movement of the mic. Like when you're telling me there's something behind that, I don't see where that is or what it is. You're just telling me there is. And now you're gonna tell me, well, I'm working from a different like metaphysical perspective, and it's like, yeah,
But you are.
again, yeah, maybe, but it's like I don't understand what it is. It's like you need to explain it to me, right? Because I can explain things to you whenever I'm telling you something. It's like I can explain it to you, right? If I understand it, I can explain it. The moment that I try to explain it and I cannot, it means I don't understand it.
Well, how are you trying to understand it? Like,
I'm trying to. It's like you're using words, and I'm trying to understand what those words mean when they're being put together. And every time I did not understand what they mean when they're being put together, I literally told you I do not understand what those words mean when you put them together. Right? That's what I did every time. Now you gave me an example, and I told you from the example that you gave me, the only thing that I can derive from your example is the fact that the microphone is moving, right? So the only thing when it comes to energy that I can see from your example is the movement of the microphone. But what you're telling me, well, you can see the movement, but actually, behind the movement, there's something else that I call energy. And that's another mystery.
Behind the movement is the actualization of that movement. That's the energy.
So energy, it's actualization.
Energy is the movement from potential to actualization.
So energy is the actualization of potential.
Or the movement from potential to something being actualized. Sure.
Which would be very
the
similar to what we understand by energy in physics, basically.
Well, not necessarily.
Because you kind of gave me the definition of what work is.
No.
Kind of.
No, it'd be a bit of a different thing.
I mean, it's like
Daniel,
you literally
this debate
describe
is
me.
boring.
You
Why don't you
literally,
change the subject?
you literally describe to me how the energy is doing work, right? Because work means it's like you have a potential of something being some other state, and in the actualization of that potential, that's literally the definition of work, which is the definition of energy in physics.
I see you're trying to mesh it with physics, but I'm not talking strictly.
No, I'm trying to make sense of what you said, because we boiled it down after many tries. We boiled it down to energy is the actualization of potential, right? And the actualization of potential, it means you have something that has the potential to be in a different state, and it's like the action of making it from one state to the next state. You define that as energy, which is exactly how it's being defined in physics. So we had all this conversation to go back to you telling me that actually you understand energy as being what we understand in physics, energy to be.
I mean, for the sake of moving forward, sure. I mean, it's analogous. I wouldn't say it matches 1-to-1, but it's analogous.
That would have been way simpler, right? If I got that from the start. It would have saved us a lot of heartache and pain.
Well said.
I think everybody's kind of like bored
use these
to
terms, but-
death about this. I'll be honest. So I even forgot where we got from. It's like to energy, because this all started from original sin, and dude, I have a good memory, but not this good. We're gonna have to be, if we have this debate, and also it's like 5 a.m. for me where I am, so it's pretty fucking
Yeah,
late.
you should
So
probably-
It's not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I
was
should
pretty
probably
late.
go to bed. Yeah, some would say that I should probably go to bed. Right? It's not easy, right, to have this conversation at 5 a.m. But
That's understandable.
we should have this, but yeah, maybe a bit more structured with like writing things down, because I feel like if we don't do it that way, I don't think we're gonna get anywhere. Because
No, that's fair.
if you're gonna tell me that in order for me to read the Bible, I need to read all the church fathers of the Orthodox Church, then I would just disagree with you, because I can read the Bible and I can disagree with it, and I can do all the things that I already do, right? Because I know how to read, I know how to interpret. It's like I've read the Bible multiple times. But yeah, it's like I would be really interested to look at this, not only original sin, but also salvation, because this was technically the thing for tonight, right? Because salvation is also part of it, and I think they're kind of like intrinsically linked, these two things. But we'll see. It's like right now, it's like it's too late for me to be able to think
I
like.
We got
properly.
way too far into the weeds with this one.
Yeah, we did.
Way too far. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, it's like I'm going to stop the stream, and I'm going to let the VC going on, so you guys can